The girl you see crying is upset because her brother is about to leave with a new father who just arrived here. You might be wondering why this man doesn't fit the typical image of a parent you might have imagined. Well, it is because these kids receive special education, so it only makes sense if only special parents can take them under their wing. You might also be curious about what kind of special education these seemingly ordinary kids are getting. Well, you'll get your answer soon enough. As soon as the sister tells the kids to stop pretending and get ready for training, they pull out sharp blades and weapons, which are definitely not toys for poking around. The sister even tells the little girl not to let her snot dangle out of her nose while pretending to cry, because it looks gross, and she doesn't want the new parents to get a bad impression of the kids they've raised so dearly. The girl quickly owns up and hastily wipes her nose. We also meet the proud director of the orphanage, who takes major pride in this special education approach. He sees it as a real gift for these kids, because they've been trained as living, breathing weapons ever since they learned how to walk. These kids are raised with super strict supervision to make sure they meet the standards of the filthy rich. Because of this crazy attention to detail, it costs a fortune to train each child properly. Another question that might come up in your mind is what these kids are actually used for. Well, there is not any straightforward answer to this question, and the director just says they're like computers. And what they're used for is decided by the buyers, or as you might call them, the new parents. For example, this rich fat cat who has just adopted a new kid shows his new son a photo of a man and says, "This is your target. Memorize his face." The director then explains that since these kids are living weapons, they pose significant threat to the buyer. So the orphanage made sure to drill each and everyone with 3 absolute principles from a young age. These are the rules they can't disobey because they have been wired in their subconscious mind, and the orphanage calls these the 3 absolute principles, and they're crucial for keeping the kids under control. While this fat guy is drilling the boy about memorizing the photo, the kid, however, points out that there's a car tailing them closely. The old man is a bit startled to hear something he never asked, so he starts yelling at the kid, demanding to know what the heck he's talking about, and tells him to just focus on memorizing the damn picture. The kid quickly snaps back to attention and swears to follow the orders. And there you go. That's what the first principle is all about. Absolute compliance to the parents' orders. That car tailing them smashes into them, and their car flips over from the impact. The kid scrambles out and sees his father badly hurt and barely clinging to life. And that is when we learn about the second principle these kids are drilled with. Never use your powers without your parents' permission. As the kid checks whether his father is dead, the attackers get out of their cars with their guns in hand. As they cautiously approach the flipped car, they spot the kid crying and begging for help, shouting that his dad isn't breathing. The attackers are taken aback to see this, because they had no idea that there was a kid in the car. They decide to toss the kid aside to finish up the work, but before they can, the boy whips out a knife and stabs one of them right in the throat, making him bleed like crazy, and then quickly snatches the gun from the fallen enemy. Before the other hitman even realizes what's happening, he sees the kid aiming the gun at him and gets a solid bullet right in the head, ending him with a single shot. And that's what the third rule is all about. Forget the first 2 principles and do whatever it takes to keep your parents safe. The director, on the other hand, couldn't be prouder of his children. He is practically bursting with joy and pride for raising such perfect, exceptional kids. He quickly shows the register book containing information about each and every kid and asks his buyer which one he would prefer. But the buyer flatly refuses any of them. So, the old man puts the register book back on the drawer and reluctantly pulls out a file for a kid who's already been deemed a defective product. He's disappointed that the buyer is only interested in this particular one. Apparently, this misfit kid was a real gem. Even the director is a huge fan of his. He had the best skills out of all the weapons they'd whipped up, and the old man was practically swooning over him. But of course, the kid disappeared, and the director's left wondering if he's even still breathing. They've been on a wild goose chase to find him, but since he's parentless, he can't use his powers without someone's permission. So they're pretty much in the dark because of 0 leads, and he's probably living incognito as just another regular high school kid. Well, it seems like this supposed ultimate weapon is getting pushed around by a bunch of school bullies. After taking a punch from a guy in a white hoodie, he's down for the count, writhing in agony from that one brutal hit. Guess being a top-tier weapon doesn't always mean you can handle a schoolyard smackdown. This guy Yusef with deadpan eyes hovers over our boy, asking him how many points he'd give that punch. The poor guy fumbles out, that's a solid 180,000 points right there. The other bullies in the group high-five Yusef for racking up such a high fist score. Yusef then decides he wants to play further, planning to test his kick to see how many points he can score this time. But before he can walk to our boy Hyunho once again, a blonde dude pushes this blackhead away and rushes up to Hyunho, eager to know how many points his punch can earn. Yusef doesn't appreciate getting pushed by some lowly weirdo, and even Hyunho can tell Yusef is pissed about the blonde's shove. So Yusef silently strolls over to the riled-up blondie, Cyan. When he gets there, he gives Cyan a good old slap across the face, casually saying, "Just paying you back, buddy." No hard feelings. As much as Cyan hates the humiliation of that slap, he swallows his pride and gives a thumbs up to his friend for a solid 180,000 point slap. The guy with the deadpan eyes just smiles and casually walks away, telling Cyan he can buy him a pack of cigarettes instead of flattery. Before Yusuf goes, Sion challenges him, promising to fight him next time. Meanwhile, the protagonist is totally fed up with all this nonsense from these ragtag idiots because he knows he could take them all down in one fell swoop. Still, he plays the role of the dumb weakling, and Sion starts choking him, demanding to know if Yusuf's punch is actually better than his. Cyan keeps on bullying our boy, treating him like his personal punching bag to vent his frustration, and tells Hyunho to tag along with him for a little while. With no way out, the boy reluctantly follows the rowdy thug and ends up footing the bill for their meal, because, well, Cyan claims he's broke, saying he's all out of cash after running errands for Yusuf. Blondie then wonders aloud who would win if he fought Yusuf head-on. In response, Hyunho states that he can't say anything for sure. Out of nowhere, Cyan notices the snack shop has the same name as Hyunho, and our guy sheepishly admits it's run by his mom. Right on cue, his mother also shows up and says if Cyan is her son's friend, he can eat as much as he wants. Cyan is genuinely surprised to learn that this is actually Hyunho's mother's shop, and our boy feels pretty disappointed because he had been trying to keep this a secret all along. And he's not sure why his truth had to come out at the hands of this jerk, who's shamelessly running his tongue over his lips, probably looking forward to freeload some more food. Seeing the shifty look on his filthy friend's face, Hyunho grabs his pen, ready to poke a hole in Cyan's eyes if he tries anything sneaky. Just as he's about to make his move, the blondie surprises him by apologizing for not introducing himself properly earlier. He introduces himself as Cyan Park, Hyunho's buddy, and comments that he finally gets why the shop had a weird name. Hyunho's mom chuckles at the joke and mentions that Hyunho told her to keep it under wraps. Cyan then jabs at his friend, saying he's awful at hiding things and that he's also bummed his friend kept such a stunning mom a secret. Hyunho, now totally over this guy's act, knows Cyan's just a piece of work. To avoid any more nonsense, he tells his mom they need to bounce because other friends are waiting for them. The woman packs up some food in a plastic bag and hands it to Cyan, telling him to share it with others. He explicitly and happily states that all Hyunho's friends are like her own children, so Cyan should not shy away from anything. While Hyunho tries to convince her that it's really not necessary, the blondie's eyes light up at the sight of free food. He grabs it without a second thought, completely ignoring Hyunho's internal groans. He is feeling pretty pathetic, internally begging his mom to rethink this, because he knows these guys are just a bunch of bullies, not real friends. Hyunho then pleads with Cyan not to share the food with Yusuf or anyone else. Cyan agrees with a smirk and says his goodbyes. Hyunho's mom, ever the gracious host, tells Cyan to bring more friends next time, to which Cyan enthusiastically agrees, saying he'll definitely come back with a crew. Well, that's exactly what Hyunho was trying to avoid, and here we are. Once Cyan's out of sight, the boy turns to his mom and lets loose, and while fighting to keep his tears in check, he furiously demands to know why she didn't just pretend they weren't related. Seeing her son so upset, his mom is totally confused and hurt. She tells him she was just happy to meet his friend, and apologizes if she caused any trouble. Hyunho, meanwhile, is left questioning the rationality behind his words. He has no idea why he's yelling at his mom, especially when she's apologizing. He's feeling like garbage for acting out. His mom tries to explain that she just wanted him to make more friends, which is why she acted the way she did. Hyunho's hand shakes with frustration and confusion, and he's barely holding himself together. The next day at school, Hyunho sees the same tteokbokki his mom makes, sitting right before his eyes. Apparently, Yusuf has figured out that Hyunho's mom runs that snack shop down the street. So, he grabbed a bowl for himself. Yusuf takes a dirty rag, dips it into his bowl of tteokbokki, starts rubbing it in Hyunho's face, and complains that he found this rag in his food and demands a refund because he can't eat filth. To make matters worse, he tosses another jab, sarcastically asking if he should go directly to Hyunho's mom for the refund. Hyunho is absolutely livid with Cyan, especially after he ratted out his secret despite his pleas to keep it quiet. Trying to keep his cool, Hyunho responds coldly, asking if they're even considered friends. This gets under Yusuf's skin, and he mocks Hyunho for throwing a tantrum over a little joke. Then, to add insult to injury, Yusuf dumps the entire bowl of tteokbokki right onto Hyunho's uniform. That's the last straw. Hyunho's already got his pen in hand, and before Yusuf can react, he doesn't hesitate to swing his hand to jab the pen straight into Yusuf's throat. His hand stops just short of the mark, trembling as he fights to keep himself in check. Yusuf, not exactly thrilled about being threatened, gets more cocky and pissed off, demanding to know what the hell Hyunho thinks he's doing. A few moments later, Cyan strolls into the classroom, only to find everyone dead silent. The place is a mess. Security guards are on the scene, the window has been shattered, Blood is splattered across the floor, and Hyunho's glasses are scattered on the ground. Looks like things have taken a serious turn, either an accident or, dare I say, an attempt of murder, attempted by Yusef. You see, just a moment ago, Hyunho was mercilessly beaten by this jerk, for about 15 minutes straight. He begged for mercy, draped in his own blood, and lost consciousness several times while writhing in pain. Despite his pleas, Yusef didn't stop and continued the relentless beating. When Hyunho was completely worn out and shattered from the brutal assault, he looked outside through the nearby window and finally ended it by jumping out of it. Now, we find ourselves in an abandoned building where we encounter this disgusting creature again. With no shred of empathy, he casually puffs on his cigarette and tells his friends to confess that they were the ones who accidentally pushed Hyunho out of the window while playing around. His friends are pretty reluctant to take the blame. In fact, they refuse right away to Yusef because they don't want to get into trouble. That's when Yusef brings up a useful Korean law known as the juvenile offender law. He explains that he's no longer eligible for this because he's past the age limit, so he's asking his friends to help him out by confessing that they were the ones who pushed Hyunho out of the window. He insists that this is the only way he can avoid a trip to jail. Still, the other boys are hesitant and remind him that even if they take the blame, they'll be hit with a civil lawsuit. Yusef just shrugs it off, saying he's got that covered too. He then points out that the civil lawsuit hasn't been filed yet, and if they eliminate Hyunho's only surviving family member, his mother, there will be no one left to file the lawsuit. Yusef also brings a suitcase full of hard cash, offering 10 million won per person in exchange for their help. Once everything's figured out, they decide to pay a visit that night to the grieving mother, who's still trying to cope with the loss of her son. She's sitting in her son's room, surrounded by his things, lost in her grief. As midnight strikes, the thugs quickly put on their masks and head straight for the 5th floor. But when they try to use the elevator, they find it's out of order. So they opt for the traditional staircase. As they make their way up, they discover that the elevator is jammed because someone has intentionally wedged it with a fire extinguisher, preventing it from coming back down. Before Yusef can even figure out who might have done this, they hear a familiar voice. Apparently, Sion is sitting on the staircase, already waiting for them to arrive. Yusef quickly asks what the hell he's doing there, while the other lackey is just thrilled to see him and tells him to join them. Sion gets up from his seat, ready to dive into action, but not before asking 2 important questions. First, he wants to know how they found out about Hyunho's Taeokboki place, which was a hidden gem only he knew about. Yusef casually pulls down his mask and explains that when Sion didn't bring the cigarettes he was supposed to, Yusef followed him and saw him hanging out with the neighborhood kids. That's when he spotted Hyunho arguing with his mother. Sion realizes that it was actually because of him that these thugs found out about the place. He then moves on to his second question and tells Yusef to think carefully before answering. He wants to know why they're really here. That's when Yusef flexes his big iron pipe and tells Sion they're just here to handle things with Hyunho's mother, to keep her from filing a lawsuit and let her sleep peacefully. He's actually glad Sion's here too, because he's been getting on his nerves lately. Yusef reminds him about the push from earlier and figures out that Sion was just pretending to bully Hyunho, and in reality, he was trying to protect him the whole time. Yusef admits he was too dense to see it sooner and was itching to take care of Sion as well. With that, Sion is done with the interrogation. He picks up the fire extinguisher and Yusef doesn't hesitate to swing his giant rod. Sion quickly pulls the pin from the extinguisher, aims it at Yusef, and starts blasting him with all the bubbly gas. As their vision blurs, one of the lackeys catches a glimpse of an extinguisher heading straight for his face. Before he knows it, the red tank smacks him right on the noggin, and the impact also sends Yusef sprawling to the ground too. Sion quickly shoves his buddy off, grabs the rod again while Sion handles the other 2 lackeys. When he sees Yusef making a move, he blocks the iron rod with the extinguisher like a pro. In a flash, he ducks down and slams the extinguisher onto Yusef's feet, smashing his toes into oblivion. Sion then boots him over the stairs, sending him tumbling backward. He then starts trolling down the stairs, while casually informing Yusef that his cuneiform bone above the metatarsal is broken, and he's pretty sure this arrogant bastard won't be walking anytime soon with those messed up legs. The filthy man groans in pain, lying defenseless on the ground, and shakily asks why Sion is doing this to him. That's when Sion drops the bombshell. He explains that there are 3 principles that were drilled into his mind as a kid. First, a parent's word is absolute. Second, don't use violence without permission. As he says this, he lands a devastating punch right on the guy's head. The other lackeys on the ground are totally lost, not understanding a word of this crazy rant. It's pretty wild that we were led to think Hyunho, the whiny kid with glasses, was the main character. Turns out, Sion is actually the missing kid from the orphanage. After losing several teeth and with a broken nose, Yusef begs for forgiveness and pleads for Sion to stop. But our boy keeps going. explaining that the third principle is, if there's a threat to the parent's safety, the kid can ignore the first two rules and handle the situation however necessary to keep the parent safe. Sayan remembers Hyunho's mother saying that all of Hyunho's friends are like her own children. So, basically, she's his mother now. And if anyone threatens his mother, he's got the green light to beat them to a pulp. With a resounding bang, Sayan smashes that filthy bastard's skull, and the sound echoes through the building. The scene cuts back to the creepy orphanage, where a sister is visiting the director. She tells him there's a call from Korea. When the man asks who it is, she says it's the Baeko personnel. The old man's mind perks up as he recognizes the caller and quickly grabs the phone. The caller quickly reports that they've found the kid they've been hunting for, the legendary figure from the Dead Mansion project, codenamed Sean. Apparently, he's in Korea right now. And there you have it, the official introduction of our boy. The orphanage, which is known as Dead Mansion, is a highly funded multinational organization that produces weapons for the rich. In the eyes of the orphanage, he was the perfect child, and his code name is Sean Park Sion. They had us fooled in the first half, not gonna lie. I really thought the black-haired guy was the real MC. Here's the scoop on our boy's backstory. Sean was one of the children created by the Dead Mansion project. He was the pinnacle of their product they had produced so far. He was top-notch in infiltration, weapon skills, and VIP assassination. He was meant to be supplied to a top client of the orphanage, a notorious Yakuza organization in Japan. But there was a mix-up, and instead of Japan, he ended up in Korea. The director explains that it's been 5 years since that mishap, and he had almost thought Sean was dead, so they gave up on him. But now, this guy, who looks more like a filthy rich mafia boss than a father, is thrilled they've found him. He quickly tells the sister to bring Sean back as soon as possible, by any means necessary, because he can't wait any longer. The woman, whom we've been calling Sister, lets down her black veil, revealing her dead eyes. She quickly adheres to the order, saying she will proceed with the retrieval operation immediately, and this lady in question goes by the name Rachel. As soon as she drops her act as Sister, my god, this woman looks absolutely creepy. Dressed in a tight black shiny suit, she's not holding back a single bit in flexing her big guns. She makes it clear that she will drag Sion back even if she has to take him out by force. This woman is the Dead Mansion instructor, and her specialty is still unknown. However, the director quickly tells her to simmer down because he needs Sion unharmed, and she doesn't need those guns either. The lady quickly gets embarrassed and starts picking up her robe to put it back on, muttering about how she was just getting into character. In the next scene, we see Kwon Byung-woo, Yusef's father, bowing his head to apologize to Hyunho's mother. He promises to cover all medical expenses, mental damages, and any other compensation she might need. But the woman flat out states that nothing will change with just an apology because this isn't something that can be resolved with words alone. The students nearby are startled to see this filthy rich man bowing his head like this. And Kwon Byung-woo finally lifts his head, turns around with a blank face, saying he will be taking his leave. The woman is utterly baffled by his strange behavior. In response, Kwon Byung-woo covers his face with a handkerchief and reveals that he was here to make amends. But since they can't resolve anything through discussion, he will leave because efficiency is key in all matters. He then walks forward towards his luxurious Maybach, telling the woman that he also knows other ways to sort out this mess because he's quite the expert in these matters. With those parting words, his car zooms off. He then complains to his manager about how disgustingly stingy and smelly that place was, insisting they tear it all down and build a mixed-use complex instead. The rich man then asks about Sion, or we can also call him Sean, and asks his manager if they have taken care of that kid. The manager lets him know their people are already en route and the secretary will ring them once the job's done. Kwon Byung-woo just nods and heads to Sanlim University Seongsim Hospital. Inside, we find Yusef all banged up, wrapped in bandages like a mummy. He tells his dad the kid who messed him up was no average Joe. He kept rambling about some 3 engraved principles or something. His dad raises an eyebrow, asking if this is the new trend among kids. Yusef just shakes his head, saying he hasn't a clue. Before Yusef can spill more, his dad cuts him off and gives a cold stare to the women and humbly requests the nurse to give them some alone time. Once the lady is out of the way, he slaps his son hard right over his face, just like any typical father. After slapping Yusef's face, Byung-woo lets him have it. What's really grinding his gears isn't just that his son picked a fight, bullied some kids, and caused them to jump out of a window. Nah, what's really bothering him is that Yusef didn't clean up the mess afterward, leaving a trail of evidence behind. He drills into Yusef that the basics of the job are to avoid doing things twice, meaning don't screw up and leave evidence for others to find. Byung-woo tells him to watch his father closely and learn from this chance to fix things. Meanwhile, Sean is taking a beating from a group of goons sent by Byung-woo. The leader, decked out in gloves, watches as his lackeys drag the injured boy from the ground. With a scowl, he delivers a series of stinging slaps to Sean's face, not stopping until the boy collapses from sheer exhaustion. The glasses-wearing thug, looking down at Sean with a sneer, says, "You might have taken down a few kids, but you're nothing against adults." They grab one of Sean's arms, and the burly lackey yanks it straight, holding it firm. The leader then places his foot on Sean's arm and applies all his weight, leaving the poor kid writhing in agony. Before they leave, they make sure Sean knows this is payback for the humiliation and beating he dealt to their young master Yusef. They're leaving him alive just so he can stew over his mistakes. As dusk settles in, Sean sits there, snapping his shoulder back with a sneer. He chuckles at how the goons couldn't even tell the difference between a dislocated and a broken arm, despite their big talk about being adults. The beating he received? Well, it was nothing compared to the thrashings Aunt Rachel used to dish out. Sean's frustrated that he can't tap into his full strength without orders, but he's relieved knowing Yusef won't be bullying anyone else. As he heads out, grumbling to himself, he runs into Hyunho's mother. She recognizes him immediately and asks, "What happened to you?" With a warm hello, Sean greets her and is soon invited to dinner. Hyunho's mother has prepared a feast, urging him to eat his fill. When Sean hears this command to eat, he dives into the food like a wild beast. He is driven by an instinct to comply with the care of someone he now sees as his parent. The mother then gently instructs Sean to drink some water, pointing out that it'll help him digest better. Sean follows her advice, downing the water with a hearty gulp and letting out a satisfied burp afterwards. He thanks her for the meal, and she smiles, happy to see him after such a long time. Sean's mood turns serious as he asks about Hyunho's condition. In response, she assures him that the surgery went smoothly and that Hyunho's doing fine. She's hopeful for his recovery, even though things are tough right now. Then, her strength seems to crumble. Her hand starts to shake, and tears flow freely. She sobs, feeling weak compared to her son and helpless as a mother. Her heartfelt wish spills out of her tongue. She wants to destroy everyone who hurt Hyunho, especially Yusef's father, and tear them all apart. Well, it looks like Sean has finally found a reason to unleash his powers at full force against those jerks. As the lady turns around to apologize for her sudden outburst, Sean's already long gone. The scene then shifts to Byung-woo Construction Company. Inside the building, the father of that nasty son raises a toast to celebrate the record profit they've racked up in the third quarter of this year. He's giving a heartfelt thanks to all his employees, saying it's all thanks to them that Byung-woo Construction has come this far. Among the crowd of employees, we spot one of the same hefty guys who had beaten up Sean earlier, and near to him stands a waiter who suspiciously looks like Sean. The waiter approaches the man and offers to pour him a drink. As soon as the man says, "Pour some," the waiter smashes the bottle right over this jerk's face. The bottle shatters, leaving the wine and glasses scattered through the air. The fatty stumbles back, trying to get himself together, and quickly goes for a counterattack. But Sean is ready. He shoves those bare glasses he was holding into the guy's hands like he's handing over a pair of gloves. Then, with a brutal swing of his leg, he kicks the jerk right in the face. Next, Sean grabs some forks and knives and hurls them at the guards with deadly precision. They hit their targets perfectly. It doesn't take long for everyone to catch on that something's going down. Before they can do anything, a bunch of the black-suited guys are already out, and people are screaming about a blonde kid who's causing all this mess. The mention of a blonde kid rings a bell for the company director. Meanwhile, Sean is hiding under a table, knife in hand. He zips past everyone, slicing through them like they're nothing more than cucumbers with that tiny knife of his. He's sticking to what he's been taught. A parent's words are absolute. He can't ignore the tears and pleas of the mother who wanted everyone to tear apart along with that father. So he's doing exactly what he's been told. He grabs a tablecloth and, before the ragtag crew can get close, uses it as a distraction. He throws the table right at their faces, crushing them under its weight and leaving them screaming their lungs out. Just then, a knife flies in from behind, but he ducks quickly, and the knife hits one of the black-suited guys in front instead. The one who just threw the dagger seems like the same guy with the black gloves, and he's pretty impressed with Sean's reflexes. He's also surprised to see that the arm he broke is still working. Before he can finish playing around with those gloves, Sean grabs the guy's hand and slaps him hard across the face. He expertly locks the guy's arm and snaps the bone inside, coolly telling him, "That's how you break an arm." As the cocky guy sprawls on the ground, a bullet zips past Sean's face, grazing him closely. The shooter is Byung-woo, standing on the first floor, looking disappointed for missing his shot. Sean quickly raises his hand and calls out that it's tough to hit from that distance unless you're a real pro. Byung-woo curiously asks who this kid is. He remembers that Korean kids these days are into something called crew, so he asks if Sean is part of that too. To which Sean responds that he doesn't know what the heck that crew thing means, But if Byung is asking which crew he belongs to, then he proudly states that he is with the Hyunho snack shop. The mention of Hyunho snacks rings a bell for the zombie-like dude, and promptly asks if Sean is talking about that smelly alleyway junk food place. With a sneer, the man shoves the gun barrel right between Sean's eyes and asks if the woman tipped him off to kill him. Sean smirks and says he's absolutely wrong, because all she did was tell him to tear and crush everyone. While the zombie is trying to figure out what the heck Sean is saying, my guy moves with lightning speed, knocks the gun away, and gives the guy a solid slap. That one slap was enough to scramble Byung-woo's brain, and with Sean's final punch, the dude hits the ground, and his face is a bloody mess, nose and mouth bleeding from the impact. Sean makes it clear he's not here to assist anyone, he's just following his parents' absolute commands. With that, he turns to walk away while the guy on the ground keeps ranting about how he should have taken Sean out when he had the chance, and regrets not sticking to his own motto of leaving no work unfinished. Sean grabs the gun, aims it up at the chandelier, and tells the guy to stop blabbering about pointless stuff. He fires, and the chandelier starts to fall, crashing down and crushing the man just as the mother wished for. Sean walks away, shaking his head and muttering how both the father and son are really just the same. We're back in the hospital, where the nurse asks Yusef if he's feeling any better. The arrogant guy just scoffs and asks why he'd be here if he was doing well. The nurse comments that she's heard school violence can be pretty intense these days, but she's never seen anyone as badly hurt as him before. She wonders if the kid who hit him must have been a real expert, though even for high schoolers, this is pretty extreme. As she squats down to pick up her things, we get a glimpse of her giant ass. Man, we already know that the Russians are thick as hell, but this is something next level. She then grabs the injection and asks Yusef what he was discussing with his father earlier about some 3 principles. Noticing the weird color of the injection, Yusef questions what the heck she's injecting him with. Rachel then pulls out her mask and reassures him not to worry, saying that as long as she only uses half, he won't die. It looks like she's finally here to take our guy, and she starts pressing against his chest, grilling him about those 3 absolute principles he mentioned. The guy gets genuinely scared by her death glare and tells her to just get the hell out. That's when Rachel pulls off her fake hair and stops playing games. She straightforwardly demands he reveal the name of the kid who messed him up like that. We also find out her specialties, which are disguise, infiltration, interrogation, and of course, torture. Shortly after, Rachel calls the director when she arrives at Byung-woo's company. She tells him that the boy apparently used his powers. The director is shocked by this news, and Rachel further explains that she rushed to the spot where Sean was last reported. But by the time she got there, he was already gone. The place was a mess, with people badly injured, something only Sean's powers could have caused. The director is confused, saying he has no idea what's going on, because in the history of the Dead Mansion, no one has gone against the absolute 3 principles. The old man walks over to a cupboard, and as he opens it, a deluge of books spills out. He remarks that if Sean is ignoring the absolute 3 principles, it's no ordinary matter anymore. The weapons the Dead Mansion sold off could bypass these principles and target the Dead Mansion itself. He instructs her that her mission has changed, and she must ensure that if Sean is disregarding the principles, she'll need to take action. To which Rachel quickly agrees, and the director also mentions that if she needs support in Korea, she can contact the Baeko personnel there. Just then, 2 men show up right on cue. They're pretty amazed that a single high schooler managed to take them all down. Rachel hangs up, and one of the guys, particularly the fat one, looks a bit freaked out by her appearance and wonders if kids nowadays really dress like that. His buddy explains that she's Russian and that some people are pretty open-minded, adding that even his own wife is open-minded. The next day, we're back at school, and it looks like Rachel has taken on the fake role of a teacher at the school where Sean is studying. She's here to dig deeper into what Sean's up to, and just thinking about it gets her all worked up. She's excited to see how he's grown up. Back in the day, Sean was her favorite student. He absorbed everything she taught him like a sponge. So, she's really looking forward to seeing him again. When she arrives outside the classroom, she spots Sean. He's in the middle of narrating the story of how Yusef was begging for mercy after he beat the crap out of him. Rachel is completely taken aback by his behavior, and she is having a hard time accepting if this vulgar kid really is Sean. Suddenly, a chubby kid sitting behind Sean gets really pissed off and finally wakes up because of Sean's nonstop rambling. They both start getting cocky with each other, and Rachel wonders if they've already figured out who's boss. She remembers how at Dead Mansion, they had this annual event where the kids fought to measure their combat power and determine who was on top. It was so cute when they challenged her, and Sean was always the strongest among them. But now, Sean looks like he's getting his butt handed to him by this big guy, making Rachel seriously question his status as the strongest. The chubby kid keeps kicking and thrashing Sean like he's just a sack of potatoes, and Sean just takes the beating head on. Rachel's face quickly shifts to a blank poker face, watching this once mighty kid get pummeled like a fool. After a bit of watching, Rachel starts to figure out that Sean probably didn't use his powers because he's hiding his true identity. This makes her think he might still be under the control of the three principals, but she's not entirely sure and wants to keep an eye on him. She can see his sharp, sophisticated eyes. The good kids from Dead Mansion should have both physical strength and brains, and Sean always stood out. Even if he's hiding his power, his smarts still shine through. As his former teacher, she's a bit troubled that he can't disguise himself properly and thinks about teaching him again when she gets the chance. While Sean is busy doodling the moment he smacked Yusuf with that fire extinguisher, Rachel gets confused. She thought he was focusing on studying with such concentration, but he's just messing around. So, she gives him a heavy book slam right on his head. In the bathroom, Rachel sits with her head spinning in confusion. She's sure Sean can't possibly be this foolish and starts to think maybe this is someone else who just looks like him. It's hard for her to accept that he might really be this clueless. She decides to change her plans. It's no longer just about the three principals, now she needs to figure out if this guy is really codenamed Sean. After class, Sean's head is throbbing. He remembers the teacher usually doesn't hit that hard. Meanwhile, Rachel, now dressed as a student, comes over. But then he hears a familiar voice. After turning around, he sees Hyunho's mother standing there. She's relieved to see him, especially since her bags are weighing her down, and she tells him to please carry them for her. Sean quickly proceeds to carry the bags as commanded. When they hit the snack shop, Sean devours his food like a wild animal. The mother tells him to slow down, and he quietly takes her advice. Rachel starts piecing things together. She figures out that Yusuf is the one who knocked out this woman's son, but she's still not sure about Sean's connection to them. After seeing him eat like this, she's fuming that Sean is just as vulgar as she suspected and is itching to tear this Sean imposter apart. As soon as Rachel takes a bite of her food, she gets a chill and her tongue practically hangs out. She asks for some water after just one bite of the insanely spicy dish. The woman quickly hands over the water and asks if she can't handle the heat. Rachel is stunned, wondering how these folks can torture themselves with such fiery food. She is pretty sure these Koreans are out to assassinate her with this much heat. Sean then tells her to slow down, saying she's being clumsy. That's it. Her frustration has hit the roof, and she vows to take this jerk down. Speaking of spice, she remembers Sean couldn't handle it either. If this guy is really Sean, he should be struggling with all this heat, just like he did back in Russia. She watches his trembling hand, thinking he's having a tough time. But instead, he's giving thumbs up after thumbs up to the lady, raving about how delicious the food is. The woman is happy and keeps feeding him. Rachel realizes he's actually handling all that spice like a pro. She is confused, wondering why he's chowing down on this fiery food like a fool instead of refuting to eating it. Rachel then remembers that Sean helped this woman carry bags with just her one command, and now he's eating without refusing her and helping her with everything she asks for, as if he's following her every command. Seems like she's finally pieced it together. He also would not have killed all those people so skillfully without any commands, and she's sure he was ordered to destroy the Byung-woo construction purposefully. The only person who seems likely to give such orders is the woman he's with. After connecting the dots, Rachel decides to test her theory to see if this woman is really the one commanding Sean. She pays the bill for her food, and while the mother turns to grab some spare change, Rachel sees her chance. She grabs a chopstick and throws it toward the woman. Just as she hoped, Sean leaps from his seat, intercepts the chopstick midair, and grabs the woman by her face. The stool nearby tips over as they quickly vanish. When the mother turns around, both of them are gone. When we finally see them, Rachel can't contain her excitement after realizing that it's definitely Sean. On the other hand, it does not take long for our boy to figure out who she is, telling her to drop the act and stop tailing him like that. Rachel greets him officially and asks why he's hanging out with that woman and why he is following her orders like she's his mom. She is sure that there's no way a rundown snack shop owner could be connected to a top kid from Dead Mansion. Sean stays tight-lipped, so Rachel decides to take action. She grabs his hand, launches him into the air, and slams him down to the ground like a sack of potatoes. I can tell the impact was pretty rough, judging by his groans of pain. Rachel then tells him to stop messing around. It's time for him to get back to the orphanage, because there's a whole line of clients waiting for him. Suddenly, Sean's mind flashes back to the painful memories which had been buried in his mind. He is standing in the middle of knocked out kids, and he's probably the one who left them out cold during their training. There is also this mysterious woman who gave him the name Park Syan, but he can't seem to remember her. In a sudden burst of shock, Sean blurts out and asks Rachel who this woman in his memories is. Rachel is confused by his random question, but before she can respond, Sean smashes his head into her nose, pushes her away, and gets back on his feet. As she pushes the blood out of her nose, her fury flares up. She demands to know if he really doesn't want to come back without a fight. But before she can make a move, Sean has already run away. He's sprinting across the rooftops, blown away that they sent Rachel after him. The image of the bloodied woman keeps flashing in his mind, and he's determined to figure out who she is, haunting his memories. Back at the dead mansion, the director is having a full-on meltdown over the news that Sean managed to escape. Rachel apologizes, saying he slipped away while she was momentarily distracted. But she also brings some good news. They've tracked down the old woman who's controlling Sean with the 3 principles. Turns out she's the one Sean recognizes as his parent. The director is thrown for a loop. How can an old woman be perceived as a parent? He asks Rachel if the old lady is intentionally using the 3 principles, but Rachel admits she can't be sure yet, and more investigation is needed before jumping to conclusions. The director decides it's best to verify things with the old woman before sending more resources after Sean. After a wardrobe change, Rachel steps out of the bathroom in this old lady disguise, leaving this other old woman confused, who can bet her life that she just had seen a young girl enter the restroom earlier. Meanwhile, the director is busy explaining to us that there are only 2 ways to retrieve a good child from their parents, and we'll learn about the first method soon enough. Back with Hyunho's mother, she is taken aback by the appearance of this elegant old lady. Rachel, under the disguise, sternly advises her to keep her distance from Sean. She introduces herself as Sean's mother, noting that she's often busy with business trips and hasn't paid much attention to her child. Now she's all dramatic about how it breaks her heart that Sean's been eating such awful spicy food. Hyunho's mother suddenly realizes that Sean can't handle spicy food and feels a bit of guilt for making him eat it all this time. It's a harsh wake-up call that she's been feeding him stuff that's clearly not good for him. Rachel is grinning inside, thrilled that this old hag is finally feeling some guilt. This is exactly the kind of reaction she was hoping for. You see, by getting the parent to voluntarily give up custody of the child is the first way to take a child back from the parent. And this is what Rachel is trying to achieve. So, she keeps her smooth talk, saying she understands that Sean listens to Hyunho's mother. So, Rachel tells her that when Sean comes back to eat here, she should sternly tell him never to return and go back home. It's a dirty play on Rachel's part, but it's all part of the plan. If Hyunho's mother tells Sean to go home, he'll take it as an order and head straight back to the dead mansion. Rachel starts to leave, but Hyunho's mother surprises everyone by refusing to say what Rachel suggested. Looks like Rachel's plan isn't going as smoothly as she hoped. Hyunho's mother speaks up, and it's a gut punch to Rachel's plan. She asks Rachel if she's even paid attention to her own son. She reveals that Sean is always covered in filth and dirt, and whenever she asks him about it, he just always says he fell. At first, she used to think he was just being a rebellious kid, but now it breaks her heart. It's clear to her that Sean needs someone who truly cares for him, unlike this rich woman who's clearly abandoned him. As she cries, she admits that she's come to care about Sean and doesn't want him to end up like Hyunho. She's willing to step up and take care of him since there's no one else around. Rachel clearly gets ticked off to hear this, and tries to tear into the old woman, but Hyunho's mom just bows her head and apologizes, saying she didn't mean to come off as rude. She's determined to keep an eye on Sean, no matter what. Seems like Rachel's first plan to snag Sean's ownership didn't go as smoothly as she'd hoped, and she's fuming. As night falls, she calls up the director and spills the beans about the failed attempt. The director seems disappointed to hear this, and he is clearly running out of patience. So, he gave her the green light to proceed with the second method. Rachel, now fully on board with this plan, eagerly agrees and looks forward to putting it into action. With a determined look, she sheds her garments to reveal a more wild side of herself, signaling that things are about to get serious. It turns out that, upon the death of the parent, the child reverts to the ownership of the dead mansion. So, her new target is Hyunho's mother. The scene shifts to outside a mart, where Hyunho's mother is seen shopping for groceries for her shop. And we can also see Rachel lurking in the shadows. She waits for the perfect moment, her finger poised over the detonate button of a bomb. When she decides it's time, she presses it, and the explosion rips through the air. The fire alarms blare and sprinklers kick on, dousing everything in water. But the blast wasn't aimed at Hyunho's mom, because it was merely a diversion. As Rachel's gun comes into view, she takes her aim. Just as she pulls the trigger, Sean swoops in, wielding a pan like a makeshift shield, and the bullet ricochets off his impromptu defense. Sean's face is etched with annoyance, while Rachel appears to be having the time of her life. Sean is amazed to see that the bullet-blocking move he picked up from a game actually worked in real life. He then drops the pan and strides toward Rachel, looking clearly annoyed by her actions. Like, he already knew that she would do something like this, but he reminds her that involving guns and bombs into the mix is just way too much. Rachel just smirks, her gun still aimed at the mother. Sean reacts quickly and shoves the shelf she was hiding behind. But the girl quickly bolts away before that shelf crashes over her. He then takes her by surprise and quickly disarms her with just one kick at her hand. But this girl is not messing around, and she quickly pulls out a dagger and swings at him, slashing his belly. Blood splatters to the ground, or so it seems. In reality, it was just a tomato ketchup tin our boy was holding that got punctured in the process. Sean tosses the ketchup tin away, making her lose her last weapon. He quickly tries to smash her with his knee, but she ducks and shoves his feet, sending him crashing into the shelves. She then asks him if he seriously thinks he can take her teacher down like this. She says she wanted to bring him back unharmed, but it looks like that's not an option anymore. Meanwhile, the mother is still trying to figure out what's going on. And that's when she spots a little kid stuck in the chaos, crying his eyes out. Amid all the commotion, he's sobbing for his mom. The woman rushes over, asking if he's hurt. The tearful kid just says he wants to go back to his mom. He asks her to help him get out of there, but it turns out this little punk is holding a sharp knife. No surprise if he's one of those specially trained kids here to assist Rachel to assassinate her. Back to the senior-junior showdown. She pulls out another knife and tries to hit him, but he jumps out of the way. She goes for another slash, but he ducks and avoids her. He grabs her hand, and she tells him to stop resisting because they're just trying to free him from everyone's control. Just then, he gets momentarily distracted, and Rachel seizes the moment. She pulls her hand free and swings her dagger at his face, slicing his cheek with deadly accuracy. He stumbles but quickly gets his footing. He grabs 2 cans from a nearby shelf and chucks them at her face, but she just knocks them away and tells him to let the old hag die. If he does, he can head back to the dead mansion whenever he wants. Sean then grabs a packet of flour and throws it right at her face. She makes the dumb mistake of slashing at the flour packet, sending it floating through the air and blocking her view. While struggling to breathe through the flour, she doesn't notice the scissors coming her way. Thanks to her quick reflexes, she narrowly avoids a serious cut, ending up with just a small mark on her face and her hair slightly trimmed. She quickly steps back, but Sean takes another swing at her. She drops to the floor, and with a crazy grin, she gets back up and comes at him with her blades. Their strengths seem pretty evenly matched. Or maybe he's just better than his teacher now. Before she can figure out her next move, he grabs her hand and shoves her into a grocery cart, leaving her stuck inside like a little kid. Sean gives her a cold stare and asks if she has learned her lesson, but the woman just grunts in frustration. Sean tells her to leave him and his mother alone, then kicks her cart forward, leaving her slamming into the other carts lined up, and he quickly locks her cart with the rest. With a smirk, he tells her to enjoy herself and walks off, leaving her stuck and grumbling. Back to the little maniac kid, he sees his chance and swings his dagger at her chest while she's looking away. But Sean swoops in just in time, leaving the little kid stunned right there. The mother's confused, wondering why he's here when he should be at school and why his clothes are all messed up. Meanwhile, the kid on the ground recognizes Sean as the legend of the dead mansion and figures that if Sean's here, Rachel must have already been beaten by him. The woman explains that this little guy has lost his mother. Sean asks the kid for his parents' phone number, but the kid acts clueless and starts fake crying as he runs toward Hyunho's mother. Sean quickly grabs him, lifts him up, and tells him to stop whining. He then gets close to the kid's ear and asks him if he hasn't learned that sticking out too much just makes people dislike you. He further playfully threatens the kid with some cryptic talk and gives him a little slap, making the dagger the kid was holding drop. Sean quickly steps on the dagger to hide it, and that one slap was enough to knock the kid out cold. After that little showdown, we're back at the dead mansion. The director wakes up in the middle of the night because of an unexpected phone call. Grumbling, he throws on his gown and heads to the phone, hoping for some good news to make this early wake-up worth it. When he hears the caller's voice, a smile spreads across his face as he recognizes it's Sean on the line. He asks the old man if he really thought he could catch him with just Rachel and that little kid, Eugene. The old man's face quickly goes pale as he asks if Rachel is dead. Sean doesn't give him a direct answer, just says that no matter how many people he sends, the result will be the same. He can send as many as he wants, but it won't change a thing. The old man gets really worked up when he hears Sean is taking on the entire dead mansion instead of running away. Sean makes it clear that if there's a threat to the parents' safety, he'll handle it based on the third principle. He's more than ready to stick to the rules because he sees the dead mansion as a real threat and will react accordingly. The old man, now on the ground and naked, breaks into a wide grin and starts laughing maniacally. He's overjoyed to see that the kid he raised is surpassing his expectations and thinks of Sean as a divine gift, perfectly following the 3 principles. He wishes Sean good luck and tells him to send the little kid back, promising not to attack the lady if Sean does that. Sean then tells the old man to call Rachel back, and the director just gets even more excited. Can't wait to meet Sean face to face. Sean tells Eugene to wake the hell up. As soon as this little brat opens his eyes, he goes on high alert. Sean informs him that he's already taken away all the weapons he was hiding, so he should save his breath instead of looking for them. He further tells the kid to eat the food since he hasn't had anything to eat. Eugene hesitates at first, but soon devours all the food in no time. Once they start heading out, Sean asks if he liked the food. But this moody brat replies, "Not really." Sean cheekily points out that if he didn't like it, he wouldn't have chowed down like a wild dog. While they're bantering, Rachel finally shows up and looks relieved to see that the kid is alive. Rachel quickly calls the kid over and he meekly walks toward her. Sean tells Rachel to take the food and make sure to fill her belly too. But this woman gives him a cold look, saying he shouldn't act so cool and chill because she hasn't given up on him yet. She walks off, saying they'll meet again soon. Rachel then starts scolding the little kid, asking why an annoying brat like him couldn't take down the old woman. Eugene apologizes for failing, and Rachel, annoyed, dismisses him. She tells him that useless brats like him should have been dealt with a long time ago. Her words make the kid shiver, and he apologizes again. Just then, Sean calls out to the kid from behind, asking if the tteokbokki he ate was tasty, and he is asking this for one last time, so he better question wisely. The kid tilts his head and, with tears streaming down his face, he says it was tasty. That's all Sean wanted to hear, and he wastes no time telling Eugene they're going back to Hyunho's snack bar to taste this delicious delight once again. Before we dive further into the story, here's a quick rundown of Eugene's past. As you might already know, the ownership of the children from the dead mansion belongs to the buyers, or parents. If these parents die, ownership reverts back to the dead mansion. Eugene had been adopted multiple times, but each time his parents died. This cycle continued, and after yet another return due to the death of his latest owner, the director was disappointed and muttered about how many times it had happened. The boy quickly responded that it was the 4th time, but the old man snapped that he didn't ask for an answer. The director then stated they would continue to profit by sending Eugene to new families, but failing to keep his parents alive 4 times was the worst disgrace in the history of the dead mansion. He didn't shy away from reminding Eugene that if this continued, they would have no choice but to dispose of him. The old man asks the kid if he knows what happens to children who get disposed of. With those little graves behind him, the kid can pretty much guess what's coming. The old man tells him he'll need to become someone important. He's got one last shot. Go to Korea and help Rachel get Sean. If he screws this up too, he's definitely done for. In the present moment, Rachel coldly reminds him that, right now, he's already considered disposed of. Freaked out and desperate to prove himself, the kid begs for another chance. Rachel just gives him an icy stare. While the kid is freaking out because of what's coming, Sean steps in to save the kid. He asks if he wants to enjoy some delicious food again. The crummy woman jumps at the chance and tells the little kid that he's been given one last shot and he has to kill that old woman. Hearing this, the kid is on the verge of tears. Realizing he's been granted a final chance to prove himself, he starts crying and quickly says the food was delicious. So, while we thought this crummy little brat was just thrilled because Sean wanted to free him, it turns out he's actually just grateful for another shot at redemption. On the other hand, Sean cracks his wrists, ready to take the kid back to the snack shop. Rachel can tell that he still sees her as a threat to the parent, so she's sure he's prepared to fight if necessary. Even though she would happily hand Eugene over, Rachel gets dramatic, asking why Sean is taking him after promising to let them go if they spared the old woman. Sean simply shrugs and says the kid wants to stay himself, and since he finds the food delicious, he has no choice but to take him with him. She finally resigns, and decides to let Eugene go with Sean. Before the little kid heads over to Sean, Rachel cryptically reminds him that this is his last chance and he better make it worthwhile. With that, the kid quickly walks over to Sean. Rachel then points out that since he's keeping the child and breaking his promise to let them leave, she declares that she'll also break her promise and will always look for a chance to attack the old lady. Sean simply grabs the brat's hand and tells Rachel to do as she wishes. He adds that he won't hesitate to break her into pieces over and over again if she tries. Later, we're back at Hyunho's house. Sean pretends to yell at the little boy in front of Hyunho's mother. The woman quickly tells him to calm down and reminds him that he's the one who decided to look after the kid for the day. The boy admits it, but adds he doesn't want any more freeloaders crashing at her place for free food. The woman says she's perfectly fine with that. She also finds it interesting that this kid's mother is friends with Sean's mother. It turns out the truth isn't far off, as Sean's mother and this little brat are actually the same Rachel in disguise. The lady offers for them to stay, but Sean says it's not necessary. However, the little brat quickly thanks the woman, saying he'll be under her care from now on. Well, he can't let this opportunity slip because he wants to take her out at all costs. He then introduces himself as Eugene. Meanwhile, Sean is feeling a bit overwhelmed, as this is his first time at Hyunho's house. Sean asks if the room over there belongs to Hyunho, and she says it does. He asks if he can go inside, and the mother gives him the go-ahead. Sean walks into the room and finds it pretty ordinary, like something out of a drama or movie. It's the kind of room that feels like a moderately happy family lives there, with a vibe of everyday life and comfort. The room gives off a sense of warmth and normalcy that Sean has always longed for. It's the kind of typical family space he wished he could have been part of. He thinks Hyunho should have been here, living a happy, normal life, rather than being caught up in all the chaos. Once the brat finishes his meal, he thanks the lady and compliments her, saying everything was perfect, especially the omelet. The woman is pleased with the compliment. Then, the kid asks if he can ask her a question, and she agrees. He asks if, besides her son, there's any other family member living here, like a father. The woman is a bit caught off guard by the question and isn't sure how to respond. She tries to keep it light and says that unfortunately, her husband was needed so much in heaven that she had to let him go. The kid asks if he became a family member in heaven, to which the lady says that's pretty much it. Then, the kid points out that her son hasn't gone to heaven and hasn't returned home either. The woman is puzzled by this strange response. The kid continues, saying that a weak, useless child can't become family anywhere. The woman looks even more confused. The boy explains that a family is about fulfilling others' needs and proving one's worth to its members. Otherwise, they're just obstacles consuming resources, like her son who's in the hospital and unable to do anything. The lady is really pissed off and jumps up, saying that's completely wrong because that's not what a family is. The kid curiously asks what a family is then. But before she can answer, Sean playfully grabs the kid from behind and starts dragging him, asking if they can sleep in the living room. The woman agrees and mentions that Hyunho's room is empty, but Sean states that he can sleep in the living room over the sofas and the kid will just sleep on the floor. The mother's eyes warm up at their playful sight. As midnight strikes, we see Eugene's face is set in a scowl. It's clear that his displeasure stems from the fact that Sean is making him sleep over on the floor. He then notices light coming from Hyunho's room and decides to check it out. As he peeks inside, he sees the old woman sitting in a chair, looking at her son's photo. Eugene finds it odd that this woman calls her useless child a family, and even welcomes strangers like him as a family, whom she has never met before. He reflects on his own life, where a child's worth is measured by what they can produce for the family. He can't understand how being a so-called useless child can be considered family. Eugene quickly grabs the gun, aiming it at the old woman with trembling hands. He's desperate to prove his worth and become a necessary family member, believing that killing her is the only way to do it. But despite his determination, he just stands there, unable to pull the trigger. Sean quietly closes the door in front of him, and sternly asks if this is really what Eugene wants to do. Eugene's hands shake as he looks at Sean and admits he's just following orders. He then quickly turns the gun on our boy, telling him not to interfere. As he pulls the trigger, no bullet fires. Seeing this, Eugene looks puzzled, wondering why the gun is empty. Sean then scatters all those bullets down on the ground and reveals that he had already taken all the bullets away while Eugene was sleeping. He also knows that Rachel was the one who gave him the gun. Sean gives this brat death glares and extends his hand to grab the gun, pointing out that it's a 15-round 9mm parabellum that weighs 112.5 grams. He says the kid should have noticed the magazine was empty when he held the gun, and reminds him he's still just an amateur. Annoyed by the remark, the brat grabs his blade and tries to swing it at Sean. But he ends up pinned to the door by Sean, and as he turns the handle, the door swings open, sending them both crashing into the room. The little one quickly gets to his feet. Fortunately, the mother is still asleep at her desk and hasn't noticed the commotion. Sean gestures to the brat to keep quiet. But the little brat sees an opportunity and rushes forward. Sean quickly grabs that tie nearby, traps Eugene's feet with it, and makes him fall. But the kid manages to swing his blade and cut the tie almost immediately. Sean tells the kid to be a good little boy, but the kid's too stubborn. He leaps at Sean, trying to slash him with his tiny daggers. They go at it like two hyper ninjas, and it's clear Sean's holding back. This just makes Eugene even more furious, and he swings his dagger again, insisting Sean face him properly. Sean agrees, and before Eugene knows it, Sean has taken the dagger from his hand. The brat, frustrated, throws his other dagger at the lady, but Sean deflects it easily. He then pushes Eugene's feet against his own, causing him to fall. To keep the noise down, Sean quickly grabs the kid by his shirt before he hits the ground. Sean tells him with a smirk that he hasn't even started, and yet the brat is already down. But the little one just smiles in response, thrilled to be fighting the legendary figure from the dead mansion. Just as Sean is holding him, the mother slams a book over his head with a fury that could only come from the most dangerous person on the planet. She's absolutely livid that Sean is picking a fight with a little kid. Our boy quickly tries to reassure the angry mother that this isn't what it looks like. Meanwhile, the little brat grabs the dagger from the ground, seizing the opportunity to strike. Sean gives him a death glare and tells him to stop. Then, Sean quickly grabs the little one by the shoulders, reassuring the mother that they're just buddies having a morning exercise session and that the dagger is just a toy. Seems like this little one is still fixated on killing the woman, but realizes he won't get any chance while Sean is around, so he starts to think of a sneakier approach to get the job done. The lady turns to Eugene and tells him he shouldn't pick fights with his big brother because they're all one family under one roof. The word family catches Eugene off guard again, and he gets somber, finally asking why he's being considered part of this family. Sean quickly reminds him that they eat together and sleep under the same roof. The woman agrees and pats Eugene, saying that since he's living here, he's already part of the family. Just then, someone knocks on the door, calling out to see if anyone is inside. The mother goes to answer and, upon opening the door, finds a young high school girl. Well, or should I say, Rachel in disguise. Anyway, she greets the lady as Mother, apologizes for arriving so early, and introduces herself as Marie, Eugene's older sister. Rachel, in her Marie disguise, thanks the mother for taking care of Eugene. Sean peeks over and asks who's at the door. The mother tells him Eugene's sister has arrived to pick him up. Sean recognizes who this sister really is, so he steps outside to greet her. He asks Rachel what brings her here, and she simply says she's here to pick Eugene up. Rachel drops the little sister act and cheekily explains that she's there to take the boy back for the woman's safety. As agreed, Sean then asks if she's the one who ordered Eugene to kill the mother. Rachel leans in and whispers that it was just a temporary order from her, and there's nothing to worry about. Sean tells her, first of all, to put away the knives she's hiding before saying that. She tells our boy not to worry and reassures him that as long as he cooperates, there's nothing to fear. Sean is a bit creeped out by how casually she's threatening him and asks what happens if he doesn't cooperate. Suddenly, Eugene bursts out with a big smile, asking why his sister took so long to get here. He hugs her right away, and she's all dramatic, showing her happiness at seeing him. But while she's being all cheerful, she quietly reminds Eugene that he's failed again and that the director will be pretty disappointed. Eugene snaps at her, asking if she's playing dumb or something. He explains that he hasn't ditched his mission, he's just trying to blend in with these people as family before making his move against the woman. He reminds her that the mother is guarded by the legendary hand of the dead mansion. He might look like an unattractive dumb monkey, but he's no ordinary Joe. In fact, he has fought Sean many times and failed miserably each time. Rachel agrees, saying he really does look like a kind of fool monkey. She apologizes for messing up his operation but reassures him there's nothing to worry about right now. They're ditching their current mission and heading back to the dead mansion right away. As Rachel extends her hand, the boy grabs it quietly, ready to leave with her. They announce they're heading out, and while Rachel shakes hands for a final goodbye, the little boy turns his head, telling her to let's go, probably because he doesn't want to look at the mother. He starts walking away with her. Just then, the mother calls out to Eugene, smiling and telling him to come back next time, and promises to make him an omelet just for him. The little one looks back at the mother with a touch of admiration, offering a faint smile and a simple nod to show he heard her. The mother then tells Sean to make sure to visit again with Eugene. She promises to cook up something nice for them both. Sean agrees and says he'll definitely bring Eugene along next time. The next day, we're at the school principal's office. The principal starts by apologizing for the delay, explaining that the school had to go through several committees to decide on the punishments, which took some time. He gives her the good news that the perpetrator's parents have promised to cover the damages, and all the offending kids will be suspended. The woman listens quietly, and when the principal shows her the file listing all the perpetrators, she's stunned to see a familiar face, and she quickly asks what the hell Sean's photo is doing in the file. Let's turn our attention to the dead mansion, and check what's up with this unhinged organization. Inside, the director was on a call, receiving the rundown of what happened to Rachel's mission, and he sounded pissed. Back in her everyday undisguised look, Rachel could only apologize to her boss. She explained that she ordered Eugene to kill the old woman, but that plan did not pan out as it was supposed to. Rachel attributed the failure to the kid being a defective and useless product incapable of killing an old woman. He's a dud who can't even carry out an order properly. The director halted Rachel's angry rant, steering the conversation to what he really wanted to hear. He had already handed down the order to retrieve Eugene and leave the old woman alone, and yet she still went crazy and ordered the kid to eliminate the poor woman. From the director's perspective, Rachel is the one failing to carry out the mansion's orders properly, and you really don't want to disobey this man. She insisted that the only thing she failed at was retrieving Sean. However, the director placed great importance on promises regardless of who the promise was made to. That's just his principle. With a crazed look, the director preached that before God, there should only be faith and trust. Everything else aside from those is heresy. However, there are still good children who lack faith. He had no choice but to create the controlling measure called the 3 principles. So, Rachel must remember the consequences of uncontrolled and unexpected events from the past. Orders, principles, and promises. These are the absolute rules of Dead Mansion. Hearing the director's preaching over the phone, Rachel's faith was stoked. But she was still concerned about the retrieval of Sean. They can't give up so easily. The director has other plans for that in the near future, though. There are many ways to handle that matter without directly touching the old woman and making an enemy out of Sean. Mary, who posed as Eugene's sister, had already started the operation using her multiple smartphones. The very next day, Sean went to school as usual. He looked deathly tired and bored, and the lectures had not even started yet. He noticed that some of his classmates were looking at him differently. There were hints of fear and vigilance in their eyes. Walking to his seat, he casually asked his seatmate what was up and why everyone was acting so weird. Maybe people are just on edge for an exam he didn't know about. Seeing as his seatmate was tight-lipped, Sean got a little frustrated. The first ones to talk to him were the big bastards sitting in the last row of the class. They wanted to know if what they heard about Park Chyeon was for real. It turned out that Mary had already propagated photos of Sean choking out Hyunho. It was a pretty blatant piece of evidence that he was a bully. He could quickly tell that this was a low-quality photoshopped image, but for untrained eyes, it probably looked real. When asked where they got the pictures, the big bastards at the back of the class seemed reluctant to spill. After a few seconds of thinking, the three big bastards lowered their heads to apologize, admitting that they were wrong all this time. There were rumors going around that Park Chyeon beat up Joseph, taking the guy on as an underling. This ridiculous rumor had already spread all over the school. They were saying that Joseph was terrified of Chyeon. There were even reports of him being friends with gangsters. They had all the pictures to back it up, and these photos were going too far. Word is that Chyeon ordered Joseph to take care of that Hyunho kid in the first place. Hearing that last bit of rumor made his stomach turn. What are these people talking about now? He tried to vehemently deny any involvement with the tragedy that Hyunho went through, but no one believed his words. Just like that, his name was dragged through the mud in just a single night. No matter how badly he wanted to deny the allegations, no one would believe him. It also attracted the attention of the wrong crowd, like the big bastards in the back row. They were shoving and pushing people around Chyeon, trying to suck up to the new big dog in town. The big bastard even threatened an innocent bystander to shut up or end up like Hyunho. Hearing those threats, Chyeon stepped in to clamp the bastard's heavy hand. Chyeon laughed, playing it off like he was trying to hide his involvement. He then invited the big bastard Sumjin outside to give them the real story of what actually happened. The other classmates were visibly fearful and disgusted by his words and demeanor. But this was the only way he could control the situation. Dead Mansion is really putting him through social torture. He let all the thugs out of the room with the same lackadaisical attitude he always had. As soon as they got far enough, the classroom erupted with muted discussions regarding Park Chyeon's behavior. With the attack on his image underway, Chyeon had to skip today's classes to dig for more information. He hung out with a bunch of thugs behind the school grounds. He found out that everybody received the photoshopped pictures in the group chat earlier this morning before school. The account just shared the photo, stirred the pot with a few words, and left. Of course, the highest names on the suspect list were those persistent Dead Mansion people. He still can't pinpoint their endgame with this plan, though. For now, he'll play along, acting like he just wanted to lead a quiet school life. But the cat's out of the bag now. He even mentioned transferring to another school again. His mood darkened as he told the big bastards that he wanted to graduate without trouble. He doesn't want to get caught up in pranks like this. He's way past the point of troubling himself with childish problems. He has his hands full with the world of adults. So he tasked the big body bastards to make sure that this matter didn't spread any further. Calling them his crew, keeping this quiet was their first job. Hearing Chyeon order them around, calling them a crew, made these big boys blush like schoolgirls. While he was receiving their praise, a familiar figure just happened to pass by the dark alleyway. It was none other than Hyunho's mom. She just saw Chyeon interacting with what looked like a bad crowd. This brings us back to the principal's office, where she was trying to deny that Chyeon was involved in her son's case. She firmly believed that Chyeon and Hyunho were friends, and there must have been some kind of misunderstanding along the way. But the principal had already gotten hold of the infamous photo circulating around the school. In addition, there's a testimony that he hung out with Joseph in the past. With all the available information planted recently, even the principal believed that Park Chyeon was the original instigator of this mess. Hyunho's mother sat in that office, her mind reeling from disbelief. The principal added that contacting Chyeon's parents was impossible. They seemed to think that the kid didn't receive a proper family education. As an educator, the principal knew far too many cases where a child such as Chyeon could easily go astray. Humbly wiping his sweaty face, the principal urged the old lady to stop trusting the kid so much. Meanwhile, Chyeon still wasn't seeing the bigger picture. He only hoped that the rumors would quiet down and eventually die out. Those buff bros have a surprisingly innocent side to them. They were so easily manipulated into becoming his underlings. Just as he was laughing to himself, Sean noticed something odd nearby. He stopped laughing and asked the figure hiding behind the alley if her name was Mary. She eventually showed herself with a wide smile. She thought she was hiding pretty well, so she wasn't expecting to get spotted so fast. As professional advice, Sean urged her to erase that strong coffee smell before going on a covert mission. This happened in front of Hyunho's house last time too. Mary was quite shocked to hear that the legendary Sean could even catch a whiff of someone's scent from so far away. It was almost creepy in a way. Sean took the opportunity to ask what her deal was and what she got from making his life more complicated than it already was. But she knew that this young man enjoyed the thrill of it all. She even caught the cool act he showed those buff bastards in the dark alley. Sean cringed a little, not expecting to be under such heavy surveillance. Mary wanted to ask how it feels to be slotted into the top bully position at school. Sean finally snapped. Being in such a negative spotlight wasn't his style at all. He was already popular to begin with. But she wasn't talking about all that. She wanted to know what he thought about the cold and harsh gazes of his peers. The eyes filled with betrayal and contempt underneath. Mary genuinely wanted to know if Sean liked that stuff. Used to such crazy characters from the mansion, Sean stayed chill and confirmed if she was behind all those photos. He admitted that it was well made for its purpose, but it was still a little crude for his tastes. She made a perfect weapon, just good enough to fool the general public. Mary admitted that, given the tight schedule and limited resources, she had to settle for something crude. All Sean was hearing were excuses. Slowly lifting his eyes with a mocking grin, he turned to Mary and said the word, "Scratch." The young lady's smile did not dissipate, but her hand darted into her bag with unprecedented speed. Sean immediately jumped out of the way. His bag suffered 3 gunshot wounds from the conveniently obscured gun inside Mary's purse. He found himself hiding behind concrete walls while trying to pacify Mary. This was Korea. They can't just take a gun out whenever they want. Besides, the mansion's supposed to retrieve him, not kill him. When asked what Mary would do if he was hit, she just laughed and argued that Sean could easily deal with this much firepower without any problems. But in her own opinion, the legend of Sean should just die. She thinks it would be better if they just discard him, not waste more resources for his retrieval. Walking into the dark alley away from the prying eyes of the public, Mary casually tossed her ruined purse away. She was now creeping in with a Glock in her hand. Sean erased his presence, letting the young lady walk deeper into the darkness to find him. Once he deemed the timing was right, Sean pounced at Mary, aiming to remove the gun from her hand. His grip strength was so absurd that the young lady could not make the firearm budge with 2 hands. He slammed Mary right into the nearby wall, hoping to shake her enough to let go of the Glock. But the girl was tough. She knew how to minimize impact damage. More importantly, she knew how to retaliate. Lifting her legs, Mary drew a hidden blade from under her skirt. It was just a tiny knife between her knuckles. But the experience she had wielding such a sneaky weapon made her deadly. Sean immediately protected his vital areas, but he was forced to take Mary's sudden attack. His eyes were as clear as they could be. While moving with zero wasted motion, he asked if this was all she had. Maybe Dead Mansion is really dead now if this is their best. Sean eventually got her in a chokehold, swiping the gun away. He pinned the young lady down on the cold, hard ground of the streets. Keeping her in place with one hand and balling his fist with the other, Mary must have never expected to go down so quickly. Instead of despair, she rolled over with a sly smile on her face. When it came to the matter of being defeated, Mary would like to beg to differ. That immediately became clear when a familiar voice made Sean snap out of his murderous daze. It was Hyunho's mom. She had just finished discussing Cheyenne with the principal, fighting for his name. Now, the young man was out in the street, towering over a young girl, seemingly raising his fist against her. Suddenly, the poor mother didn't know what to believe anymore. This polite young man was supposed to be her son's friend, so why was he behaving like a thug? Mary might be the one lying down on the floor, but she had the smile of someone very pleased with herself. Hyunho's mom finally asked Park Cheyenne if it really was him who hurt her son. Cheyenne immediately sobered up, realizing what his position might look like to those who didn't have the assassination context. Mary was not going to let him get another word of explanation in, though. The young lady played up her distress, getting up from the ground and crying while pleading for Hyunho's mother. Given that they were partly acquainted with one another, the mom asked what exactly was going on with Mary and Cheyenne. No matter how much he tried to discredit her words, he was unable to do so. When the mom yelled at him, calling his full name, Cheyenne was stunned. His obedience made it impossible to go against her words. When she ordered him to stay right where he was standing, he had no other choice but to follow. So, he did not dare move another inch. Balling his fist in frustration, he recalled the 3 principles. A parent's command was absolute. Mary then started pouring toxic ideas into the mom's ears. On that day, when she got Eugene back home, the kid's body was covered in bruises, and they wouldn't talk about the injuries. According to Mary, the kid kept insisting that brother Cheyenne had done it. Recalling that time when she caught Cheyenne wrestling with the kid as Cheyenne made an excuse that they were just doing some morning exercises, it wasn't hard for Hyunho's mom to connect the dots. There was also the principal's assessment and the testimony regarding Cheyenne's link with Joseph. Mary continued that she just wanted to ask Cheyenne about what really happened, only for the young man to lash out and hit her in the process. Cheyenne naturally denied these allegations as much as he could. The dubious Mary was laughing at him on the inside. They might not be allowed to touch Sean's new mother, but there are plenty of ways to get to him without the threat of violence. Sean tried his best to appeal to the mom. He asserted that Mary was a liar, and all it got him was a crisp slap on the face. Sean was speechless. His mom had just laid her hands on him. According to the principles, all Dead Mansion has to do is make the current parent give up on Sean herself. Right now, that's precisely what she was doing. As the upset old lady continued to express her disappointment and anger, Sean feared for her following words. Finally, she told him to never come back ever again. That was the final nail in the coffin. Everything went as Mary had planned. She was quite a genius. As she was about to get into the next phase of her plans, a familiar disguised face made itself known. Her stride was broad and powerful. She commanded an air of confidence and control. It was none other than Sister Rachel in her mommy disguise. It was time for her to swoop in and play the role of the disgruntled parent of a troublemaking child. Lifting her glasses, she sounded like an exhausted mother who couldn't handle the antics of a hopeless child. When she told Cheyenne that it was about time to go home now, the young man was visibly shaken. He did not want to return. Back in the Dead Mansion, the director flashed his disgusting grin, showing his bejeweled teeth. On the phone, he had just received updates regarding the success of Sean's retrieval. He praised Mary for such an excellent job. The perv was so excited at the prospect of his greatest weapon coming back that he lost all strength in his knees. He kneeled before a painting of the Lord and thanked the heavens for answering his prayers. The director attributed all the success to Mary and her twisted ideas. She made a truly befitting resolution as Dead Mansion's most excellent strategist. Acting modest despite all the praise, Mary insisted that she just did what the director wished for, and she would continue doing so. When the old perv started going on and on about how the legend of Dead Mansion was finally going home, that Sean was finally joining their ranks again, Mary's mood took a turn for the worse. Her next orders were to return as quickly as possible, and she accepted the task without a fuss. On the other side of the room were Sister Rachel and the parentless weapon, Sean. They were busy eating pizza, ice cream, spicy noodles, and all kinds of good food. Rachel commented on how similar their tastes were when it came to food, knowing full well that Sean was just eating whatever she ordered him to eat. On second look, this demonic nun was actually forcing him to eat pineapple pizza with a side of mint ice cream. This was worse than torture, if you ask me. This was Rachel's way of making sure that Sean severed his connection with that accidental parent. Just like before, she had complete control over the young man's actions. She was sure that Dead Mansion could finally regain ownership over their star. Meanwhile, Sean was practically begging for milk to counteract the heat lingering in his mouth. While busy with the torturous dinner, a man sitting in a wheelchair arrives to check on Rachel and her mission of capturing Sean. It turned out to be Joseph's psychopathic dad, Kwon Byung-woo. He was also the one backing up Dead Mansion by providing Sister Rachel's accommodations and resources. When asked, she replied that the most expensive penthouse in the area they were being housed in was passable. It was not too bad. Sean reckoned that the voice of that vegetable sounded familiar. The psycho wasn't bothered by all the nonsense. All he cared about was catching the damned brat that put him in the chair. He would gladly spend any amount of money to make it happen. Realizing who this psycho was, Sean snapped out of his spicy noodle drunkenness and stood up from his seat. He teased that the psycho must be trying out cosplay or something with all the bandages and the wheelchair. This naturally pissed off Joseph's father. This encounter could have escalated out of control if it had not been for Sister Rachel to step in with authority. Pulling out a mini Uzi from God knows where, she pointed its muzzle at the wheelchair-bound psycho. She asserted that, as discussed, Dead Mansion would take custody of Sean and no one else. In return, the organization would not touch Joseph. That was the condition of their deal. The psycho turned around and assured her that he was clear on the details. This was just business after all. Before heading out, the psycho added that Sean was not the only one he was seeking revenge on. Since this didn't concern her at all, Sister Rachel gave the psycho the green light to handle his revenge against other people as he wished. Sitting in front of Sean, Rachel teased that if the psycho guy went on to kill Hyunho's mom as revenge, the Dead Mansion wouldn't lift a finger to retaliate. Sure, the organization promised not to touch the old woman, but they never agreed to a protection mission either. Realizing that Hyunho's mom might be in grave danger without any sort of protection, something inside Sean was spurred on. He imagined what she must be doing right now. She would be diligently preparing all those delicious snacks to sell. A customer approached the stall and promptly ordered one of her famous rice cakes. The customer even added a few more fried snacks too. Just as Sean was thinking about her, she was also thinking about the kid. She saw a child eager to make her feel better in the toughest time of her life. The customer interrupted her thoughts by adding some delicious-looking kimbap to his order. She just could not shake the thoughts of that sweet young man away. Why would there be pictures of him seemingly messing with Hyunho? Believing all the shady information around, she tried to convince herself that the young man was just a bad child. He was a thug who put her son in the hospital. Distracted by everything going on inside her mind, the old lady accidentally cut her finger. She dropped the knife on the floor as the shock of being wounded made her curl in pain. Seeing this, the customer hurriedly entered the kitchen to see if she was okay, as he could see a lot of bleeding. The mother kept insisting that she was okay. With tears in her eyes, she assured the customer and herself that it would stop soon. Mr. Customer calmed down upon hearing that. Then, this bastard started pulling out a hidden knife from his pockets. Gripping the blade while keeping it obscured, the seemingly concerned customer slowly closed the remaining gap between him and the target. He remembered receiving the orders from the boss, so he would not have to worry about the cleanup after the job. All he had to do was sneak up to the old lady and go for the kill, and their partner company would handle everything after that. Just one hiccup though, Hyunho's mom just picked up a phone call. She must have just received massive news as her eyes darted open in shock upon hearing what the person on the other line said. Hyunho's mom hurriedly turned around and ran out of the shop. She didn't even see the man's knife. She just told the customer to eat as much as he wanted free of charge. When asked where she was going, she simply answered that she was heading for her son. It turned out that Hyunho had miraculously regained consciousness. That phone call was from the hospital, notifying his mom that the kid had awakened. Doctors and nurses hurriedly poured into the hospital room to assess Hyunho's condition. The kid seemed responsive, but it was still pretty hard for him to speak. The doctor advised that he take it easy and stop pushing too hard. When asked if he remembered anything before getting hurt, the young man stared at the ceiling and solemnly answered that he did. The last thing he remembered was yelling at his mom and feeling like the biggest asshole for it. He could remember her standing meekly and apologizing for doing something nice for her little boy. While he was unconscious, all he could think about was how wrong he was for treating his mom with so much disrespect. All he wanted to do was apologize to her. Then the waterworks finally came down. Experiencing all these overwhelming emotions, Hyunho seemingly regressed to a kid desperately looking for his mom. He missed her dearly, and he felt horrible about how their last interaction turned out. As if on cue, his mom barged into the room. She was still red and exhausted from running all the way to her son's hospital room. She made her way in between the doctors and nurses. She only had eyes for her son. The medical practitioners around the old lady eventually noticed that there was blood on her hands. Quite a lot of it, actually. Hyunho grabbed her bloody hand and apologized with as much sincerity as he could muster. He wasn't all there yet mentally, but he just wanted to tell his mom that he was wrong. He was so wrapped up in his own problems that he hurt his mom along the way. Hearing those words from a son you thought was never going to wake up overwhelmed the old lady with all kinds of emotions. Near the door, the assassin customer sent by the psycho was still tailing the poor old lady. He called his boss, telling him that the mom and son were in the same location. They could just simply handle the two together when the chance presented itself. But the boss ordered the operation to stop. The psycho smiled menacingly as he formulated a change of plans. Back in the penthouse, Sister Rachel was going sicko mode on the furniture around her. Nothing was spared from her rage. Her mouth was bleeding while she was holding her submachine gun. She was chanting curses as if she had been wronged by someone. That's because she had been. That psycho, Joseph's father, dared to kidnap Sean, breaking their agreement. The psycho had just thought of a much more exciting plan. He could personally handle Hyunho and his mother right in front of Sean's eyes. Going back a few days ago, we went to the White Tiger Job Center, where laborers are always for hire. Inside, Sister Rachel felt uneasy with her mission. Beside her was that kid, Eugene. Both were on pins and needles while sitting on the couch, waiting for any updates. They were greeted by a pretty office lady with a nice smile. In her hand were 3 cups of coffee for herself and the guests. Rachel criticized the lady for moving so slowly, asking if making her wait so long was worth it. The office lady laughed lightly and apologized for taking so long. She explained that the market and Byungwoo Construction's headquarters were in shambles due to the many things that had to tally after Rachel had made such a big mess. The lady offered Eugene a little cup of hot chocolate, reminding him to drink slowly. Surprised, the kid thanked her for offering. Sister Rachel looked unamused. They were shelling out quite a bit of cash, so a little trouble shouldn't be bothersome. This was a professional agreement after all. Hearing her mention professionalism, the office lady took a seat and agreed they should conduct themselves as professionals. But isn't it deeply unprofessional when one party makes a massive mess without considering the aftermath? That's what the office lady thought. Hearing the lady take a jab at her actions annoyed Sister Rachel. She was quite adept at disguising her words with pleasantries, though. Eugene just sat there in the middle of all the tension, thinking he should have just stayed at the house. Anyway, the office lady had already taken care of everything, and it was up to Rachel to look at the reports, even though she was being blatantly disrespected by coffee served in a paper cup. Byungwoo Constructions also said they didn't need any compensation for damages. The office lady was quite curious about that. Rachel answered that it was an equal exchange between two parties. That's how professionals get things done. Whatever mess Byungwoo Constructions made would have nothing to do with the dead mansion. But the office lady gravely advised Rachel to take a more careful approach from now on. Curious about the ominous tone, Rachel asked what that advice meant. The office lady asserted that professionals should deal with other professionals, not with reckless delinquents. This Byung-woo Constructions organization was a little too hard to trust. Against Rachel's judgment, maybe they were not worthy of being business partners. Back to the present, she was experiencing the fallout of not listening to the office lady's advice and distrust for the dubious Kwon Byung-woo. The chairs and tables of the penthouse suffered in the hands of the angry nun. When she brings out the guns, you know it's serious. It turned out that the psycho had Sean kidnapped and boarded in a moving truck. Kwon Byung-woo's lifeless eyes poked through the bandages, pleased with the sight of the young man he so badly wanted to punish. He was not expecting such an efficient killing machine to be so useless without the orders of a parent. He rolled up to the young man, petting Sean's hair. Now that he's under Dead Mansion's guidelines, Sean can't really do anything without their proper orders. The psycho was very fascinated by such a powerful degree of brainwashing. Looking at Sean's wild eyes, Kwon Byung-woo could feel his twisted desires flaring up. Turning his chair around, Byung-woo laughed like a kid as he suddenly thought of something interesting. He imagined getting into contact with the organization and purchasing Sean to be his property. From then on, he could just order Sean to kill the old woman from the snack shop. That would be a twisted scenario that only an unhinged mind could think of. Laughing like a maniac, the psycho was quite pleased with how interesting that idea would be to see. He toned down the teasing a little bit. He urged the young man to chill out a little, as they hadn't even gotten started yet. Soon enough, he would tear that old woman and her injured son into pieces right in front of Sean's helpless eyes. Because of the state-of-the-art brainwashing programming he went through, the young man wouldn't be able to do anything but watch as it unfolds. He can't do anything without orders after all. All he had to do was sit still, gagged and bound while watching the show. Shortly after that, it would be his turn to experience the pain himself. Kwon Byung-woo had already told Sean that he would kill everyone involved in this case. You could say that he's a man of his word. Back in the hospital, threats had been removed, and the doctors and nurses made sure that Hyunho was stable. His mom was lovingly peeling an apple at his bedside. She really was a goated mom when it came to caring for her child. With only the two of them in the room, Hyunho asked his mom about the cut on her finger. He wondered if she had accidentally sliced herself. She immediately waved it off, not wanting to worry her son. She told him it was just a little nick and nothing too serious. But Hyunho was done with being a shitty son. He knew his mom would always downplay how bad things were. Forcing himself to get up, he wanted to ask around for some bandages. He told her that he should be trying to move around a little anyway. She had to stop him from trying to dash off, promising to get some bandages for her wound. Before exiting the room, she mentioned how stubborn Hyunho was. He must have gotten the trait from his father. Much to the old lady's surprise, the hallway outside the hospital room was unusually dark, devoid of any light at all. She managed to reach the front desk to ask if anyone was in, but there were no responses. Just as she was wondering where everyone went, a man wearing a suit snuck up from behind. Even with a broken arm, the man only needed one strike to render the old lady unconscious and collapsing on the floor. As soon as she hit the ground heavily, the man noted one down on his list of targets. Byung-woo's henchman looked at Sean while he ordered his lackeys to put the old lady in the car first. Mr. Henchman was fascinated by the fact that Sean, the young man who could easily dismantle a powerful organization with tons of security, couldn't do anything without being ordered to do so. Hyunho's hospital room door slid open with an impatient intensity. He thought his mom had come back after taking so long, but what he saw was an injured man riding in with his wheelchair. Kwon Byung-woo looked crazy, as always, as he apologized for taking so long to get in the room. He was excited to finally see what Hyunho looked like. He was looking forward to having a face-to-face with the young man his son almost killed. Unaware of who this guy was, Hyunho felt uneasy and scared. As more men wearing suits poured into the room, Byung-woo casually introduced himself as Joseph's father. He fixated on Hyunho's broken leg, noting how much damage Joseph had inflicted on the poor boy. Byung-woo found all the violence regrettable. He extended his hand to touch the young man's cast as he noted how much it must hurt. This was precisely why he tried teaching his unruly son that efficiency is key to everything. By leaving a witness to the crime half alive and badly hurt, Byung-woo had to step in and do all the dirty work again. Finally realizing that the tree was worse than the fruit, Hyunho froze in his bed, fear taking hold of his mind. A few meters away from the hospital, a woman wearing leather tights all over her body disgruntledly admitted that the office lady from White Tiger Job Center was right. Sister Rachel conceded that she should not have worked with those unprofessional bastards for such a critical mission. In her hand was a zipline gun. Upon firing, the minimal noise barely raised the suspicion of the men inside the hospital room. That did not matter though. She's never been one to prefer a silent and slow operation. Ziplining into the extraction point, the nun smiled as if she was having a blast. Using the momentum from the zipline ride, Rachel kicked the windows open, not stopping until her foot reached one of the third-rate delinquents. At this point, the crazed nun was just yelling about her dear Sean and the disgusting betrayal of Dead Mansion. Kwon Byung-woo wasn't surprised with Rachel's bombastic entrance. He always knew that she would come looking for the golden boy. Watching Sister Rachel cleave through rows upon rows of gangsters was a sight to see. She was supremely skilled in the art of soloing multiple men. With every skillful dodge, she would dish out injuries to the next unsuspecting victim, neutralizing them efficiently. When swinging her blade to rip through a man's flesh, she wouldn't bat an eye. Her smile would only grow bigger. After quickly clearing Byung-woo's gangsters unimpeded, Sister Rachel was finally caught by one of the men's grabs. He repeatedly yelled that he got her, and the boys immediately readied themselves to mount an attack. Rachel became unusually calm as she asked the man if he liked hugging her from behind so much. With her signature disturbed smile, Rachel smashed the back of her head into the grappler's face. That was an easy way to cut herself loose from the lock. Upon freeing herself, the slaughter continued as more and more suited-up gangsters hit the hospital floor cold. Her entire body was a weapon. Receiving a kick from the crazy nun was a death sentence. Realizing that they might have flown too close to the flames, Byung-woo ordered his men to grab Hyunho first and transfer him to the next destination as they continued their plan. Times like this made having a motorized wheelchair very worth it. The psycho drifted and shifted as he zoomed out of the room. They exited to God knows where while Rachel continued taking everyone down one by one. With a hint of impatience in her voice, she asked where the thugs were trying to go. She didn't care about these damned bastards. She just wanted to see Sean again. The only one left to face her now was the henchman with a broken arm. As soon as he snapped his fingers, even more gangsters poured out of different hospital rooms. They looked like battle-hardened thugs who wouldn't take it easy against a lone woman. Sister Rachel looked around, realizing that she had stepped into a troublesome trap. From left to right, men wielding big blades surrounded her. Could she even cleave through all these people to safety? We'll find out. She couldn't fathom the reason why they had amassed so many gangsters to help. They looked like a bunch of roaches pouring into the hallway. There was even one whose weapon choice was the iconic chainsaw. After revving it up, the grisly sound of the motor filled the halls. Rachel raised her hands and admitted that she was impressed with them bringing interesting tools of slaughter. Since they were kind enough to show her something cool, it was only fair that she took out her tools too. By tools, she meant the plethora of guns she had concealed under her coat. Taking submachine guns into either hand, she pointed the Uzis at the unfortunate gangsters. Rachel's trigger-happy finger unleashed a rain of bullets while taunting the thugs to come at her if they could. Even the bravest men would hesitate to rush in once they saw their comrades dying on the floor, bleeding out from bullet wounds. The chainsaw guy was still alive. He hadn't moved an inch from his position since earlier. Rachel effectively controlled the situation by doing what she did best: chaos. Since it looked like she wanted to play with guns, the henchman would play along. He did so by bringing Sean out from where he was being stashed to watch. Hidden behind the other gangsters, the henchman fired a gun from his seemingly broken arm. It hit Sister Rachel on her thigh, causing quite a nasty bleed. She did not look hurt, though. If anything, she looked more pissed instead. The crafty henchman had actually used his fake broken arm to conceal a firearm inside the cast for a chance like this. Finally dropping the broken arm act, he assured Rachel that the next bullet would be aimed at her head. Hearing this threat, something inside Sean switched on. Forcing himself to remove his gag, he asked the henchman if he had just threatened to kill Rachel. Before realizing what was going on, a blur was already heading for Byung-woo's right-hand man. Sean had effectively neutralized the two strong men, keeping him captive in one fell swoop, and finally launched a nasty straight into the right-hand man's face, knocking his glasses away. This wasn't supposed to happen. Sean was supposed to be a useless hostage if no new orders were issued. What they did not take into account was the fact that he currently belonged to Dead Mansion itself. The henchman had just threatened to kill a trainer of Dead Mansion, and it invoked one of the three principles. According to the third principle, Sean could now classify every thug in this hallway as a threat to the organization itself. With nothing but rage in his fists, he swore to break through the current situation and fulfill his duty. The thugs were now looking at Dead Mansion's deadliest weapon, codename Sean. His captor foolishly tried to wrestle Sean back, attempting to stop him from slipping away like a little rat. But despite their size difference, the grapple was deflected. Sean countered with a nasty straight to the face, knocking a few teeth loose. It was so bad that the poor thug developed a speech defect. Sean added salt to the wound by calling the bleeding thug a baby for crying over teeth and smashed another fist for good measure. The final piece of the combo was a jackhammer to the head, flattening the fool's skull structure. While raining bullets on the thugs that tried to approach, Rachel was analyzing Sean. Without a parent, she wasn't sure why Sean was fighting back. She somehow deluded herself into thinking that Sean was taking action solely for her sake, out of concern. Meanwhile, our boy was just handing out critical punches left and right. When one thug tried to come at him while swinging a metal pipe, he managed to dodge in the nick of time. There were just too many thugs to mow through, so Sean needed to get a decent weapon to go sicko mode. Seeing a potential equip, he rolled over the hospital counter. Thinking he was cornered with nowhere to go, a bald thug vaulted over the counter too. But as soon as he arrogantly poked his head through, it was met with the sharpness of a syringe. Sean stabbed poor Baldy in the freaking eyes. That was just the start though. Sean took the array of injections from the counter and told his patients to be patient. He asserted that what was to come would be painful. Jumping over the thugs, he unleashed a rain of injections with perfect accuracy. He called it vaccination time. As the gangsters hurried to get the needles out of their bodies, Sean pushed the tempo even more. He started by grabbing another bastard's face and smashing it headfirst into the ground. The display of strength and brutality stunned the rest of the gangsters for a moment, prompting them to draw their weapons. That was until one brave thug yelled at everyone to get out of the way while he revved a chainsaw. Buzzcut came in with the intention of splitting the kid in two, wearing a freaky smile on his face. Sean immediately booked it out of there, acting as if he was flustered by the horror movie weapon. He was aiming for a sharp corner turn that could hide him out of sight for a second. When Buzzcut turned the same corner, he was met with a hurtling stretcher sweeping him off his feet. This little trick almost got Sean's head split in two, but the length of the electric chainsaw didn't reach. Buzzcut was dazed by his sudden position. Sean tying him up tightly to the stretcher did not help either. Sean asked Buzzcut how he was planning to use the chainsaw while pushing the stretcher. Their destination was the pile of gangsters loitering in the halls of the hospital. Looking like a madman enjoying his makeshift torture weapon, Sean pushed the stretcher with full force. The next minute was full of gruesome screams and sounds of flesh getting torn apart. By the end of it, Buzzcut was practically unresponsive. He had passed out midway through cutting a battalion of his friends with a chainsaw. Sean could not believe that his pochita broke so easily. He playfully urged Buzzcut to stay awake, as he still had a lot of questions. Chief among them was the location of Hyunho's mom. He would gladly stab a man through the cheeks to get answers. Rachel came up to him, impressed that he finished one side of the hall so quickly. Those who did not die from the barreling chainsaw ran away, so it was not as fun. Sean floated the idea of chasing after the gangsters for the sake of Hyunho's mom. Rachel was heavily opposed to that idea. She did not come here to rescue some old woman. She came because these amateur bastards tried to kidnap Sean, a property of the dead mansion. Sean himself fought like a good child and used his powers to protect her. With Sean freed and the enemies scattered, it would be logical for them to wrap up and head back to the mansion. Sean changed his tone, kneeled on one knee, and proclaimed that he did what he did not for the mansion, but for Rachel. He really hammered down that he was acting for the sake of the freaky nun. Slowly and gently wrapping a bandage around Rachel's wounds, he kept on pretending like the flawless, loyal product. With this idea, he urged Rachel to help kill and annihilate the threat that dared to wound her. With this, they could show the world what happens if they dare touch a dead mansion instructor. The unhinged sleeper agent Riz was super effective. Rachel would practically do whatever he asked right then and there. Inside, Sean was just hoping that this little performance of his would work. Rachel primed his Uzi, and Sean prepared his fist to tear some gangsters apart. Far from the hospital, Hyunho's mom opened her eyes to a horrific sight. In front of her was Byung-woo's patched-up, mummified face staring into her soul. But the maniac surprisingly acted civil and apologized for freaking her out. She naturally freaked out, and he sighed as he explained that he had to take drastic measures to explain what was really happening. Seeing the school desks and chairs, it finally clicked in her mind that they were in a classroom. It wasn't just any classroom. It was the classroom of both their kids. She was actually sitting at her son's desk. Looking down, she could not believe such cruelty. On her son's desk were hateful messages scribbled all over the surface, targeting Hyunho. Byung-woo acted as if he was appalled by the cruelty of kids, as if his son was not the main culprit. He even milked the crippled and wounded father act as much as he could. Byung-woo peeled all his bandages and formally introduced himself as Joseph's dad. He deliberately showed his freshly wounded face to blame it on that damned kid. By that, he obviously meant Park Chyeon. Staring into the windows while looking defeated, he insisted that his child was also a victim of Park Chyeon. He confessed that Chyeon put him and his son in their current dire conditions, as if they did not start the beef first. Byung-woo continued telling Hyunho's mom that Chyeon was the perpetrator of all the bullying incidents and framed his son, Joseph. Thanks to those photoshopped pictures that she saw in the principal's office, Byung-woo's story seemed more and more credible. Putting on an Oscar-worthy performance, the shrewd villain cried out for not paying better attention to his kid. Seeing him in distress while falling off his wheelchair, Hyunho's mom tried to help. While lying on the floor, he vowed to get his revenge as repentance for not being able to protect his son. He had that impassioned speech on lock, but mom was not comfortable with the idea of revenge and would rather get the law involved. Byung-woo called her naive for believing that the authorities would be able to do anything. He even pointed to the exact window where Hyunho fell while trying to convince the sweet old lady to avenge her son. In order to stop that Park Chyon bastard, he handed Hyunho's mom a sharp blade while asserting that they must take charge. As he placed the handle of the knife in her hand, the villainous devil continued poisoning her mind with his revenge act. Back in the dead mansion, the old priest director had just received reports of what was happening in South Korea. To their organization, a group with no background, like Byungwoo Constructions, was inconsequential. That pissed the director off even more, knowing that these irrelevant thugs tried to target his masterpiece, Sean. That same night, Rachel rounded up the good children in her team to receive the mansion's orders. Even Mary and Eugene had their weapon of choice on hand, gearing up for a mission to show these nobodies the price of messing with the dead mansion. This would be Sean's first order back in the graces of the mansion, so the director wanted to see some action. The team was given the green light to pass the wrath of judgment to the puny construction company. While walking through the halls, Sean noticed that he had left his earpiece back at the desk. His teammates looked at him like an unprofessional dumbass. Sean tried to borrow an earpiece from Mary, but she told him to piss off. Even little Eugene called him out for not living up to his legendary name by acting like a stupid child. It did not take too long for Rachel to find that Byungwoo and his goons had run to the school based on nearby traffic cameras. If the devil was here, then Hyunho's mom would also be in the same place. Rachel quietly took note of Sean's fixation on that old woman. Sean was acting like a careless fool, but he had come to this place with a purpose. Rachel had to remind him that they came here to eliminate the enemy and nothing else, not for something useless. He assured her that he knew what he signed up for, but something was brewing inside the young man. If all he had to do was destroy everything in sight, it should not be too hard, right? Unbeknownst to the team, they were being tracked and filmed as soon as they sneaked into the school premises. In the control room was an armed GigaChad watching their every move. He knew that he was tracking Dead Mansion people and what that meant, but he didn't mind. All he cared about was the increase in difficulty that would require extra payment in his pocket. GigaChad's partner in crime had also heard of the mansion's child killers, but that's actually an oversimplification. Dead Mansion people are just mercenaries like them. They are just a bit younger and a lot more valuable. Byungwoo wheeled his wheelchair to the control room and promised the two mercenaries however much they wanted, as long as they could get rid of the Dead Mansion people as promised. There were supposed to be 3 mercenaries, but GigaChad's big brother was running late. Still, he was confident that this could just be a 2-man job. Byungwoo still felt a little insecure, knowing how formidable Chyon and his gang were. Feeling insulted by the lack of confidence, GigaChad threateningly insisted that the job would go without a hitch. Dimitri had a habit of scaring people like that. At least he was professional enough not to lay hands on annoying clients. He believed that this professionalism set them apart from those kids. Sean and the gang quietly traversed the school hall, looking for signs of activity. They had not heard a peep and had not seen a single gangster, but their tracking should be correct. Mary found it strange that none of the CCTV cameras inside the school were working, though. Eugene suggested that they split up and search to cover more ground, and they should be able to handle amateurs by themselves. Rachel liked the idea, and they split up. Mary took the security room as her side so she could work on bringing the cameras back online. Rachel reminded everyone to stay in contact with their earpieces in case a problem arose. The 3 quietly laughed at Sean for forgetting his earpiece like an amateur. Since it could not be helped, Sean was stuck following Rachel instead. Eugene chose to search in the new building. With the kids gone, Rachel and Sean were left in the hall. Being alone with the target of her weird homicidal obsession painted a twisted smile on Rachel's face. Sean started poorly, acting like a tough guy, and Rachel finally dropped the BS to ask him directly if he was still thinking of the old lady and that bullied son of hers. She wanted to know why Sean was going so far for these strangers. This misplaced obsession had no place in the mission and should be dropped. Rachel threatened that clinging to these civilians would only bring more danger their way. Before Sean, they were just regular people. In a couple of days, they had become a target for a prestigious secret association and had been kidnapped by third-rate gangsters. There was only one common denominator among all these incidents, and it was easy to see what it was. Those people would have led a normal life if Sean had not appeared. Now their lives had been permanently upended thanks to his needless meddling. He might not want to think of it in such a grisly way, but Sean could feel the weight of their lives and blood in his every step. Rachel really knew how to push Sean's buttons and make him believe that everything was his fault. She knew how his mind worked, so she also knew how to break it with just a few words. In a highly vulnerable state, Rachel reinforced the idea that the only place Sean belonged to was the Dead Mansion. Their little brainwashing session was interrupted when he sensed something coming from afar. He pushed Rachel aside, both of them dodging a hurtling bullet. The shooter was impressed at Sean's senses that detected the concealed shot. Based on Rachel's reaction to the shooter's appearance, it seemed like she knew him. As it turned out, Dmitry Medvedev was the second in command of a Russian mercenary unit called Barefoot. The last time they'd seen each other was 2 years ago on a mission in Vladivostok. Dimitri slammed the limp body of Mary he was carrying to the ground. He swore that he just smacked her around for needlessly buzzing. Rachel looked at the mercenary with poison in her gaze. Dimitri admitted that he liked Rachel, but a mission is a mission. She raised her Uzi, and he simply aimed his pistol at Mary, demanding a professional instead of an emotional approach to the situation. Dimitri proposed that he could drop this mission and let things slide once Rachel went out with him. Without pause, she cursed the womanizing dog and pulled the trigger multiple times. Dimitri swiftly threw his body to cover, dodging the initial barrage. Running under the counters, he repositioned for a better angle. He managed to return some fire but failed to hit Rachel. She paused behind cover and reloaded her dual guns at the same time. They were not expecting to run into barefoot, so things just got a lot more complicated. While stuck in an intense crossfire with the mercenary, Rachel continued lecturing Sean about how he dragged an innocent old lady into this dangerous world. Looking around, she realized that Sean had already vanished. While reloading his gun, Dimitri kept trying to riz Rachel up. It was ineffective. The mercenary reckoned that a few bullet holes in her body would be enough to knock her unconscious. Sean, who had sneaked to a wall near Dimitri, quipped that the mercenary did not have the skills to take Rachel down. The two quickly engaged in close combat, featuring a gun. 3 initial fires were thwarted by simply redirecting Dimitri's arm. Sean pushed further while keeping the gun out of the equation. With his full body weight and momentum behind a single attack, his fist and the mercenary's face met. Dimitri took the punch like a champ, though. He praised Sean for having a stronger sting than that Mary girl. Licking the blood flowing out of his nose, Dimitri found a decent opponent and was freakishly excited. You see, the Russian mercenaries of Barefoot were notorious warriors. They had this cruel entrance test that filtered out the weak in the most Russian way possible. Entrants were dropped in the Siberian wilderness barefoot, and they had to come out alive after hunting something in the wild. This bloody tradition gave them their name. Those who succeeded in the inhuman trial were inducted into the Barefoot. Dimitri over here hunted a whole bear for his test. Knowing this, it was no surprise that he was not affected by Sean's punch. Just as Sean was thinking back to his supposedly solid punch, Dimitri's fist landed on his face too. This attack sent him flying far away. Dimitri was used to wrestling bears to death, so a puny punch would never be enough to take him down. Just as he was about to finish the job, he finally noticed that the gun in his hand had been disassembled. The only window of opportunity Sean had was midway through taking the punch, yet he was able to remove the gun from the equation handily. Now Dimitri was seeing what the fuss about Dead Mansion kids was really about. Sean still had no clue how to overcome the difference in their physiques. Taking another gun out of a holster, Dimitri aimed behind Sean's cover. He had a clean shot but was forced to dodge when Rachel popped out to shoot at him. Dimitri playfully bantered with Rachel while sneaking his way to cover again. If she saw as much as the top of his head poking out, Rachel promised to put 3 new holes in it. The mercenary joked that hearing such threats made his heart flutter for some reason. This could have been an easy 2 versus 1, but Dimitri had some backup. Rachel almost got clipped by Byung-woo's gangsters, now with proper protective gear and firepower. The annoying bunch was back, and she was forced to get under cover too. Mary had also regained consciousness and was struggling to speak clearly due to her injuries. She finally managed to blurt out that there was another mercenary roaming the school. It was brief, but she managed to see the other guy through the cameras. The blue-haired punk mercenary found himself in the new school building. In there, he invited little Eugene to play a little game. Sensing danger, the kid immediately prepared to take action if needed. Blue Hair continued acting as though he was a friendly guy with a bright smile while unzipping his huge bag. Dimitri was not proud of relying on extra muscle. He would rather take the targets out by himself. Sean had recovered enough to stand upright and tell Rachel to go to Eugene, as the kid would surely be in danger against another mercenary. As for the giant bear slayer, Sean wanted to go toe-to-toe in a 1 versus 1. He wanted to return all the hits that he had taken so far. Rachel tried to talk Sean out of such a reckless idea, but the gangsters waving their guns outside made it impossible to intervene. Thankfully, the idiots were not used to firing guns, so their aim was dog water. Annoyed, Rachel returned fire and wasted every dumbass thug along the way. Those hit either died or suffered serious damage, while those who remained uninjured were too scared to fire back. Sean was dead set on taking on Dimitri solo. He was determined to prove that his legendary title was not just for show. Rachel finally conceded and carried the injured Mary out of the hall. She ran while picking off pursuers as if she were playing zombie mode. Dimitri did not like that at all. He was really into Rachel. Sean punished that little slip of attention by landing a hook to the face. Dimitri tanked the shot and primed his own fist for a counter. It was a monstrous straight that felt like it could blast a hole through a person. Thankfully, Sean reacted fast enough to dodge. Dimitri does not like being interrupted, especially when he is trying to rizz up a baddie like Sister Rachel. Sean was having a difficult time dealing with the heavy bear-killing punches. The best he could do was parry. But Dmitri was a seasoned fighter. He knew how to deal with poor defenses. He could always just use the difference in sheer force to tip the scales in his favor. Sean was able to put his guard up for the last attack, but the punch mysteriously made his arm bleed with a massive wound. The mercenary used the gun he took apart earlier and jammed the hunk of metal into his flesh. Sean insulted the big man for still using petty tricks, given his size. But all is fair in a fight to the death. He preferred the term strategy. Sean asserted that the use of such petty tricks was the exact reason Rachel would never play with Dmitri. At first, the big man was insulted, but then he was impressed by Sean's effective taunting. Still, you could see that being called out was irritating the mercenary. Sean just happened to find a sore spot in Dmitri's nerves. He really liked Rachel. He liked her enough to abandon all tricks and run up to Sean like a giant freight train, ready to tear the kid to pieces. As usual, Sean kept his eyes open and parried the first strike. And just like before, he was sent flying out of balance as the impact was too much. This time, he left 2 pens stabbed in Dmitri's arm. They were lodged deep in there, and the bleeding was quite serious. Still, this was child's play for the veteran mercenary. It only pissed him off even more. With anger came an increase in speed that Sean struggled with. While the big man chased him with fists balled up, Sean threw his jacket out to cover Dmitri's line of sight. When the big man waved the jacket away, Sean was nowhere to be found nearby. He noticed that a supposedly closed door was ajar and locked in. Dmitri licked his lips like a predator hunting his prey. Sean hid in the random office he found while lamenting his decision to take on a Russian monster on his own. He asked himself why such a beast would come to such an inconspicuous place, but he already knew the answer to that. It was because of him. Everything that had happened was because of him. Vile elements just kept flowing into this place due to his presence. Maybe he really was responsible for the ruin of normal people's normal lives. Maybe Rachel's brainwashing technique was way too much to shake off. Nevertheless, this helpless and powerless situation made Sean angry. It was not the loud kind of anger, but the more terrifyingly calm type of anger. Dmitri kicked the door open, eager to finally end this game. Sean ignored the boisterous big man as he stood up and accepted that Rachel was somewhat right. If he had not come here, there wouldn't be an elite mercenary wreaking havoc on a high school campus. Hyuno's family would have been fine too. Sean accepted that he contributed to the reason for things turning out like this, but that only fueled his desire to end this chaos with his hands too. He could not just sit, hide, and cry because it hurt. Dmitri sensed the change in the young man's aura and immediately stopped messing around. Knowing that he must end it quickly, Dmitri lunged with his combat knife. Sean calmly dodged without an ounce of wasted movement and responded in kind by breaking Dmitri's arm, literally reversing the big guy's elbow. He did not even see the hands that broke his arm with how fast it happened. With the threat of the knife neutralized, Sean used Dmitri's leg as a jumping pad. Sean scaled the giant and eventually planted his knee deep into the mercenary's nose. For once, he could be the one to call the big guy a twerp. The hit was solid and clean, but Dmitri was one tough nut to crack. He finally acknowledged Sean's name, showing respect to a formidable opponent. His nose bled, and he got another freaky taste while looking at the locked-in version of Sean. Let's rewind time to 2 years ago in the infamous Vladivostok mission, where Dmitri was commissioned to stand by outside a stronghold. Sure, he got a good rate for the mission, but he was just a glorified designated driver. It irked him even more that he was picking up little brats in the middle of the night. Hearing his complaints, Rachel corrected him for labeling the kids as brats. She preferred to call her little angels the good kids of Dead Mansion. They were perfect products. Dmitri was a lot more inexperienced and rough back then. Ignoring the driver, Rachel ordered the kids under her care to get in the vehicle one by one before the explosion. Just as young Dmitri was about to ask what this explosion business was all about, the grand stronghold behind him burst into flames. As he looked at the burning stronghold, Rachel urged him to get his ass on the driver's seat quickly. He followed suit and asked if Rachel caused the explosion. She simply answered that it was a product of the kids' hard work. She turned to the children and asked if the trip was educational. They single-mindedly confirmed. Then came the criticisms. David missed a lot of shots, most likely due to an issue with the gun. Rachel urged him to maintain his weapon in top condition. Amy's acting needed some work as she tended to mumble her words when the stakes were high. Tom was supposed to be the covert guy, but his footsteps were audible while sneaking in. As for Eddie, Rachel simply ordered him to throw the candies he took from the meeting room, as professionals should not leave any tracks that could be traced back. Hearing all these ridiculous criticisms, Dmitri laughed at how absurd it sounded. Just as he was about to light a quick cigarette, Rachel's eyes narrowed and stopped him. Breaking the cigarette, she insisted that secondhand smoke would be bad for the kids. Rachel was quite disappointed that this little brother of Barefoot's leader, Bare Knuckle, did not seem very knowledgeable about the industry. Just as he was about to protest being insulted, Dmitri was stunned at the sight of the psycho wearing a skin-tight latex nun costume while tying her hair up. From that point forward, Dmitri had been smitten by Rachel's psychotic charm. Being young and inexperienced, he tried to hide it at the time, even though his face was blushing like a ripe tomato. Changing the subject, he asked where she got her scar. Dmitri even jokingly asked if one of the kids in the back gave it to her. Running her hand through the mark, she insisted that she got the scar while training Sean, the legend of the dead mansion, Sean. Even back then, Rachel had non-stop praise for the organization's masterpiece. At a young age, Sean was branded as a genius in their field, the perfect product. At that time, they were still clueless as to where Sean ended up. In fact, they were so desperate to find him that they would gladly get any information related to the kid. One of Sean's identifying marks was the word 1 tattooed on his back. Back to the present day, seeing a glimpse of Sean's tattoo reminded the big guy of his conversation with Rachel 2 years ago. While popping his joints back into their sockets, Dmitri gave his praise to Sean's skills. As soon as the bones were back in their right places, he ripped his shirt open to have a man-to-man duel with a formidable foe. Dmitri Medvedev, also known as Grizzly, Barefoot's second in command, was ready for a real showdown. He lunged in with a knife in hand, and Sean ducked to get out of the way. The forced movement got him trapped in the big man's grip. While firmly held by the back of his neck, Sean was forced to eat a knee strike to the stomach. He gritted his teeth through the pain and did not budge. Sean bashed his head against the big man's chin, stunning Dmitri for a second. He had enough time to reset and get out of melee range. Unfortunately, the knee strike fractured a few of his ribs and caused quite a bit of injury. Assured that he was holding the upper hand, Dmitri pushed harder. A quick slash went wide, missing Sean's throat by a hair's breadth. He had hit this giant bastard in the chin at least 3 times now, but it did not even daze Dmitri one bit. His intensity and the quality of his attacks were not dropping at all. Finally, Sean was pushed with his back against the wall. Even that wall was not safe against Dmitri's freakish strength and knife skills. Still, going this long without landing a killing blow was making him a little impatient. Dmitri wanted that intense and murderous Sean from earlier to come back and face him like a man. His next stab was met with a metallic sound and a question. Did Dmitri ever receive a reward when he was young? Holding some random school plaque to defend his chest against the blade, Sean admitted that he had never been rewarded in his whole life. Pushing the hand holding the knife away, Sean kicked the big guy in the stomach with as much lower body power as he could muster. The pain made Dmitri buckle and recoil, still confused by Sean's words. Using the school plaque award, Sean made the big guy bleed from his neck with a furious stab. The force behind that steel frame must have crushed the giant's windpipe. Sean urged Dmitri to consider the plaque award as a souvenir for his trip to Korea. With another push, he drove the plaque even deeper into the mercenary's chest. This next drive nearly knocked the big guy out of the pain. With that, the man-to-man one-on-one was wrapped up. Stretching his fatigued arms, Sean wondered if he should meet up with Rachel and the rest immediately. Suddenly, he noticed something that caught his attention from his periphery. Unbeknownst to Sean, Dmitri's throat and chest might be damaged badly, but the grizzly still had enough strength to grab some golf clubs. While Sean curiously picked up the picture that caught his attention, Dmitri was winding up his swing with every bit of strength he had left. It was clumsy, hurried, but extremely destructive. It was also slow enough that Sean was able to react in time. At this point, Dmitri was just running on pure hatred. I know a real hater when I see one. Sean finally decided to ensure the win by using the giant as a literal stepping stone. He climbed onto Dmitri's back and started choking the mercenary out. Sean urged the big guy to give in unless he wanted Rachel to hate him more. Physically and mentally at his limits, Dmitri's bloodshot eyes finally closed, and his grip on the golf club loosened. Dmitri's limp body hit the floor knees first while all consciousness faded. Sean happened to find his own picture in a loose school case file. He saw a few of his pictures and a few other things. In the new school building, Eugene had just reached the swimming pool area in search of gangsters to mess up. His discreet search was interrupted by the blue-haired punk joining him to look in the pool's water. Realizing that he did not feel this man approach him at all, Eugene hurriedly jumped to a safe distance. Enemies that could hide their presence at this level are not to be looked down upon. One thing for sure was that this punk was not your average person. Eugene made the smart call and reported back to Rachel using the earpiece. The punk just laughed and confessed that he had already set up a disruptor so calls wouldn't be able to go through. Instead of dealing with pesky backups, the punk would like to play instead. Seeing as the enemy seemed like an experienced pro, Eugene's game plan was to avoid a head-on fight. He still had one ace up his sleeve, no matter how shameless it was. Deciding to use this card, Eugene started loudly crying like a normal child would while apologizing and acting cute. The punk's smile deepened while he listened to Eugene's crying and stuttering act. He asked why the kid was crying, and Eugene answered that he just wanted to go home, feeling that the punk was starting to drop his guard. But it was a massive miscalculation on Eugene's side as the punk swung his metal bat without reservation. The bat made the metallic sound of impact and sent the kid flying to the infield. Eugene tried his best to tuck his body as safely as possible to minimize damage. The arm he used to block the bat was practically useless now. He never expected the punk to attack a harmless crying kid without hesitation like that. Yuri Smirnov, Barefoot's newbie, also known as Gopnik, was a sick, twisted bastard who liked hitting the defenseless. Hearing the cries of his victims every time he hit really got this perv going. You see, Gopnik means bully in Russian. Eugene had always been a good child of the dead mansion. In his training, he learned to use his tears as a potent weapon. Using the tools at his disposal, he could complete any mission regardless of the situation. In one assignment, he had to approach a pair of guards while pretending to be in distress. The guards immediately contacted the main gate to complain about a kid getting in. Try as they might to communicate, the guys from the main gate were unresponsive and bloody. Their blood had pooled around their bodies, killed with clean slashes. While one of the guards was trying to connect to the main gate, the other was trying to pacify the crying Eugene. The little guy timidly explained that he came with his dad and got separated in the bathroom. While one of the guards checked the list for this missing parent, the other was focused on comforting the child. Children are weak, and they need the protection of adults. A child's tears could invoke protective instincts, and it was Eugene's go-to move to lower an enemy's defenses. The vigilant guard was pretty sure that none of the guests brought a kid, but when he found out, his partner was already leaning unnaturally on the ground with the kid gone. When he saw blood pouring out and pooling on the tiles, he realized that they were being played. He tried to stop his friend's bleeding while panicking. The vigilant guard surveyed the area, but Eugene was one step ahead. He was ready to pounce with his knife from the flank. Just like that, one little kid managed to clear 2 levels of security easily. Eugene immediately reported the success of the order, but his hands were stained with the blood of grown men. But the blue-haired punk in front of him was a different beast. This freak did not even hesitate to attack a crying child with a full swing. From the look of elation on his face, this creep actually enjoyed the torment. He wanted to see more of that cry, and he would gladly swing his bat a couple more times to see those fake tears again. Eugene had to think and act fast as the enemy was a swift wild card. He dodged the next attack, the bat leaving a massive crater on the floor. The power behind those swings could not be understated. It was totally different from normal. Yuri admitted that his swings were extra crispy because his bat was custom-made to his taste. With this thing, he could bash any number of children with glee. Eugene tried his best to get away and avoid any more serious damage, but the initial arm injury flared up. It knocked him out of position while Yuri was in active pursuit. Sick of being led around by the kid, the creep turned the handle of his bat and aimed at Eugene. The kid's foot, to be specific, used the weight and momentum of the bat to crush Eugene's foot. It was an acute pain that he had never felt in his short life before. Forcing himself to lock back in, the kid pulled out a butterfly knife with a flourish. He used that flimsy knife to deflect Yuri's bat. After creating a bit of separation, he tried to get up and run. Eugene vaulted over some fences and focused on retreating even though he was not in the condition to move around. Seeing him limp downstairs, Yuri decided to give the kid 10 seconds to limp as far as he could. The count started immediately, prompting Eugene to grit his teeth through the pain. One of his arms and one of his legs were compromised. It was the worst combo ever. With 8 seconds left on the timer, the kid rolled his way farther. He focused his will to run as far as he could within the given time. Try as he might to run optimally, putting weight on his injured foot shot severe pain up to his body. While he was dead set on making it out of this place, Yuri came out of hiding with his bat stretched for a full hit. Eugene clumsily pushed his body out of the way, almost getting clipped and crushed by the surprise attack. This punk did not even give him the promised full 10 seconds to retreat. Even the countdown thing was just a game Yuri liked to play to give false hope that was easy to crush. Eugene blocked the attack with his pocket knife while the creep went on about how naive the kid was. The impact eventually sent Eugene hurtling toward the swimming pool. He landed and sank to the deep end while Yuri celebrated as if he had just hit a home run. The kid's arm was too weak and in too much pain to swim back up. He wondered if he really was just a useless kid. With the negative thought rearing its ugly head, he remembered Sean making fun of him for his constant habit of self-pity earlier in the day. Eugene swore that he was not as dramatic as Sean was making it out to be. The girls had to break their fight apart as they had the annihilation mission lined up. Within hours before heading to the school, Sean promised to never make fun of Eugene again. But the kid surprisingly asked him if he was planning to save Hyunho's mom. Eugene asserted that the old woman had given up her parental rights, severing her connection with Sean. For the kid, exerting effort for someone who was not even family was weird. Eugene could still remember what that woman told him when he started questioning his upbringing. Seeing the child conflicted, Sean asked if the little guy also saw Hyunho's mom as family. Eugene had never had his hair ruffled lovingly before. But growing up to be an illegal multi-tool for the elite without receiving any love tends to mess kids up. Eugene just accepted that the old lady's definition of family was different from his. Sean's advice was for Eugene to ask the old lady what she meant the next time they saw each other. He even brought up the fact that Hyunho's mom also wanted to see Eugene over her home again. Quietly, the two good kids fostered this unlikely commonality between them. But as of now, Eugene was slowly sinking to the pool's floor while his strength was slowly sapped away. Yuri watched him sink, worried that the fun would be over so soon. Eugene finally broke through the water to inhale copious amounts of air hungrily. He flailed and cried while screaming that he did not know how to swim. Yuri held his stomach in laughter. He was just having too much fun tormenting the kid. This Gopnik extended his metal bat to give Eugene something to hold on to for safety. Eugene was a child who invoked protective instincts. Yuri, a trashy bastard who did not care about life, was a nightmare matchup. Finally, Eugene was able to reach the tip of the bat to hold on to. Just as he was about to reach safety, Yuri raised the bat playfully. With a simple whoop, he insisted that the bat slipped, and Eugene would have to just sink into the water and die. Yuri would have really saved the kid if he just held on to the bat a bit longer. At least the creep had his fun. As soon as he turned around to head elsewhere, a little hand broke through the pool's surface to pull him off balance. The first grasp did not have enough juice to do anything meaningful, but it held Yuri in place. Using the force of his whole body, Eugene flipped his grasp into the water. It was quite a struggle, but this was the only realistic way he could think of to deal with the enemy. The mantra of completing the mission kept repeating in his mind. Finally, he was able to pull Yuri, the bully, into the deep end of the pool. The kid had always been confident with his acting skills. He even managed to trick a heartless child killer. While letting the water drain Yuri of his strength, Eugene wrapped his arms around the creep's neck for a chokehold. First, he was tricked about the kid's swimming capabilities. Now, he was having trouble breathing through the chokehold. Suddenly, it was no longer fun and games for Gopnik. While tightening his choke, Eugene insulted the Russian mercenary for being such a gullible piece of crap. Amateurs like this punk are just free kills for a good child from Dead Mansion. As Eugene tightened his chokehold even harder, Yuri started panicking and cursing the little bastard out, demanding to be let go. Unfortunately for the kid, the Russian thug was more stubborn than he initially thought. Their scuffle had turned into a full-on water wrestling match. Gripping his specialized bat, Yuri repeatedly banged Eugene's arm with the handle. The sharp pain made the kid slack on his grip, letting the thug loose. He smiled and turned to go back on the offensive, eager to bash the kid's head in. The first strike was a bit too slow, making it possible for Eugene to dive back into the water for a dodge. He held his breath and dove deeper into the pool, effectively evading the Russian. Eugene managed to put up a decent distance between them to swim up for some air. He would have been dead meat if they were not in the water. That bat is dangerous as hell. But Yuri was persistent. Much to the kid's surprise, he used the pool's floating lane ropes as a foothold in the middle of the water. This time, the fake nice smile was gone. The Russian thug intends to take this one personally and finish the little rat off. Eugene was flabbergasted, as he did not expect the bastard to climb up the floaters. The balance it requires to do so must be insane. With a foothold, Yuri can launch explosive attacks once more as he plays swimming pool whack-a-mole. Eugene had no other choice but to dive back into the depths to avoid such a brutal attack. Yuri tracked him from above, smiling as he knew that the kid couldn't possibly stay under the pool forever. He had to pick his poison. Right now, it is better to hold his breath than get his head caved in by a psycho. Yuri was having the time of his life tormenting the little kid. The battle has turned into a waiting game of how long the kid can hold out. Eugene had never fought someone as crazy and psychotic as the bastard on the floating lane ropes. He swam away to create some distance while racking his brain for a way out of this tricky situation. Keeping up with his swimming, the Russian thug ran on the ropes while warning the kid that moving around would only use up more oxygen in his lungs. Eugene knew that he couldn't possibly keep going like this. If he could only take a small breath before diving back down for a reset. But if he ever dared to swim up with his head breaking out of the water, he knew the grim fate awaiting him. The devil and his bat would be waiting with a not-so-pleasant surprise in hand. His blood would undoubtedly dye the water crimson, and his life would cease to exist. It's death by drowning or death by blunt force trauma. Without a decent plan to survive, those are his two very limited choices. Suddenly, he noticed that the floaters were only held by a rope, and there were multiple exploitable gaps in between. 2 tortuous minutes have elapsed, and Eugene's lungs are nearing their limits. Instead of desperately swimming up for the air that he so desperately needed, the kid swam away once more. Yuri happily followed suit, tormenting the boy while laughing like a maniac. Unbeknownst to him, Eugene had already taken out his butterfly knife. He was waiting for the Russian thug to hop on a different floating lane rope. Before the bastard could land and stabilize himself above water, Eugene slashed the rope, effectively taking the enemy's advantage. Yuri's smile immediately vanished as the brat managed to outsmart him. He plunged into the water near the kid, making a big splash in the process. With his lungs replenished with oxygen, Eugene dived down once more to take the battle to a more advantageous area. The Russian thug was fuming. He just fell for a puny trick. But even underwater, he refused to believe that the kid could do anything to him with a toy knife. He did not even pause to think for a second that swinging a weapon under the water was utterly pointless to begin with. Here, in the depths, there are better options to finish an enemy off. In the water, where a swing would be drastically slowed by resistance, a bigger weapon is not only a disadvantage, but also an outright liability. Eugene's small butterfly knife and small body, on the other hand, are the optimal killer combo. His first strike was straightforward. With the Russian's reflexes, he was able to evade a stab in the face. But that was not the only weapon in the kid's hand. He managed to snag the slashed rope that was holding the floaters too. Skillfully coiling around Yuri's back, Eugene wrapped the rope around the Russian's neck and yanked at it as hard as he could. Being strangled underwater must be a harrowing experience to go through. It was so bad that Yuri started cursing in Russian in his mind. Eugene has been waiting for this opportunity, and he will surely capitalize on it with all his might as he tightens the stranglehold even more. A few seconds later, the victor emerged, gasping for air as the grown-ass man he just strangled was left in the cold and dark pool water. This is what you get for looking down on someone smaller than yourself. Eugene might have been severely outmatched when it comes to nearly every category, but when it comes to killing, a good child will never lose against a sadistic amateur. On the other side of the campus, Sister Rachel is struggling to reload her Uzi using her mouth. As soon as she managed to do so, she accurately neutralized the pursuing security team with a behind-the-back barrage, while Mary supported her injured side. Unfortunately, her wound started acting up when Mary accidentally bumped into it. Maintaining her cover fire, she turned to a corner for cover. The security team fell one by one. Some were hit in their limbs, and some had to eat bullets with their vests. With Mary secured, she asked Sister Rachel if she was fine. Things have become a lot more complicated than they expected when they ran to this mission. Perhaps it would be better to retreat for now, but Rachel is a stickler for the rules and order. Their directive is to kill everyone, and that's what they are going to do. Besides, Sean is still grappling with that monster, Dmitri. The least they could do is take care of the amateur small fries. Unfortunately, Sister Rachel has dipped down to just one fresh clip. Mary doesn't like their chances at all. She insisted that cleaning up would be impossible with just the two of them. Dmitri and Yuri, the barefoot boys, were never factored in their calculations and plans. She took her phone out to see if they could at least get some backup. Sister Rachel reprimanded her for speaking the words of the weak. She claimed that she was just being realistic, given that both of them were injured and not at 100% capacity. Reloading for one last time, Rachel realized something odd. Mary claimed that she wasn't sure earlier, but she never should have been made aware that Yuri was in the building too. A silence befell the girls. Mary looked away from her phone screen, and a sly smile crept up on her lips. She made such a stupid mistake, and Rachel caught on. She knew that if little Eugene was here, that brat would have called her an amateur for such a slip-up. Sister Rachel's Uzi aimed at Mary's head, a murderous rage in her eyes. She asked Mary why, but the bigger question was how. How could a good child under the control of the dead mansion rebel and go against her orders? It was supposed to be impossible to betray the organization. Rachel wanted answers, and she wanted them now. Mary remained calm and revealed that they had found something game-changing. Tossing her crucifix necklace away, she revealed that the way to overcome the three principles has been found. Judging by the way she was talking, she's insinuating that she's not the only one. If that's the case, who else is there? Mary simply answered that Noel was back. Hearing a name that she hadn't heard in years made Rachel shiver in disbelief. The mere mention of Noel shook her to the core. Her shock gave Mary enough of an opening to lunge and remove the magazine from the Uzi, effectively disarming Rachel in a split second. With the last clip gone, she's out of firepower now. Sister Rachel's killer instincts kicked in as she sprang forward and aimed to bash Mary's head in with the Uzi. Mary quickly ducked out of the way and responded by stabbing the murderous nun right in her thigh wound. Like a relentless predatory, Mary tried to kick Rachel in the head but was blocked. The mention of Noel's name ignited something inside Rachel as she confronted Mary on how she even knew that name. Before she could get a hold of her student, the cold barrel of a gun tapping behind her head made Rachel pause. The security team has caught up and cornered Miss Nunn. She tried to fight back, but she was in no condition to resist the brute force of multiple men aiming their guns at her. They have been waiting for a chance to get their revenge on this woman who had killed several of their comrades. Mary finally dropped all the pretenses and assured the security team that acting time was over. With Sister Rachel secured, it's time to make sure that the rest of the good kids are dispatched. Mary turned her sights to capturing Sean next. In the classroom where it all started, the devil is currently handing a knife to Hyunho's mom, tempting her to take revenge for her son. After feeding her lies, Byung-woo is now pushing the poor woman to get rid of Park Chyeon. Holding the blade, her hands trembled. Fortunately, she could see through the devil's lies. She called her scum, which is not even worthy of being called a parent, while tossing the knife away. Byung-woo watched in confusion as his supposedly perfect plan crumbled. He immediately dropped the act and revealed his true self. He asked if she could call herself a parent for not taking the settlement or revenge that her son deserves. A mother who's just flipping rice cakes while her child is in such horrible condition. That earned him a hefty slap on the cheek. He really thought he could influence her with his acting and that things would go well. But as expected, she's just another annoyance. The classroom door opened, and Byung-woo's security team poured in. He's about to do what he does best, work efficiently. On the other side of the campus, Sean had just finished beating the crap out of the second-in-command of Barefoot, Dmitry Medvedev. He contemplated how absurd it was to fight a top Russian mercenary in a principal's office. If he told anyone the story, nobody would believe him. Even the fact that Byung-woo Construction was able to contact Russian mercenaries in the first place was absurd. Random people don't have that kind of clout after all. Suddenly something clicked in his mind. Barefoot is not an organization that a random construction company in Korea can get in touch with. That means someone else had set this whole thing up. Sean hurriedly made a run to the other side of the campus. Coming up on a turn, he was spotted by some of the patrolling security guys. He could not give less of a shit about these trash mobs, though. Without stopping, he made the first guy eat his knee for dinner. Sean is done with all these annoying wannabe gangsters targeting him. They kept calling him Yellow Hair. They didn't even have the decency to remember his name. He can't even afford to waste his time on these small fries when innocent lives are at stake. So, he moved with finesse, ferocity, and decisiveness, neutralizing another one with an elbow to the jaw. When one of them clumsily pulled out a gun, Sean grabbed a human shield to protect himself from the hail of bullets. The security team was given the directive to keep Sean alive, but they are just panicking at this point. The young man swiftly closed the distance, unfazed by the gun aimed at his head. Once close enough, he elbowed the pistol out of the poor guy's hand. With hands like lightning and force like a bear, he tore through the team without any trouble. His iron fist bashed the gunman's head downwards with enough force to crack a skull. Sean might have just finished a grueling battle with a grizzly bear in human form, but even while exhausted, trash mobs are just trash mobs. Sister Rachel slowly woke up tied to a random pipe, surprised to even be alive. Mary sat in front of the security camera feeds, holding a hot drink in her hand as if everything was normal. Realizing what was happening, Sister Rachel started cursing at her former pupil, who turned traitor. Mary urged her to calm down, as trying to escape her bindings would be futile. Mary asserted that she was not even trying to betray the dead mansion. She's just trying to show everyone something. She's trying to show the organization that they labeled the wrong product as the greatest. Growing up, she always heard the director gush about Sean, the greatest product and the legend of the dead mansion. Since she was little, it was instilled in her that Sean was in a different league compared to everyone else. Sean was already complete when he was young. Every kid was urged to work hard to become like him, and that never sat right with little Mary. Even now, she's frustrated that everyone is so hung up on that old defective thing. Then, she thought to herself, how good really is the great Sean for everyone in the mansion to act and talk like they do? But the Sean she saw was no better than some dumb middle schooler. That's when she made up her mind that the legend is nothing but a made-up story. She reckoned that the director just wanted to cover up the mistake of losing Sean by glorifying him as a legend. Mary touched Sister Rachel's forehead scar, and it almost cost her a few fingers with the nun's bite. While Mary understands that the mansion is just trying to keep the status quo, she would have preferred it if they just owned up to their mistakes. That's why, right now, she's trying to show the director a different picture. The legend of Sean is just a myth. Her, on the other hand, is real. She wants to claim the title of the strongest product that the dead mansion has ever produced. The greatest strategist, codename Mary, also known as DVA. Rachel's eyes wandered to the CCTV monitors, spotting Sean. Suddenly, the feed went static as the camera was destroyed. Sister Rachel immediately knew that Sean must have figured things out and was now on a path of war. She laughed to herself. She ragged on Mary for acting so cocky for an experienced little kid. In the end, she's just a kid throwing a tantrum since the director only has eyes for Sean. All that cover-up myth BS is nonsense. Rachel knows firsthand that Sean is special, the real deal. But Mary had closed off her mind for any of that, thinking that none of the personnel would admit to the lie. When Rachel called her a faulty product spewing bullshit on things she knows nothing about, Mary snapped. She grabbed a gun from her purse and shot at Rachel, making sure the bullet would lightly graze her cheek as a demonstration that she holds all the cards here. That first one is a warning shot, just a reminder that she's holding the nun's life in her hand. If Rachel dares to call her a faulty product one more time, she'll make sure that the scar on her teacher's forehead will turn into a hole. Rachel smiled in amusement. It seemed like she had just found the little girl's sore spot. Their heated conversation was interrupted by the crippled Byung-woo's entrance to the control room. He informed Mary that he had just finished wrapping things up on his side and was pleased to see that she was holding up the end of her bargain too. He stoked the fire between the ladies, asking if he interrupted an important conversation involving gunshots. If you ask Byung-woo, a couple holes in Rachel's body would not even be nearly enough to cover every headache he endured because of her. Mary asked what happened for his face to be caked in blood, and Byung-woo casually wiped the crimson away. He answered that he ran into a bit of trouble, but it has been handled appropriately now. It wasn't perfect, but things still ended as expected. He even had a few of his men drag the unconscious Hyun-ho up to the rooftop. Mary praised his hard work for making sure that everything proceeded smoothly. He's also glad to work with someone reasonable and easy to converse with. Just as Byung-woo was about to ask for their next step, his own bodyguard held him in place and knocked him out with chloroform. With the chairman's job done, Mary no longer has any use for him. Before all this, she managed to cut a deal with the bodyguard for this exact scenario. Since Chairman Byung-woo has been immensely useful thus far, Mary promised to make sure that he'll be the main character of this incident. She can already see the headlines. An incident caused by a father hell-bent on getting revenge for his son. It's perfect. With that taken care of, it's about time for Sean to get back on track. But when Mary turned to the monitors, every single CCTV had already been disabled. A bad premonition surfaced in her mind. Then, Sister Rachel started ominously yapping. She asserted that there are plenty of special kids within the mansion. They took kids with talents and gave them the greatest title along with a nickname. In Mary's case, it was DVA, the greatest strategist, head and shoulders above everyone else. What Rachel's trying to say is before Mary came, Sean was already the best product, equipped with all her talents and so much more. Suddenly, Mary felt the pressure of being stalked like prey. As if on cue, the power went out, shutting down the static displays and killing the lights. Mr. Traitorous bodyguard reckoned that it was just a blackout, but that's never the case in these types of things. From above, Sean broke the ceiling and busted out, targeting the bodyguard. Mary tried to warn the guy, but it was too late. Sean's elbow had already cracked the traitor's skull. Sister Rachel's eyes sparked with pride as she looked at codename Sean with delight. This is Dead Mansion's greatest product, Park Chyon the Agent. A few years ago, back in Sean's toddler days, the director had always paid close attention to him. Although every kid in Dead Mansion is great, he's in a different league ahead of them. This treatment alienated him from everyone else. The director asserted that he has the most top-notch skills and talent among every good child. He is the best the Dead Mansion has ever seen, a perfect masterpiece. One time, the director almost slipped up, calling him the organization's second masterpiece, before correcting himself. That day was the day he was inked with the lifelong mark of Dead Mansion. As the greatest masterpiece, he got his brand earlier than everyone else. Even back then, Mary had always been displeased with all the attention Sean was getting. Back to the present, the time to hash it out has come. The so-called masterpiece and the greatest strategist. Rachel tried to fill Sean in on what was happening, but he already figured everything out by himself. He already had a rough idea while rushing to the control room. As for the finer details, Sean can always just beat those out of Mary by force. She coyly reprimanded her for threatening to beat the shit out of the little girl. Mary asked if Hyunho's mom would approve of Sean's actions as of late while slashing her push dagger at him. As he expected, Mary had turned traitor, attacking him even though he was part of the Dead Mansion. It dawned on him that this girl might have the answer to get around the Dead Mansion's unshakable principles. But thinking about that broad topic can be saved for later. For now, they need to brawl it out. Sean blocked the push dagger and responded with a sharp elbow strike that knocked the glasses off of Mary's mug. She already accepted that it would be a bit much to win against Sean in a contest of strength. Nevertheless, she'll still give it a try. Moving like a blur, she managed to get close to Sean's neck. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she lifted him up in the air as if he weighed nothing. Sean was taken aback by the bizarre grappling and throwing technique. As far as he and Rachel can tell, what Mary just did is not something that was taught in the Dead Mansion. After throwing the so-called masterpiece to the ground, Mary bolted for the door with all her might while the young man was dazed. Sister Rachel ordered him to make haste and chase as it was imperative to capture that green-haired traitor no matter what. Rachel also spilled that Mary might have a powerful backer helping from the shadows. They desperately need to figure out who that is. For now, explanations can wait. Sean exited the room and immediately homed in on Mary's retreating back. His mind is filled with questions about this mysterious backer and what's that even supposed to mean. Anyway, Sean is currently fixated on the most important thing in this whole fiasco. Whether it's Mary or the bastard behind her, they know the method of bypassing the three principles engraved deep in the mind of a good child. Sean tried to stop Mary with a proper and civil conversation, but it did not work out. Mary sneaked into one of the classrooms, and Sean backed her into an indoor corner. She wasn't really running aimlessly. She was going for the pre-made chemicals she had prepared in the school lab for this very moment. Donning a chemical-grade mask, she is ready to have her head-to-head with the supposed greatest. Mary opened up combat by shattering the vials right on top of Sean's head, unleashing a combination of substances. As soon as the separate materials came into contact with one another, a mini explosion occurred. Thankfully, Sean was fast enough to dodge the brunt of the blast, but the explosion itself was just a flashy opening move. Based on the smell wafting in the air and the explosive reaction, he deduced that those vials contained sodium metal, red phosphorus, and ammonia. That's some Breaking Bad chemistry. Even Sean was surprised that a school lab would have those things lying around. He desperately covered his nose and mouth, knowing that inhaling this nasty mixture would be dangerous. But the toxic fumes in the air weren't the only thing he should be worrying about. Mary is still there to capitalize on the chaos and toxic air. All he could do was dodge and try to inhale a semblance of clean air. Mary continuously amped up her attacks, desperately trying to cut Sean apart with her push dagger. With the odds heavily stacked in her favor, she managed to land a gnarly slash on Sean's arm. While he was bleeding and holding his breath, Mary was devising a sneak attack. This time, she aimed for the exact same spot where Dimitri injured him. Of course, she was watching everything unfold and memorized Sean's weak spots. In such a desperate situation, his mind immediately jumped into grabbing something he could use as a weapon, John Wick style. He came close to reaching a table full of stuff to use as a weapon, but Mary stonewalled him with a kick. She had studied Sean's combat capabilities, tics, and literally everything else. She knows for a fact that whenever at a disadvantage, the young man's eyes would wander around, trying to take for something useful. With this ability to think on the fly, he managed to protect himself from a stab wound with the help of a ketchup container. Even with his last fight, he only managed to win against Dimitri through the clever use of syringes. She firmly believes that he's not the only one gifted enough to make effective use of his surroundings. Sean was starting to get pushed into the corner as his arm wound started bleeding profusely. The bleeding seems serious, but he has no time to get patched up. With Mary's noxious explosives and her dagger attacks, Sean is playing in hard mode. Unfortunately, his jacket got caught in the blast and started burning. Mary took the chance to pounce once more, resembling an assassin thirsty for blood. Who would have thought that the enemy's smokescreen would be a great tool for escape too? Sean lost his jacket, and his wound is starting to sap all the blood out of his body. He is losing more and more blood as time ticks. Mary was a brutal melee enemy. She loves to hit the same place over and over again, slowly chipping down her enemy's sanity and life. If it wasn't for all the injuries he had accumulated while fighting Dimitri, he could have probably come out on top already. He comically asked himself who would be in charge of cleaning the library again. No matter who they are, they will be in for a shock. Upon thinking a bit more, Sean blamed himself for all the pain and fighting that had started because of him. But self-pity is not going to save him from a calculated pursuer in the form of Mary. She's now following his tracks. Considering how profusely he has been bleeding, the blood on the floor was basically revealing his position. Mary laughed and asked if he was even alive anymore. She started confronting him regarding the title of the greatest bestowed upon him all those years ago. Usually titles are given based on a child's unique talents that they are the best at, knowing that the director still gave Sean the simple yet all-encompassing title of the greatest. Even as a little girl, she felt like his designation was a mistake because the director gave the coveted title too easily. There are many more exceptional children to come in the future, and that includes her. Giving out the highest accolade to someone so early on just did not sit right with her. In other words, she refuses to adhere to the director's rushed actions. To call someone who lacks even the basics, the greatest of the dead mansion, is a shameful sin. Finally, the trail of blood led Mary to a bookshelf where the floor had turned crimson and sleek with plasma with a stapler near it. She was intrigued by the random stapler strewn around. But before she could do an analysis, Sean had made his presence known with confidence. Mary quickly turned around and slashed her push dagger with killing in mind. Unfortunately for her, the library is basically a deadly arsenal for someone like Sean. A simple book can be used for defending. It did not even take that much effort to stifle her tiny little dagger. Just a moment ago, Sean's left arm was bleeding so profusely that it was staining the floors. Who would have thought that he would snag a stapler and staple his flesh to close the wound and stop the bleeding? He asserted that Mary should learn the basics herself before prattling on about being a masterpiece and whatnot. Without trick chemicals and sneak attacks, Mary was just a sitting duck for Sean's fist. The punch was so strong that it knocked her out in one blow. He really is an advocate for equal rights, equal fights. Sean grabbed Mary by her hoodie and refused to let go, no matter how she struggled. He mused that one of the basics she should practice is keeping quiet inside a library. So, he encouraged her to quietly answer all of his questions. Naturally, the one thing he was most interested in was the method to completely bypass the three principles. Mary can finally see what level the masterpiece really is in. Sean grabbed her whole face and reiterated his question. When she heard that he wanted to know how to bypass the three principles, Mary laughed. To her, those rules are just brainwashing techniques for half-wits. The prospect of breaking free from the dead mansion's control stoked a fire in Sean. Since he's so curious, maybe Mary will enlighten him. You see, Mary had always been a good child. She was once adopted into a loving home. Her new parents quickly grew fond of her. With her new mom being an academic researcher, her impressive intellect was a boon. There are times when they would use the little girl to help in research. She would correct mistakes in some of the thesis and such. If she needed more deeper knowledge and information in the field to fix the paper, she would just study the topic at lengths. Her adoptive mom called her a lucky star, an academic weapon in the form of a child. Mary enjoyed the affection she was given, and she could not ask for more. She was a dutiful daughter. When her parents were pulling all-nighters, she would always be there to bring them coffee. One night, her mother was particularly stressed out about her research work. Little Mary offered to help as she spotted another error in the thesis she was working on. She started rattling off abstract concepts to correct the theory, expecting to be praised for her help. But Mom just looked at her like a freak. Mom managed to keep it together, thanking Mary for the assistance before taking a break. While she goes upstairs to get some much-needed rest, Dad remains in the study. Dad was a lot more reasonable than Mom. He told Mary that Mom was just really stressed about work and needed some alone time. While his wife is losing it, Dad has other plans to go out with someone he's been talking to on the phone. When Mom woke up like a zombie, barely getting any rest, Mary was already waiting for her in the dining room. She proudly presented stacks upon stacks of research material she organized while Mom was sleeping. Instead of feeling glad, it just wounded Mom's pride as a researcher even further. She asked where her husband went at such a late hour, and Mary honestly responded that she did not know. Mom absent-mindedly tasked Mary to make sure to ask Dad where he was going next time. Mary, being the good child that she is, kept that order in mind. A few days later, the little girl presented Mom with a photo of her husband clinging all over a 28-year-old girl. Just like Mother asked, she found out where he's been going. Clueless to the gravity of the situation, Mary recounted that the two entered Hotel 307 outside the city, and it finally made Mom snap. Mary didn't know what was going on. She was just following orders like how she was trained to do so. She saw her mom reaching for the coffee pot and warned her that coffee isn't good for the body, especially one under a lot of stress. Mary pointed out the poor coloration of Mom's face and her erratic daily patterns as of late. She cautioned her that it's highly probable that her menstrual imbalance will only get worse if she continues. The little girl was just trying to tell her mother to get some much-needed rest, and it earned her a crisp slap on the face. Mary was shaken to her core. She was just doing as she was told, right? But Mom had had enough. Her anger for her life, husband, and work was directed at the child, calling her out for being an insufferable smartass. Mom resented the little girl for acting as though her mother was less than her. With the secrets and the coffee spilled, it only took a few days before Mary was shipped back to Dead Mansion. Back in the mansion, the director received the detailed report of everything that transpired from Mary herself. With another good child returning with complaints, the situation puts the director in a precarious position. Mary blamed herself for everything, meekly apologizing for causing trouble. But the director assured her that there was nothing to be apologetic about. He taught her that some people just tend to feel uncomfortable around others who are objectively better than them. That goes without saying since Mary's the smartest child of Dead Mansion after all. He urged her not to feel too saddened by such a silly incident. Thinking back on it, the director shouldn't have let her get adopted so easily. From then on, he intends to use her talents for the sake of Dead Mansion and the Dead Mansion alone. Mary felt accepted and valued for the first time since she was shunned by her first adoptive parents. She was about to live a perfect life serving as the brains of the organization. But then, Sean came back in the picture. She firmly believes that the director should not have been distracted by someone as pathetic as Sean. He just asked her to spill the beans about the method to bypass the three principles, and she gave her a whole ass lore dump. Just as he was about to push her to get to the point, Mary bit down on his hand. Sean did not mind the sharp pain. If little Mary wanted pain, then pain she would get. Sean bashed his fist down, only to get perfectly intercepted by Mary's foot. She was able to catch her breath thanks to his curiosity. Mary slashed with her push dagger, forcing Sean to let go, creating enough space to break free. That sob story was just a way to stall time without saying anything vital. But that wasn't all. Mary removed her hair tie, letting her long hair unfurl and go wild. Somehow Sean can sense a shift in her energy. Mary is done playing games. It's time to get serious now. She lunged forward, going on the offensive and aiming her push dagger at Sean's head. He dodged the first strike and barely blocked the second. She's taken her speed to a whole different level. There's no need to be surprised, though. She underwent the same training as Sean so she could easily grasp his every thought while in combat. Reading the young man like a book, she quickly turned the tables with a leg sweep. While Sean was out of balance, she was ready to go in for the killing blow. With his quick thinking, Sean extended his arms to grab a book from one of the nearby shelves. He used that thing to guard his chest, accurately predicting that Mary would aim for his heart. He managed to narrowly escape death for a moment. But Mary was relentless. Power, speed, and even her aura, everything is totally different from before. She knocked one of the shelves down, hoping to trap Sean, but he managed to jump away. She asked if Sean ever thought of their training from such a young age. As children, how could they even go against full-grown adults and professional fighters? From early on in their lives, something intangible has been instilled in their minds. It constantly makes them feel that something's about to pop into their heads. Her words do not make any sense to Sean whatsoever. As Mary expected, he just can't understand what she's really trying to say, even when she's already telling him so much. She's disappointed, but not surprised that someone dubbed as the legendary masterpiece is so slow on the uptake. Copying his move, Mary grabbed a book and started using it as a blunt weapon, forcing Sean to defend himself with his injured arm. Knowing his weak side, Mary capitalized and aimed for his left rib, smashing the book at full speed. Sean can feel the agony coursing through his body with every attack he has to eat. While Mary was boasting about her superior strategy, Sean eyed the ledge behind him. She was having the time of her life, getting to beat up the stupid boy she had been compared to for her whole life. She smashed the book against Sean's head at full force, causing it to get torn apart, page by page. With this decisive victory, Mary can now proudly claim the title of Dead Mansion's best, right? But our boy won't just go down with a book smash, and he's not willing to let go of his title yet, even with his stapled wound opening back up, bleeding him dry fast. Frankly, he was insulted that Mary would even think that this would be nearly enough to end him. He grabbed the wooden ledge behind him and forcefully tore it apart, using the banister as a weapon. He then smashed a glass divider nearby, grabbing a shard in the process. At this moment, he remembers his training. He was taught a martial art based on the condition of wielding a weapon in both hands. His fearsome master warned him that this technique is supremely dangerous. It's a technique that has the ability to push the opponent to a painful death. Sean grabbed some loose pieces of paper and wrapped it around the sharp glass shard in his hand. With a shard on one side and a wooden banister on the other, Sean concentrated on his breathing and got into position. It's time to bust out the Alexander Kali harness. Looking like an absolute demon, he charged forward with full intent to kill. Mary instantly recognized the style and was mortified. Before she could even have the chance to prepare herself, Sean had already slashed her apart in multiple places and inflicted blunt force trauma in the same breath. Mary's last thought was the director's praises and her delusions that she should have been the best. She hit the ground, and Sean double-backed to finish the job, aiming the glass shard at her neck. In a moment of clarity, he could not bring himself to slash her throat apart. He was frustrated at himself for not being able to do it. He picked Mary up and swore that this was the last time he'd show mercy. He still needed to get the secret to bypass the three principles out of her after all. If she's just playing him, he really won't let her off easily. Even with her consciousness fading, Mary kept on calling the director's name. Speaking of that manipulative old man and the dead mansion, it looks like the action has extended to the base camp. Someone wielding a katana with his dead mansion tattoo crossed off has found himself all the way inside the director's office. The old man was made to prostrate on top of a pool of his own blood, his body slashed in multiple places while barely being kept alive. The infiltrator with glorious white hair smiled with satisfaction. On the school rooftop, a few security guys have been posted up, and it looks like it's about to rain. They were ordered to stand and wait for the signal for their next move. Once they receive the signal, they just have to throw the unconscious Hyunho down the roof and finish the job. It was an annoying assignment. They just want to throw the kid now and leave. But the boss insisted that the blonde boy must see the kill. It's just extra work. Mr. Security noticed that the kid was actually awake and listening to their conversation the whole time. While suffering in the rain, Hyunho just lies down and listens. Right now he can't even comprehend the situation he was in. The last thing he remembers is falling down from the 4th floor. Looking down at the rooftop ledge, he felt a fear ingrained deep in his psyche. Just seeing the ground below was enough to make him feel sick and hurt. The security dudes cursed at him for barfing up when they were just threatening to murder him a second ago. They are starting to get really peeved, contemplating whether they should just finish the job now. Without anyone noticing, Eugene entered the scene and asked if the young man on the floor was Hwang Hyunho. The security team was startled but relaxed once they saw that it was just a little boy. Just as Eugene heard, Hyunho's the stereotypical weak loser with a face that screams despair. The kid has a foul mouth, but his butterfly blade technique is nastier. He introduced himself as someone who would become a regular at Hyunho Snack Shop. Seeing the kid pull out a blade, the grown-ass security thugs did the same. They were briefed about the dead mansion children, but they did not expect to get done so fast. One of the guys got slashed in the arm, and the other had his leg torn open. Just 2 little scratches made the grown-ass thugs writhe in pain. They did not even see Eugene move. That's how big the skill disparity is. The scene just added even more confusion to Hyunho's mind. He just saw a little boy carve up two beefy men. Unfortunately, the thugs were also armed with guns. While the kid was busy going for the kill on the nearest thug, the other one was cocking his gun. Seeing that the little boy was in trouble, the kind-hearted Hyunho reckoned that he needed to do something. But the thought of confronting a man with a gun was mortifying. What can he even do? Just like the boy said, he's just a weak loser with a face that screams despair. But despair can quickly turn to rage. The thug aimed his sights at the little boy, hell-bent on pulling the trigger. Usually this would not have been a problem for Eugene. He's a pro, after all. But his foot injury from the fight against Yuri started flaring up. Combined with the slippery, wet floor, he lost balance. He was now at the mercy of the thug and a gun. Thankfully, Hyunho managed to get over his fear and use that despair as fuel. He got up for the first time in a long time and shoved the thug with his whole body. He did not stop there. Hyunho acted like a wild beast, biting down on the bastard's ear. If there is one thing that can make him move, it is saving a kid from a bullet. Unfortunately, he was too light and sloppy. The thug wrestled his hand out and aimed the gun at Hyunho's head. His actions, although a bit sloppy, earned Eugene's respect. The kid took back everything he said about the young man and delivered a decisive kick to the thug's jaw. He called Hyunho somewhat useful, and that's the highest level of compliment you can get from the foul-mouthed brat. In the campus parking lot, Mary has been restrained and secured in the team van. In front of her was Sister Rachel. The prisoner is now the interrogator. It's a good thing they caught her alive. Mary still can't believe that she lost against Sean. When asked where the Wonder Boy was, Sister Rachel answered that he went back inside to get his jacket somewhere. Everyone knows that's just a lame excuse to search for the old lady and her son. Enough of the chit-chat. It's time to get some torturous question and answer portion done. Rachel jabbed a syringe into Mary's thigh and assured her that it was just a little bit of truth serum. Of course, a higher dose would be highly and painfully lethal. Sister Rachel needs answers, and she needs them now. First, she asked the brat what she was planning behind the team's back all this time. Mary laughed and insisted that she would have answered that question even without the truth serum. You see, she was just planning on tearing down half of the current dead mansion with the help of Noel. Again, with that name, Rachel furiously asked if Noel really was alive. Mary confirmed and added that Noel's been really worried about Rachel. He left without saying sorry after putting that scar on her forehead after all. The real legend of the dead mansion that the organization so desperately tried to hide is back. Knowing that Mary can't lie under the effects of the truth serum, the confirmation that Noel's alive shook Sister Rachel to her core. Meanwhile, Sean desperately runs through the hallways, looking for Hyunho's classroom. He eventually came across the room where Hyunho's mom was left face down on a desk. Sean panicked, immediately thinking the worst. Fortunately, the old lady was just knocked out. Slowly regaining consciousness, she called on her son's name. Sean quickly slid the door open but hesitated at the last second. He remembered how her last interaction with her ended. He recalled how Sister Rachel looked at him like he was just another product. Sean felt like he didn't have the right to face Hyunho's mom anymore. Suddenly, Eugene arrived at the scene, running his mouth about how crappy Sean looks. Behind him was Hyunho himself. They managed to find a crutch to let him walk. Sean was stunned to see his classmate. It looks like Eugene had finished catching Hyunho up with all the necessary info, including who Park Chyeon really is. The kid also asserted that Sean might look and act like a dumb monkey, but he's the one who took out all the thugs on the premises. Obviously, stories about Russian mercenaries, the dead mansion, and secret identities were a little too hard to digest for an average teenage civilian like Hyunho. He did not ask to be involved in any of these. Yet everything happened just because he got involved with someone like Park Chyeon. Sean can't even look his supposed friend in the eye out of shame and guilt. Eugene turned to the room and saw Hyunho's mom unconscious inside and panicked. Hyunho followed suit, hurriedly limping inside. Just as Sean was about to follow the two, he felt a menacing aura creeping into the dark corners of the hallway. While Hyunho desperately tried to wake his mom up, Sean quietly and gravely told Eugene to take the civilians to safety and get out as fast as they could. They should rendezvous with Rachel in the parking lot, away from what's about to go down. Eugene was confused, but Sean reassured him that it was nothing serious. Spoiler alert, it is something serious. Blondie turned to Hyunho and promised that he'd properly explain everything later, and that's all he can really say right now. He apologized for not being able to protect everyone close to him, clenching his fist in frustration. Eugene did as he was told and escorted the mother and son out. Hyunho reminded Sean to stand by his promise and give a clear explanation after this mess. He wanted to know what exactly he was trying to protect, and what he was sorry about. With the three out of the way, Sean turned to the dark and firmly asked the hidden figure to come out at once. Suddenly, a silhouette of a man surrounded by the aura of death slowly emerged from the shadows. The mystery man praised Hyunho's sharp senses for detecting him from afar. Mystery man confirmed the description of the blonde hair and blue eyes target, locking in on Sean. He's been looking forward to seeing why they call the young man a legend. From what he had seen thus far, the title seemed unfitting. He really thought the best product of the dead mansion would look a lot scarier than the one in front of him right now. When asked who he was, the mystery man introduced himself as Jang Hyun as he wrapped a nasty-looking fabric in his fist. That's his name, and you're not getting any other details. Before we get to the one-on-one, let's see what's happening in a random snowy town in Siberia, Russia, where Barefoot's headquarters is situated. The Bear Cave is a secure facility guarded by armed mercenaries. Inside, Beluga Kozlov, Barefoot's strategist, is currently chugging down booze while asking his guests why they came all the way to his turf. The visitors might have worn religious vestments, but they certainly did not come all the way to Russia to pray. Vincent, Dead Mansion's writer and resident tattoo artist, doesn't have time for jokes as they are in a very serious situation right now. Dead Mansion's director is currently livid at Barefoot's actions. There should be a degree of understanding between businesses working in the same field, and that line is being crossed. Vincent argues that Barefoot has taken it too far this time around, but Beluga chose to play dumb, calling them crazy cultist bastards. Sasha Denisov, Barefoot's tactical training instructor, chimed in and asserted that the incident in Korea was out of their hands. Small incidents happen in missions after all. If possible, Barefoot would also like to avoid bumping into Dead Mansion as much as possible, but Vincent wasn't buying it. He knows that these guys sent Dmitri, their second-in-command, to cause trouble. On top of that, they even flew in Barefoot's best. Igor Medvedev, Barefoot's #1, dubbed as Bare Knuckle. Sasha tried to argue, but Vincent's muscle stepped in to stop the long-winded charade. The big guy towered over the gigantic Sasha and called him a little man. Just when a big man brawl was about to erupt, invisible strings dropped down from the ceiling. A tiny graze from these lines can cause even the most jacked people to bleed. Beluga did not panic. In fact, he was quite amused by the trap. Without being detected by Barefoot's security, the kids of Dead Mansion have already surrounded the perimeter, ready to strike and react if need be. Beluga jokingly argued that this was practically child abuse, but since Dead Mansion wants to see things through to the end today, he quickly reaches for his revolver. The loser will close the shop and get buried 6 feet under. As soon as Beluga lifted his gun, one of the kids dropped down to intercept. He was startled by the punk-ass brat, but the kid seemed disinterested in the strategist. Vincent asked the kid why he interrupted when he was not ordered to make a move. The child just made a judgment call since the vibes seemed a little off. He reckoned that something must have happened to the director and the others who stayed in the mansion. The kids can't seem to get in contact with HQ. Vincent knew what this could mean. He stood up and confronted Beluga about the anomaly. At the same time, another Barefoot mercenary entered the room and whispered something to the nonchalant strategist. Whatever it is that was whispered must have been urgent. It seems like Dead Mansion is not the only organization with a massive problem on its hands. Reports just came in that something happened to Boss Igor. Back on the school campus, Sean had been fighting for so long that the sun was about to rise now. It's his first time hearing the name Jang Hyun, but that ghostly aura from earlier is the real deal. He doesn't even look that dangerous on the outside, and that false sense of security opens Sean up to a sudden attack as Jang Hyun closes the distance with a kick. Thankfully, Sean managed to get his hands up on time to protect the top of his head, or he would have been cooked in 1 second. Even with his guard up, it felt like he was being slammed by a damn hammer. Meanwhile, Jang Hyun was amused that his quick attack was blocked. He really was going for a one-hit knockout. Sean locked in and retaliated with a punch of his own. His fist came within inches but was quickly wrestled into the air handily. Jang Hyun warned him that resistance would only hurt him even more. Jang Hyun just wanted to satiate his curiosity about the legend or masterpiece or whatever everybody's been raving about. As far as combat ability is concerned, Hyun reckoned that Sean was not even at his uncle's level. He was being thoroughly outmatched at every turn, forced to defend at every exchange. Hyun's advice to Sean is to just obediently get knocked down to stop the pain. Fortunately, Sean has the stamina of the main character. He managed to time the opponent's attack perfectly, surprising Hyun. It's about time to show this stranger why he's still called a legend among his peers. He grabbed the stunned Hyun by his collar and threw that bastard out the hallway window with all his strength. The window shattered into a million pieces, but Jang Hyun did not fall. He was just impressed that Blondie actually managed to overpower him. He joked that so-called good kids are not supposed to throw adults out of windows. Maybe the good children of Dead Mansion aren't so good and well-behaved at all. Suddenly, Jang Hyun shifted gears and smacked his hand against Sean's face at breakneck speeds. He ran in and carried the momentum until he smashed Blondie's head into the wall. Jang Hyun calmed himself down, remembering his promise to Noel that he'd bring the Wonder Boy back in one piece. His emotions got the best of him for a moment, and he nearly killed Sean. Down in the parking lot, Rachel's truth serum interrogation continues. Mary had the audacity to try flipping her, inviting the killer nun to join Noel's mission and cooperate. Rachel shoved the muzzle of her gun against Mary's face, trying to make her realize the situation she was in. But the young lady firmly believes that Rachel's the one who's not seeing the big picture. She reckoned that the backup would arrive soon, that backup being Barefoot's leader, the bare knuckle himself. Suddenly, the van's comm started transmitting a man's voice telling Mary that Igor would not be coming. His plane to Korea just went boom in midair after all. By now, the fearsome Igor must be somewhere in the middle of the ocean, or at least what's left of him. For the first time since the interrogation started, Mary felt like she had been abandoned. Rachel, on the other hand, could recognize that voice no matter how many years had passed. Noel casually asked the killer nun if she was doing well after all this time. While he really wanted to go see her himself, things just did not go as planned. He had to take care of the rest of the dead mansion alone, so he had his hands full. He was using the director's private line, so it could only mean one thing. Noel admitted that he just had a bloody reunion with the director. Regrettably, the old man is not in the condition to converse right now. Mary panicked and chimed in. This was not supposed to be the plan. Noel promised her that the director wouldn't be harmed, but the majestic bastard can't be trusted with his promises. He smiled and apologized for lying. From the start, his goal was to destroy the entirety of the dead mansion. Of course, that would include getting rid of the top dog, right? To rub salt in Mary's wounds, Noel thanked her for making it all possible. Drawing attention by initiating a conflict with Barefoot is a plan that even Noel can't formulate. Mary truly is a masterpiece strategist. Thanks to that diversion plan, most of the priests stormed Barefoot's headquarters, leaving the mansion vulnerable to a solo invasion. Right now, with both group leaders unreachable, it's highly likely that the remaining forces are suspecting each other of foul play. Just as Noel expected, Beluga and Vincent are currently at each other's throats, threatening to end one another. The embers of war had just been lit. The two organizations are on the brink of mutual destruction with Noel barely lifting a finger. However, this is just a tiny spark, because the one who stands at the peak of Russia won't allow it to escalate any further. No, it's not Vladimir Putin. It's the Alexander family. Vincent and Beluga backed off out of respect for the person who had just barged into Barefoot HQ. The mighty Alexander Sophia entered the fray. She's involved with both organizations, so she's the perfect mediator. She warned them that everyone should throw their weapons down in the presence of a lady. The war hero Alexander Sophia got that dog in her. Both fiery representatives were not expecting to see her today. Beluga accused Vincent of calling the Alexander family a backup, but Vincent was genuinely surprised. Sophia asserted that even though she helped the dead mansion a couple of times, she's not someone that can be called by such an organization to do their bidding. She was offended that Beluga would even think that way. The kid who reported the anomaly earlier was starstruck by the monstrous lady's presence. He could not help but fanboy a little bit, seeing such a legendary figure up close. She just came over to warn both parties about the consequences of today's incidents. What's happening right now is not as simple as a battle between Barefoot and Dead Mansion. She has reason to believe that the bastard has come out, the discarded masterpiece that was hidden by the mansion. The mere mention of Noel sent shivers down everybody's spine. Back to Sean. He's being pushed to the back foot as Jang Hyun mentioned Noel's unfamiliar name. He refused to give in even if he was getting overpowered. Jang Hyun reckoned that Blondie could just see who he was talking about personally after he beat Sean to submission. Hyun's non-stop yapping left his hand open to Sean's desperate bite. Disgusted, Hyun pulled his hand away, leaving the nasty clothing in Sean's hand. He thought it was a bandage, but that does not seem to be the case. Hyun looked at his hand, surprised to see that the fabric was missing. Suddenly, it was as if a switch flipped in his mind. While Sean was asking him why he carried something so nasty, Hyun's laid-back attitude had completely vanished. He launched an attack while demanding the fabric back. The look of vitriol in his eyes was palpable. Whatever that fabric was, he really wanted it back. Sean did not want the smoke, so he tossed the thing away, making Jang Hyun run for it. The lunatic calmed down, and his phone started ringing. On the other end of the line was Noel. The majestic bastard was just checking in to see if everything was going well. Hyun reported back that everything was peachy. Noel accurately predicted that the lunatic must have ended up fighting again because of his anger issues, even though he specifically told him not to. Jang Hyun still needs Noel's help to fight a certain person, so he has to follow orders. Furthermore, Noel's plan will collapse on the spot if Sean ends up dying. Hyun apologized for going overboard and informed Noel that Sean didn't deserve all the hype at all. Not to mention his skills, the kid's fashion sense sucks too. He dresses like a third-rate thug, especially the hairstyle. Sean's getting tired of people calling him ugly straight to his face lately. Noel argued that Sean deserves the hype. Maybe he just messed up and picked a parent or something. Hyun couldn't be bothered to learn about all the complicated complexities of the mansion. But Noel gave him a tip. If Hyun really wants to test the masterpiece for real, he should look for Sean's parent. All he has to do is go and kill that so-called parent. Hearing the conversation on the phone, something flipped inside Sean. He socked the pretty boy right in the face, his body moving by itself. Hyun wasn't expecting the sucker punch, so he ate the direct damage. He couldn't even see the young man move. Before he can recover, a dropkick aimed at his skull is already coming down. This time, Hyun narrowly dodged by a hair's breadth. The kick landed on the ground, cracking the cement. Had he been hit, his brain matter would have splattered already. Sean's eyes were blank and lifeless. He was on autopilot, moving solely through instinct. When he regained consciousness, he couldn't even remember what he had just done. Hyun was pleased to see the legend's real strength, even for just a little while. Hyun was sold. He believes what Noel said now. Sean is really worth the effort. The new legend of the Dead Mansion seems pretty useful after all. Noel was glad to hear that they're on the same page now. Seeing the sunlight glimmer through the hallway windows, the time for Hyun to leave has come. As of now, Sean won't be of use to them given that he's still in his locked state. They can just observe the young man a bit more. From now on, the real show will start. Little Eugene popped out of the stairs, desperately looking for Sean to inform him of what happened in the mansion. When the little brat looked at the aftermath of Sean and Hyun's fight, he was speechless. As for Hyun himself, the lunatic just vanished out of thin air. Sean tried to look for him, but his body had reached its limit long ago. As soon as he took one more step, Sean collapsed out of sheer exhaustion. Eugene didn't even get to do his report as Sean unconsciously nosedived. Even without any energy left in the tank, he's still yapping about chasing after Jang Hyun to extract information. Eugene had to deal with the mess when Mr. Legend passed out. Let's fast forward a little bit. A month has passed since that fateful day. The White Tiger Job Center took care of the aftermath. The school was temporarily closed for repairs, renovations, and cover-ups. Sean heard that even the faculty was given an extended vacation because of the incident. The devilish CEO of Byungwoo Construction took the fall for everything. He was labeled as the main culprit as articles labeled him as a vengeful and distraught father. Reports suggest that after his child was accused of being a massive school bully, the psycho started targeting the people at school. Hyunho's mother temporarily closed down the snack shop as she's still in a state of shock, which means Sean won't be able to see her anytime soon. Nevertheless, he's going to the shop today for some unknown reason. Sean opened the shop's roll-up door, and he was greeted by a familiar manly voice and a gun against his head. Dmitry Medvedev, Barefoot's former second-in-command and the brute that Sean beat up, was waiting for him inside. 1 month after the incident, his neck is still in recovery. Sean did not seem too surprised to see the big guy inside. Due to the circumstances, the lines between enemies and allies have become blurred. It seems like Sean was the last one to arrive. Sister Rachel, Eugene, Yuri, and even the traitorous Mary were already waiting inside. Sean was surprised to see everyone behaving and not tearing each other's faces apart. A month ago, everyone was trying to kill one another so desperately. Mary is still an untrusted entity, even if she was betrayed by the incident's mastermind too. For that reason, she's closely monitored and restrained. Dmitry was surprisingly level-headed. They lost their contractor, so Barefoot needs allies. Most importantly, Igor, their leader, and his brother were done in. Dmitry can't just ignore that bastard, Noel. The big man is keeping it together, but if given the chance, he might slaughter the Dead Mansion for releasing something so malevolent out in the world. He warned Mary to never even attempt playing with him and answer every question honestly. Rachel chimed in. As of now, the Dead Mansion is in the same boat as the Russians, with their director kidnapped by Noel. She argued that if it weren't for Barefoot's interference, they would not have lost so easily. Yuri snapped back, asserting that the mansion attacked them first. Nevertheless, everything transpired all because of Mary. Fortunately, they have her captive. Mary insulted the dumb Russian bears for being such single-minded simpletons, provoking Yuri even further. Sean remained silent on the sidelines. Out of everyone in the room, the little brat, Eugene, seems to be the most level-headed of the bunch, urging everyone to stay focused on the business at hand. He asserted that the blame game is useless given that every one of them was played by one bastard. It's time to recall the details and analyze everything that happened, and Mary will be the key to that. For the Dead Mansion, the director was abducted, and the orphanage's forces were diminished significantly. For Barefoot, their leader is missing, most likely dead. Everyone gathered in this snack shop probably agrees that a team-up is necessary to face the real enemy. Sean proposed that they create a temporary organization. Like he said before, with a common enemy, an alliance between factions would be the smart move. Kids in Korea call it a crew. While Yuri seemed apprehensive about the idea, Dmitry was more open-minded. When asked what their crew name would be, Sean scratched his head as he never thought that far. Dmitry argued that they're going to need a name if they want people to unite under the same banner. Since it's an alliance between Barefoot and Dead Mansion, they can just take the first letters and form BAD. It's very fitting. Truthfully speaking, every one of them is a bad child after all. The goal of the newly formed Bad Alliance is simple. Topple the enigmatic entity known as Noel. They need to destroy that sly bastard. Dmitry smiled. He's rocking with the name. It helps that the coalition starts with the first letter of barefoot. Yuri protested, but it's pretty much a done deal. There's just one more thing that bothers Muscle Man. It's the fact that Sean had changed too much and too fast in just a month. He turned to Rachel for an explanation, but the killer nun remained silent. For an explanation for Sean's drastic change, we need to rewind back to a few days after the Knoll incident. Sean was hospitalized for gravely overexerting himself. The drawback had sent him to the hospital to rest under close monitoring. Vincent reckoned that it was a good thing that the young man didn't suffer anything serious. With Sean knocked out, it would be easier to bring him back to the mansion. Without the director, Vincent had to step up as a de facto leader, leading the kids to clean up the mess in the HQ. The team that stormed Russia returned as soon as the meeting with Sophia ended. When they arrived, the director and Knoll were already long gone. While cleaning up the mess, they also discovered that Knoll took the good kids list with him. That means the situation that the director was wary of has happened. Knoll is on the move to take back all the children that were sold all over the world. Unbeknownst to them, the sly bastard had already started on that mission as he stormed Japan to retrieve one of the good kids on the list. Knoll mercilessly kills the adoptive parents of a little girl, convincing the kid that she doesn't have to be scared as he is not the enemy. On the contrary, he came all the way here to save her. With his ruthlessness, strength, and charisma, who would refuse such a magnificent bastard? For now, Vincent is building a catalog of the buyers and their locations from the backup list. The problem is they don't have nearly enough manpower to protect all of the kids. He had to improvise and request help from the bear bastards up in Russia. It helps that they currently share the same goal. Rachel believes that even if Knoll took out the buyers, the control over the good kids wouldn't necessarily be transferred so easily. In normal cases, that would be true. However, according to Mary, Knoll has the method to bypass the three principles altogether. If Knoll really has that in his back pocket, it would be utterly catastrophic. The director had always been afraid of good kids who can ignore absolute principles. That's precisely why Rachel's first task when she found Sean was to check if he was still under the control of the three principles. Sean is a special case, though. Vincent is worried that Sean might have realized something that he shouldn't, but that doesn't seem to be the case for now. Based on the recent incidents, it's safe to assume that Knoll will be trying to contact Sean as soon as he can. That's the reason they must bring the young man back to the safety of the mansion no matter what. If he and Knoll met, it would be the worst-case scenario. You see, a few years ago, an affluent woman stopped by the mansion with her son in tow. The director met the woman in the middle of the night, and she asserted that she knew what kind of place he was running. The old man tried to play dumb as the woman impatiently dragged the little boy out of the car. It was little Sean. She demanded that the little boy be raised in the mansion at all costs. The director tried to refuse, citing that his orphanage only takes in lambs that have lost their way, not children who obviously have a family of their own. The woman forcefully pushed Sean towards the director, promising to pay however much he wanted just to take the boy off of her hands. She proclaimed that she couldn't possibly raise such a monster. She did not care if Sean got adopted or sold off somewhere else. Speaking of Sean, he finally woke up after a few days of rest in the hospital. Memories of the night on the campus flooded his mind. His scuffle with Mary, his fight with the mysterious Jang Hyun, everything slowly came back to him. He remembered Knoll giving the order to that lunatic to kill Hyunho's mom, and Sean bolted out of the room like he was never drained. Still in his hospital gown, Sean ran through the streets, heading for Hyunho's residence. He managed to reach the apartment building and was met with a broken elevator. Sean was still hurting from all the injuries he sustained, but he desperately gritted his teeth through the pain. Heading up the stairs, he saw the reason why the elevator was stuck. There was a katana lodged between the elevator door on the higher floor. It was Knoll's blade. The majestic bastard was posted up on the stairwell, patiently waiting for Sean to wake up and come to this very place. He playfully pouted, telling Sean that he's been waiting for a while now just so they could formally meet. Clueless as to who this white-haired bastard was, Sean's keen battle senses took over as he asked who Knoll was. Knoll was actually quite hurt that the young man did not remember his voice. He took Sean's hand, holding them tightly, and confessed that he had come all the way to this place just so they could see each other. Knoll closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye, making Sean wary of the man's speed. To refresh the young man's memory, Knoll professed that he came here to kill Hyunho's mom. Upon hearing that threat, Sean squared up even if he had no underwear underneath that hospital gown. Now that they are properly introduced face to face, it's time to hash their beef out with force. Knoll found it a bit troublesome that Sean's still trying to act like a good child by picking his own parent. Sean was just confused by his words. Knoll was already expecting the reaction, but he found it regrettable that the young man doesn't seem to remember his roots. He doesn't remember what kind of person he really was. Knoll retrieved his sword out of the elevator door, ready to fight. He unleashed a wide-reaching slash with the intent of lopping Sean's head off, but he missed by an inch. Knoll adjusted his grip and stabbed his blade downwards, knocking Sean off balance. He revealed that Sean was never a good child like the rest of the kids in Dead Mansion. That truth bomb seemed to resonate deep within his mind. Sean was discarded by his own mother, treating him like a disgusting monster to get rid of. In that rainy night, the little boy asked his mother just what he had done wrong to deserve this treatment. He just acted out of her interest after all. His mom kept on complaining about a friend of hers that was too talkative and annoying. So Sean took matters into his own hands. The kid killed the annoying friend and her dog. Although he felt a little regretful, at least his mom could finally have her peace. He believes that instead of being shunned, he should be praised for a job well done instead. Hearing Sean talk about taking life so normally made his mom look at him with terror. The director was forced to accept and raise the troubled little boy. He took Sean to the chapel. The kid found it weird that he's being punished for being nothing but a good child who listens to his mother. In that chapel, young Noel saw Sean for the first time ever. Back to the brawl of these two good children. Noel admitted that he found it strange how Sean wasn't even trained to listen to his parents, without an ounce of resistance like everyone in Dead Mansion. He had always acted like a good child out of his own will. With that being said, Noel promised that if he keeps picking one parent after another, Noel will take away those parents as many times as he needs to, until Sean gives up. Noel's words jogged Sean's memories. He finally remembers just how his real mother looked at him with utter disdain and fear. Anger took over, and Sean firmly grabbed Noel's blade with one hand and smashed it in half with the other. Noel was caught off guard. The tip of his sword had been stolen, and is now heading for his head. He adeptly dodged the hasty attack as he continued instigating the primal fire within the young man. Noel was simply telling him the truth. No matter what he does, Sean can never be a good child. The real him is just an empty vessel of despair and murderous tendencies. Back in the Dead Mansion, Beluga Kozlov was on a treasure hunt. The cultist bastards of the mansion might be a little weird, but they sure do have good taste in wine. As long as there's vintage booze, the great strategist will sniff it out. Vincent found him raiding the wine cellar and labeled him a thief on top of being a scoundrel. While Vincent is starting to regret letting such a fiend enter their home, Beluga argues that a guest like him should have been treated better in the first place. On the table were the documents regarding the guard detail of the mansion's clients. As soon as Beluga was made aware of Noel's mission to target the sold-off kids, he took the liberty of lending a hand since one little brat would not be nearly enough to protect those high-profile clients. He deployed multiple barefoot mercenaries on every location on the backup list to deter Noel from making a move. Beluga also distributed the number of guards based on the client's wealth. He knows that in this business, protecting the VIP is the key to success. Beluga Kozlov might be a loudmouthed drunkard, but he's also the brilliant chief strategist of Barefoot. Even while raiding a wine cellar like a goblin, you have to admit that he lives up to his title. As he opened the precious bottles of wine, he urged Vincent to stop pouting over a few vintage bottles of booze. This can be considered a dirt cheap payment for what he offers. He doesn't even know how much each of these premium bottles cost. The director would surely flip out if he found out. But that's precisely why Beluga's drinking them. Vincent probably couldn't even taste such good wine if the director was still around. So they might as well make the most of the situation and share. Even though he's a stickler for the rules, Vincent eventually caved in. Before you know it, they've already drunk a few bottles between the two of them. Beluga is in an excellent mood, praising the blood of Christ for tasting so good. As an added bonus, he even made Vincent a partner for his crime. Once they were drunk enough, he asked Vincent about something that he'd been curious about for a long time now. He wanted to know how the Dead Mansion managed to brainwash so many children with that bizarre three-principle creed. He just can't fathom how those brats follow every directive without fail, making them the perfect little soldiers. Beluga is aware that it's a trade secret, but the phenomenon just made him too curious. Vincent answered that most of the kids that come to the mansion have been abandoned. Kids like them have a stronger wanting than others. They simply use that desire, reinforcing the feeling of abandonment due to lacking certain characteristics. Through a repetitive process, they brainwash the kids to become good children, instilling in them that good children must prove their worth, that good children must be better than anyone else in the world. Through that simple ethos, they can finally become a part of a family. If they ever fail to uphold the principles, they will be abandoned once more. Beluga wasn't buying it. He can't believe that these cultists can really control a person with such a simple process. But the feeling of wanting must never be underestimated. Even though he's a criminal himself, Beluga can never see himself going that low. He asked if this was the director's brainchild, and Vincent answered that they had actually gotten the idea from a child. Although it wasn't an original good child, it was a kid who wanted to become one more than everyone else. He was a little boy who would do anything to be accepted by his parental figures. From the first time the director laid eyes on Sean, the vision immediately sprouted. The absolute three principles originated from Sean himself, and right about now, Noel is reminding him of that fact. With his bleeding hand sealed by Noel's grip, Sean resorted to using his feet to attack. For the first time since the battle started, he managed to land a clean hit. It did not do any meaningful damage though. But Noel is glad to see that Sean has finally regained some of his strength. The young man's mind is in turmoil. Scenes of being shunned by his biological mother, being slapped by Hyunho's mom, and being pushed away by every mother figure in his life continuously replayed in his head. While gripping the broken blade tightly, letting his hand bleed out, he finally accepted that Noel was right. Noel thought that this was the start of a new partnership, but he was wrong. Sean's broken mind is telling him that if he were to kill Noel, who's trying to harm his mother, he could become a good child again. Noel could not help but laugh at the absurdity of how broken Sean really is. If this continues, the young man will just pose a big problem to his mission. The two continued their sword fight with half a blade each. Noel views Sean's mind that created the principles of the Dead Mansion, the origin of so many children's oppression. If he can't get Sean to bend, then it might be better to just get rid of him. Much to Noel's surprise, Sean cleverly used his sleek blood as a blinding agent. With the majestic bastard blinded and stunned, Sean pushed his momentum forward. Noel wiped the blood off his eyes and praised the young man for being so relentless. But he's done playing games. Using his half-sword, he knocked the blade away from Sean's hand. Afterward, he took on a focused, quick-draw stance. With one fluid motion, he slashed in a wide radius as Sean jumped away in the nick of time. He grabbed the blade that got stuck in the ceiling and sliced it down at the perfect moment. Unfortunately, all he managed to cut off was Noel's collar. But Sean's other hand was busy retrieving something else. He grabbed a pot filled with soil and threw it at Noel. Moving instinctively, he slashed the pot, scattering dirt in the air. Using the dirt as cover, Sean pushed forward once more, actively going for the killing blow. But Noel was simply a savant with his swordsmanship, stopping Sean's thrust with a downward bash. Sean had never shied away from sacrificing his limbs for a perfect attack, though. With his brilliant sequence of improvised moves, Noel's face was left wide open for a nasty straight. Just as his sword-wielding hand loses its strength, his other arm swoops in to take the blade. A speedy diagonal attack nearly caught Sean, but his godlike reflexes saved him once more. Annoyed by that tricky swordsmanship, he is officially on demon time now. Noel remained calm, posturing for another quick draw. He deviously smiled and unleashed the all-encompassing slash. But Sean is in the zone, using a perfectly timed tiny finger bump to catch the blade mid-swing. His inhuman vision and perfect coordination managed to finally break the last bit of Noel's katana. Instead of panicking, the majestic bastard seemed excited instead. He's finally seeing Sean's current level, and it was thoroughly disappointing. For the first time since the start of the match, Noel used his legs to attack. Sean responded with a kick of his own, aiming at Noel's head. It was easily deflected as the majestic bastard took out a big-ass knife. Back in the mansion's cellar, the unlikely drinking buddies continued getting wasted and talking about business. Vincent asked if Beluga had placed a guard detail on Sean, and he answered that they had not. Vincent sobered up and reminded Beluga that Sean is the most important asset that needs protection. But the drunkard argued that there's no need to put any mercenaries on Sean. As the fight between the two legends continued, the elevator dinged. A familiar figure slowly emerged as the elevator door opened. Alexander Sophia has come to stop the little boys from playing so loudly. As soon as he saw her, Noel's demeanor changed. The war hero reprimanded Noel for being a bad boy, going around and causing trouble all over the world. It's been a while since she last saw little Sean, too. She didn't like how he looked right now when she was certain that she had put a lock on him all those years ago. The greetings can wait until later. For now, the bad boy needs a little spanking first. Her aura alone was enough to intimidate Noel. Sophia did not give Noel any space to maneuver as she planted her fist right into his abdomen. A single punch did more damage than all of Sean's previous efforts. Sophia worried that she might have gone overboard. Noel's just a kid in her eyes after all. He's just too light. And the lighter he is, the faster he can flee. The injured Noel managed to snake his way out of trouble against Sophia. The slippery bastard broke a nearby window and made the jump from a few stories high. It should be fine though. Sophia didn't even come here to capture the unruly bad boy. She came here to talk with Sean, her disciple. Even though she put a lock on him, she still couldn't stand how weak he had truly become. That just means he needs to be adjusted a little bit more. Sean is long overdue for a training arc. Since she's here now, they might as well get started immediately. To calm little Sean down, she reassured him that the old lady no longer lived in the apartment. Since Noel is targeting all the good children's families, Hyunho's family has been relocated. Sophia vowed on the honor of the Alexander name that she would protect his parent, even if it's a parent that he chooses on his own. All she asks for in return is for him to focus on training starting with the dead squats. The mere mention of dead squats sparked horrifying flashbacks in his mind. In that exercise, death awaits those who fail. And so, we're back to the current time a month later. Sean underwent Sophia's hardcore training for 4 weeks and he's still suffering from PTSD because of it. That dead squat she mentioned involves strapping a TNT to your lower body and doing squats. If you relax even just a little, you'll be blown up into smithereens. Even Dmitri was horrified. He thought the Alexander family training method was just some Russian urban legend, but it turned out to be real. Even the mention of the Alexander name is triggering Sean. As for how much he actually improved under Sophia's guidance, Dmitri was curious. Sean cheekily responded that if he's so eager to know, Dmitri can just see it for himself in first person. There are still some lingering feelings of competition between the two. Finally, they arrived at their destination, and Dmitri pulled up in front of the school. Before he got off, Dmitri told Sean to wait a little bit. He asked if the young man really had to go back to school after everything that transpired. Being out in the open would only pose more danger. Sean did not like the feeling of Dmitri being concerned about his safety at all. What the big softy was trying to say is that Sean should contact him as soon as he feels something off instead of stubbornly dealing with everything on his own. From an outside perspective, the two looked like father and son bickering before the first day of school. Park Cheyon's name is still a hot topic of discussion since he's publicly known to be involved in the bullying incident that shut the school down. Sean overheard the murmurs of the people around calling Dmitri his dad, and he felt a shiver go down his spine. Meanwhile, in an abandoned warehouse, the lunatic, Jang Hyun, is lounging around while listlessly looking at his nasty special fabric. His reverie was broken by Noel's arrival, nagging him to get a better place to live in. It has been a while since they last saw each other, and Hyun has been itching to ask so many questions. Around the warehouse, Noel noticed that the lunatic did some decorating with a bunch of random stuff. There's even a vending machine in there. Hyun picked up a pair of scissors and stabbed at the vending machine to offer Noel a drink just to be polite. After getting the drink, he dragged Noel back to his living area. He sat Noel down on a chair and urged him to speak the truth and nothing but the truth. Crazy Hyun is not in a good mood at all, and he doesn't have time to listen to lies. Hyun pressed Noel about his promise to find a particular person for him. Of course, the manipulative bastard swore that he was doing everything in his power to find that person. But before that, Hyun should hold up his end of the bargain and bring back Sean first. The lunatic's patience is running thin. He swears that if he gets so much as a whiff of manipulation, he'll really kill Noel without hesitation. But if there's anyone in the world who can match Hyun's freak, it's Noel. When they first met, Noel thought the lunatic was just some slow-witted but skilled kid. But he knows now that Hyun's more than that. For a moment, he contemplated just killing the lunatic to prevent any erratic blowback. Hyun immediately noticed and warned him not to draw that sword, though. He still has that pair of scissors in one hand after all. Noel played it off as a joke and assured the lunatic that he would look for that particular person harder. He also came here with a proposition. He wanted to ask if Hyun wanted to try going somewhere fun for a while. The lunatic's interest was instantly piqued. Back on the campus, the first day back to school is now in full swing. As soon as Park Cheon entered the classroom, whispers about his involvement in the incident spread. He was already expecting this much, though. Mary actually helped him to overturn the suspension by blackmailing the school principal. She used a weapon so vile and disgusting that even Sean thought it was too much. It was a picture of the principal in a maid costume while acting all cutesy. Do you know what the worst part is? Mary did not even edit that photo. Sean can't decide what's worse between the dead squats and seeing that picture. The first day of school invites a lot of unwelcome elements. Since it was proven that his pictures with gangsters were fake, the wannabe high school thugs have been gunning for him. The thug asked Park Cheon to go out of the classroom and follow him somewhere else. It's a 3-against-1 in the school parking lot. The thugs were yapping like a couple of dumbasses while Sean's scanning the area for witnesses. Upon confirming that no one was around, he flicked one of the thugs in the jaw for fear of using too much force. After his training with Sophia, even just a finger flick can be used as a deadly weapon. He's been thinking of testing out some moves on real people, so these thugs would do. He even promised to go easy on them considering that they used to be part of the same crew. Recalling his month-long training, Sophia taught him that his main problem was pressure. The pressure he puts on himself by thinking that he's under control of the 3 principles is crippling his power output. While he can understand the concept in his head, his body just can't keep up. Since that's the case, Sophia devised another training method. Since he can only exert a percentage of his strength with the 3 principle restriction, they can just increase his total strength. As a result, the percentage of strength he can tap into has been tempered to terrifying heights. The thugs that invited him to get beat up in the parking lot fell one by one. It wasn't even a challenge. One of the fools panicked and grabbed a steel mop nearby, waving it around like a nincompoop. Sean just dashed forward like a compact freight train. Timing his kick, he aimed at the mop heading for his body. If he can break Noel's katana, he can certainly break a random dullard's mop. Sean did not even bother beating the clown up after that. The class bell has rung and it's time to go back to the classroom. It was a complete and utter defeat for the 3 Stooges. After seeing the results of his training and how strong he felt, he thanked Sophia for setting him straight. Right now, he can't control his new strength completely, but he did not expect to be so strong with just a fraction of his real power unlocked. From outside the classroom, a familiar figure forced his way to the room of 2nd grade class 1. As soon as he saw Sean sitting in the middle of the room, he happily barged in. Sean was still lost in thought. He reckoned that if he could utilize his full power, he'd be able to face Jang Hyun and even Noel. Well, he better pray that he unlocks that power right now, since one of his targets just made an unexpected entrance to the classroom. Jang Hyun greeted him with an unexpected kick after a whole month of not seeing each other. Sean managed to block the brunt of the kick, but the impact was frightening. The lunatic can sense that Sean has become a lot stronger over the past month. Jang Hyun hoped that Sean finally sobered up and stopped playing the good child game. Sean finds out he's being used as bait. He thinks it's easier to be the target, letting them come to him. Rachel applies lipstick, and Sean asks her what she's getting ready for. Rachel replies that she can't just sit and watch while Sean is in danger. She's going to stand by him, especially since Sean is a valuable product of the Dead Mansion. Rachel asks Sean what he plans to get out of this situation. Sean says his goal is to fight Noel. Rachel denies this, saying Sean is different from other children controlled by the 3 principals. No one can stop or order him. Rachel asks Sean if he really thinks the old woman is his mother. Sean says he's unsure. Rachel presses him for answers, but Sean insists he doesn't know why he's fighting Noel. Rachel asks about his earliest memories, but Sean can't recall them. He mentions his body aches during fights, and Rachel thinks Sean might be using his strength without realizing it. Sean agrees he can't fully control his strength, even without the 3 principals' influence. Rachel warns Sean not to put himself in danger, but Sean says he's not going to hold back. He's going to protect Hyunho and his mother, and this is his choice. Sean's tone turns threatening as he says he'll tear apart anyone who touches them. Hyunho kicks Sean, but Sean dodges and hits him back, sending Hyunho crashing through the window. Hyunho is amazed by Sean's skills and compliments him. Sean notices the crowd watching them and suggests they move somewhere else. Hyunho punches Sean, but Sean dodges and twists Hyunho's arm. They head to a bathroom hallway where Sean locks the door. He had a feeling that someone is going to attack in school, but doesn't expect that someone will hurt him on the first day of school. The teachers arrive, and students tell them that Cheyenne was fighting and is now in the bathroom. The teacher asks the students to return to class and investigates the matter. Everybody is gossiping about their fighting. Hyunho tells Sean that he's improved his skills and doesn't need to hold back. Sean punches Hyunho, digging a hole in the ground, and asks about Noel's location. Hyunho is shocked after hearing Noel's name. He kicks Sean. Sean asks Hyunho if he wants to keep fighting, and Hyunho dodges Sean's punch. Sean realizes Hyunho doesn't intend to kill him, and asks if he wants to kill others. Hyunho is unsure, and Sean's eyes darken. Just as Sean attacks, someone knocks on the bathroom door, telling them to open it. Hyunho pushes Sean out the window and they fall into a classroom. Sean uses his wiper to create friction, and they land safely. Sean stabs the other side of the wiper into Hyunho's knee. The teacher arrives, shocked by their condition, and asks if they're fine. Hyunho tells her he's okay, taking out the stick from his knee. Meanwhile, Sean experiences severe headaches and body aches. Hyunho tells the teacher that clothes are new, but he is going to sew it up. The teacher cuts him off, wondering why Hyunho is still worrying about clothes, and tells him to stay still as he is hurt. Hyunho is shocked and touched by the teacher's words, realizing she wasn't talking about his clothes but his wound. Thinking the teacher is worried about him and tries to assure her that he is really okay. The teacher then injects Hyunho's wrist. Hyunho inquires what she is doing. The teacher tells him that it is a sedative. Hyunho is shocked by the word sedative and becomes unconscious. It turns out that it is Rachel disguised as a teacher. She holds him in her arms, telling him to have a nice sleep. She has lots of questions to ask Hyunho and is happy that he is caught. Abandoned and neglected children are everywhere. The Dead Mansion uses them to create the greatest weapons. These children are then adopted by parents who buy them for a high price. This project of the Dead Mansion Orphanage is known as the Good Child Project. But the Dead Mansion isn't the only one that thinks like that, taking abandoned kids and turning them into emotionless monsters. The scene shifts to Rachel and Sean discussing an orphanage similar to the Dead Mansion. Hyun is a student there. Rachel tells Hyun that he should go back, and she's going to investigate this case since investigation is her specialty. Sean asks confusedly where he should go, and Rachel tells him to go to class since he wanted to attend school. Rachel pushes Hyun out of the hospital room while Hyun says he's going and asks Rachel not to treat him roughly. Hyun gets flashbacks. Someone is cutting little Hyun's hair, telling him that a man's charm is his hair. If Hyun looks ugly, he won't sell well. Little Hyun tells the man that he wants a hairstyle like him, and the man has long hair. The man replies that Hyun has an eye for taste, and says they should add that Hyun has creative tendencies under his name, so he can earn at least 2 million more when he's adopted. The man tells Hyun that he can't have this hairstyle because he's Jang Hyun, not the man, and everything about him should be like Jang Hyun. Hyun wonders why, and the man tells him that he's handsome, so he has to be handsome, and he's strong, so he has to be strong. He shouldn't have something like a family because it can make him weak. The man takes out his tongue and asks if Hyun understands. Hyun then wakes up from his flashback. Rachel asks Hyun if he's awake. Hyun's injured knee is bandaged and hurts him. Hyun asks Rachel if she bandaged him and inquires why she's going easy on him since they're enemies. Rachel asks Hyun if there's a need for rough treatment while sliding a chair in front of him. Rachel tells him there's no need for them to be enemies if they cooperate. Rachel thinks that since she's told Sean she's going to interrogate Hyun, she'll talk nicely to Hyun because it's the best approach for kids who have never experienced love. Then she asks him politely if he can answer her questions. Hyun starts sweating. Meanwhile, a man is watching them with a telescope, mocking the kid by saying it's not nice for a little kid to open his eyes in front of the opposite sex, and wonders if Hyun will get in trouble with Noel for this. He's amazed by Rachel's beauty, saying she looks beautiful even with black hair. Then he tries to have a closer look at them and calls Rachel Senorita. Hyun is eating a black bean bun and says he's going to tell Rachel anything, no matter how well she treats him. Rachel tries to manipulate him by saying it's fine since he's on Noel's side. Hyun nervously says that he's not trying to take anyone's side. He has to be alone. Rachel says that he fought with Sean, yet he said he's not on Noel's side. Hyun replies that it's a cooperative relationship. He's just lending Noel his power since he has his goals. He's going to find information using Noel's information network. Rachel asks how Noel can have information since he's a kid like him. Rachel asks if he's sure he's not being tricked. Hyun tells her while eating that Noel's network is very strong, with eyes and ears everywhere. Hyun further tells her that Noel even found him, someone who ran away from the real carpenter. Rachel uses her manipulation skills by disagreeing with Hyun, making him emotional. Rachel asks the reason for his escape and about the carpenter. Hyun says the carpenter taught him many things and rants about its difficulty. Hyun tells her that after a couple of months of training he ran away, but someone with glasses chased him, which is why Noel came to him. Rachel interrupts him by giving him flavored milk, telling him to drink it and take his time while talking. Rachel then asks why Noel came to him. Rachel thinks that kids don't even pay attention to what they're saying if you act like you're interested. Hyun tells her that Noel told him that he has a goal and asked for Hyun's help, saying he's going to free all the good kids sold from the dead mansion. Rachel's eyes turn red. Hyun further adds that after freeing the kids, they'll become a family. Just as Hyun is about to say more, someone appears behind them. The person, known as Miguel, is angry at Hyun and says that Hyun shouldn't tell Rachel all this. A little kid like Hyun is falling for Rachel's trap. Rachel looks at him, shocked and angry, and is about to punch him when he says, "Senorita" to Rachel. Miguel says that Hyun shouldn't be nervous and that Noel sent him to bring Hyun back. Rachel's mind clicks, and she asks if he is that Miguel. It's a saying among Spanish mercenaries that if you see a matador waving a red capote, don't bother running behind him since the matador is always behind his prey. Matador means bullfighter, and capote is the red flag-like thing they wave at bulls. That's the man called Antonio Miguel. Rachel inquires why the matador is working with Noel. Miguel is side-hugging Hyun, who looks really nervous. Miguel tells Rachel to stop calling him matador, as he loves animals, and bullfighting is illegal, so he doesn't kill bulls. Then he hits Rachel with a rod while saying now he only kills people. Rachel dodges it. Miguel says it's been a while since someone dodged his attack. He playfully says what he's going to do while holding a rod, but Hyun stops him, standing in front of Rachel and asking why he's attacking her, saying he's there just for Sean. Miguel touches his forehead looking stressed, and says to Hyun that he's just a kid and is already falling for the beauty trap. Then he says to Hyun not to worry, saying he's going to find a lot more girls only if you live to become an adult. He then suddenly stabs Hyun with a sword. Miguel tells him that Noel told him to kill him if there's a slight hint of betrayal. Hyun is bleeding. Just as Miguel is about to shoot Hyun while saying hola, Rachel shoots him, but he dodges, saying that was close. He then tries to hit Rachel, but Rachel takes out a gun attached to her black corset. Miguel compliments Rachel by saying she is the best, while Rachel shoots him, and he again dodges it. Miguel then attacks Rachel, pulling her wig off, saying it's sad that luck isn't on her side, and she was truly the best. Rachel calls him a rascal. The psychopath says they should put an end to it. Hyun gets a flashback of little Hyun drying his hair with a towel when the man tells him he should definitely learn a technique. Hyun asks what it is, and the man tells him it's the technique only the real carpenter can teach him. Perhaps if Hyun meets him in the future, he might learn it. Hyun then stands up, and Miguel sees that Hyun is not in any place and is confused. When suddenly, Hyun attacks him using the skill taught by the real carpenter, known as animal instinct, and Miguel falls down. Inside a garbage truck, all the mercenaries are gathered. One of them says it is Noel's order to kill Hyun if he comes in their way. Another wonders if Hyun is just a kid, and if Miguel will take care of him. A mercenary questions Miguel's trustworthiness, calling him a womanizer. Others mention Miguel's reputation as the matador and his fame in Spain, with some teasingly asking if he only bullies bulls. A man takes a gun from them, saying they don't know how to handle it properly. They look at him and comment that he seems unfamiliar. Then Seun reveals himself, saying he is not on their side. Hyun's eyes shine as he attacks Miguel with his hand. Miguel thinks Hyun looks completely different and analyzes his movements, guessing that Hyun is no longer human, but a beast. Miguel says it is impossible for him to lose and brings out a capote. Rachel wonders why he needs a capote, and Miguel tells her to sit down, saying this is a fight between a human and a beast. He moves the capote, bringing Hyun toward him, but Hyun tears it. Miguel attacks Hyun from behind using the picador technique, but Hyun dodges and counterattacks, causing Miguel to bleed. Miguel says that is how it should be, and uses the banderillero technique to weaken Hyun. Rachel is shocked by Hyun's strength and wonders if this is his real ability. Miguel claims he is the matador, but Hyun kicks him. Miguel mocks Hyun, saying look at the beast charging at him, and then attacks, saying adios amigo. Hyun uses Rod standing in the ground as support, jumps on Miguel and attacks him. Miguel's mouth starts bleeding, but he refuses to give up, saying he is a matador who waves the capote. He motivates himself by thinking of the many beasts he has tamed, but then realizes Hyun is different, a monster that can't be tamed. As Miguel is about to leave, he kicks a fire extinguisher, causing smoke everywhere. Rachel looks at the smoke while Miguel runs, rethinking his plan. He goes to their truck, yelling that they are all monsters and need to use TNT to kill them. He sees Seun sitting there and inquires about him. Seun attacks Miguel, banging his head into the ground, and taunts him about saying scary things and not knowing about school zones. Seun says he has a lot to ask Miguel because the other members don't know much. Meanwhile, Seun tells Rachel, calling her Nuna, that she is right, and Hyun is getting tricked by Noel. Hyun is badly injured, with bleeding hands and stomach. As he is about to fall, Rachel supports him, remarking on how he has pushed himself despite the injuries. She says she will back him up, but Hyun insists he has to be alone. Another mercenary, Eden, receives a call while hiding near Hyun and Rachel. The caller tells him to wrap things up, and Eden shoots Rachel in the head. Hyun cries seeing Rachel. He gets angry but his stomach is bleeding. As Eden looks behind, Rachel attacks him. She says that Eden is trying to put a hole in someone's head out of nowhere. Eden gets confused seeing Rachel and gets disappointed, thinking he missed. Suddenly Seun attacks Eden. Seun then kicks Eden. Eden recognizes Seun, saying Hubei, who is the legend of Dead Mansion. Hubei means junior. He then attacks with a nail drill which digs holes in Seun's helmet. Seun sees the gun and thinks it is not an ordinary gun. Eden kicks Seun but he dodges it. Eden says that Seun is making the situation difficult, causing him to sweat. Rachel tells Seun that he is also a good kid. Seun gets shocked and says that calling Eden a kid doesn't suit him. Rachel agrees, saying he is a product made long ago, known as version 1. Mary's hands are cuffed, and she is sipping coffee. She tells Eugene to have a sip, asking him if he is afraid that it's poisoned. Eugene says that he is being careful, calling Mari a traitor, and she is only sitting comfortably because they want information from her about Noel. Eugene can't let his guard down until Mari shows signs of cooperation. Mari remarks that Eugene acts like an old man. Mari asks Eugene if he knows that there are versions of good children. Eugene gets confused listening to the word version. Mari explains that she is talking about the generation before Seun and Noel, and that there is a man named version 1. Eugene isn't trusting her, saying he never heard of such a thing in Dead Mansion. Mari says that it makes sense since only a few people know about them. Eugene wonders if it is that important. Mari says that this is a sign of cooperation. About version 1 children, they were different. Each one was trained uniquely and customized to the client's needs. Regardless of age, gender, or race, every custom request was entertained. They weren't just built, they were shaped. They gathered data from hundreds they killed. Each one was trained to fulfill a single purpose. That's why you must never underestimate them. Eden attacks Seun, but he dodges. Then Shun attacks Eden. Eden is wondering where Seun came from, as his speed and strength are more than him. Eden brings out a measuring tape and measures Seun's leg, saying he looks about 8'41". Eden compliments Seun's legs, saying they are pretty long considering his height. Seun punches him, telling him to stop messing around. Then Eden measures Seun's arms, saying they are 6'41". Seun hits him again. Eden says that he is going to die if he keeps getting hit. Eden is relieved after getting all the measurements. Seun calls him Sunbae. Eden says that kids can be scary these days. Seun asks him if he is not done yet. Seun says that Eden doesn't look like an old citizen. Eden remarks that Seun knows how to rile someone up. Eden then smirks, saying that he is almost done with preparations. He uses his gun to aim at Seun's legs. As Seun is about to hit Eden, Eden shoots at Seun's feet after calculating his speed. Seon is shocked that Eden hit him. He then attacks Eden, but Eden dodges it and comments on how easy it is to dodge someone's attack after knowing their arm length. Seon runs away. Eden tells him to run as much as he wants. He is an expert in chasing. Then he attacks Seon with a hammer using chiseling technique. He gets confused when Seon doesn't get hurt because he uses pipes. Seon asks what nonsense Eden is talking about. Eden replies that it doesn't matter, as he has already calculated him, and he is going to shoot him. Seon uses pipes to hit Eden using a technique called Kali Arnis. Eden thinks Seon is much stronger with pipes, and he should also use them. Just as Seon is about to attack Eden, he stops him with his hand, receiving his father's call. His father tells him to wrap things up and return. Then, Eden runs away, saying he is done for the day. His hours are completed. Seon tells him to come back, inquiring if the person on the phone is Noel. Eden replies, "Why would I listen to that white-headed bastard? These are my father's orders." Seon asks about Noel's location, but Eden says he can't tell him that. Seon stops him, but he can't because he used a lot of energy today. His balance is going to be shaken as an after effect. Meanwhile, Eden drives his car and says that kids these days are scary and he won't fight with him. Eden thinks that just because of Noel calling him a white-headed bastard, he has to struggle. Seon is on the roof of Eden's car. Seon says in a threatening tone that he told Eden to stop. Eden thinks that Seon is very persistent. He then uses his machine to cut the pipe rod from which Seon is entering Eden's car, and then he applies the brakes, making Seon fall. Eden thinks that the people from Dead Mansion are crazy and wonders what kind of monsters they create. Eden says that this is why he was just planning to kill some time and leave. Seon then comes through the window and breaks it, saying someone who shoots people's heads with nails shouldn't say such things. Eden becomes scared. Seon then hits Eden with a pipe, but he dodges it. Seon tells Eden to stay still. He is making it harder for him to hit him. Eden thinks that it's dangerous, but it's a do-or-die situation, so he jumps out of the car, saying that he gives up and go ahead and try your best bastard to Seon. The car then hits electricity wires, causing an explosion. Eden gets hurt and thinks, where did this guy come from? Eden thinks that he has to go to the hospital because his wounds hurt so badly. The walls of the electricity house are destroyed. Eden is thinking that he just had a car that got destroyed. How is he going to explain it to his father? Eden thinks that Seon is really troublesome when he sees that Seon is following him. Seon's father saw Eden being attacked by Seon. He yells, telling Seon to stop. Eden tells his father to go inside. Eden's father is wondering what's happening. Seon then remembers Hyunho's mother's slap when he was fighting with Mari. Eden's father is holding a saw. Eden tells him to go inside, saying it's dangerous. Seon then hits himself with a rod. Eden asks what he is doing. Seon tells him that it's some useless memories. Seon threatens him, saying he is asking one last time. Tell everything you know, and he is going to leave him. He asks about Noel's location. Eden, his father, and Seon are sitting at a table together. Eden says he won't apologize, but when his father bows, Eden apologizes, saying, "Sorry, brat." Eden's father tells Seon that Noel just came looking for them a month ago. He tried to kill him, saying he was going to take Eden back. Eden fought back, but he was no match, even when he was injured. Seon wonders if it was a month ago that he got the injury from Sophia. Eden's father further tells them that they were only able to survive on the condition of cooperation. Eden curses and goes out. Seon looks at him speechless. Eden's father apologizes, saying that, thinking that the target was someone young, he has no excuses. Seon says it's fine. Just tell me information about Noel. Eden's father gives a phone to Seon and tells him that he hasn't seen Noel since then, and they get orders from this phone. Seon tells him that he is sure he is somehow going to find Noel by the call logs or location history. Eden's father is astonished that Seon knows these things too and tells him it looks like his specialty. Seon tells them it's normal for a good child and wonders if Eden doesn't know how to do that. His father says no. He didn't request such features while ordering Eden, while looking at Eden's pictures. Seon asks him why his grandfather purchased Eden. Eden is sitting alone on a bench when Seon enters, stretching and saying his body hurts. Eden inquires why Seon is not going home. Seon sits beside him. Eden asks why Seon is sitting there like it's natural and if Rachel is fine. Seon teases him by saying he barely stopped Rachel from blowing this place. Eden gets nervous, saying it's scary. Seon tells him that he is just kidding. Seon asks Eden what he is going to do now. Eden looks at him confused. Seon explains that if he agreed to cooperate with Noel, wouldn't he be in danger if he doesn't hit him? Eden says that it's tricky. Although Noel is dangerous, Eden doesn't want to fight with him either, but he would rather fight the weaker one. This makes Seon angry, and he asks if Eden wants to fight again. Eden says that whatever happens, he just has to save his father, since he was created for this reason. Meanwhile, Eden's father is looking at his childhood pictures. Eden tells him that his father purchased him for this reason, and he has to protect him no matter what. Seon stands up and nervously says he doesn't know what to say in this situation, but Eden should talk to his father a bit more. Eden says Seon tells him that his father also has some thoughts. He wouldn't want you to get hurt. Eden says while looking down that he is just an item to his father. Seon then pats Eden's shoulders, telling him that from what he heard, it didn't seem like it. So Eden should have a conversation with his father. Suddenly the room beside them explodes. The backstory of Eden's father is revealed. 20 years ago, Eden's father was working hard making a chair when his son Jinsol came home angrily and asked his father what happened and why he didn't come. Eden's father didn't realize the time. Jinsol was angry, saying that his father was supposed to pick him up, and everyone's parents came to pick them up. Jinsol's father apologized to him, saying he was about to come after finishing his work, and he would pick him up from school the next day, and asked if Jinsol wanted chicken for dinner. Jinsol made a cute angry face, asking his father if he was serious. His father happily carried him. Jinsol told him that he had to come the next day for sure. His father agreed. The next day, he went to pick him up in his car. Jinsol happily waved towards him, running towards the car. Suddenly, he was hit by a car in front of his father's eyes and died. Eden's father then went to an orphanage. The orphanage priest asked why he came all the way here, as Korea has many orphanages too. He replied that he had heard rumors that a certain orphanage in Russia could create a child exactly as requested. Eden's father's appearance had become very bad. He had an unshaved beard, dark circles, and eye bags. The priest asked about the rumors. He told him that he had been finding the orphanage for years and then found out that Dead Mansion was the only place that could create his child. The priest agreed, showing him a form, and said that he had come to the right place. Then he filled out the form for the product. The priest told him that the production time would be 2 to 3 years and the completed child would be delivered to his home. After 3 years, he saw the boy and was shocked that something like this could happen. He thought it was a miracle that his child had come back to life. He told the boy that it was him, his father. The boy responded with a greeting, calling him father. He then remembered the tantrums of his son. The boy asked what he could do for him. He then realized that a dead person couldn't come back and he wasn't his child who died. Eden came back from school and said he was back. His father welcomed him, telling him to rest. Eden told his father that he could call him if he needed help. His father got memories of Jinsol because he was very different from Eden. He then asked Eden if he wanted chicken tonight. Eden happily replied that he liked it too. Eden ate chicken, saying it was really good. His father told him to eat a lot. Eden's father thought that nobody could take Jinsol's place. He was his only child. However, he came to love Eden. Eden said that it was fine. He knew he was created as a replacement for his son, and he would do anything to satisfy him. Eden's father realized how his greed and foolishness were forcing Eden to live a certain way. He regretted and told Eden that he didn't need to follow his son and said that Eden was not his son and he could never be. This terrified Eden. When his father was asleep, Eden noticed that his son had moles on his face. So Eden dug holes in his face and then screamed from pain. His father ran after hearing his screaming and saw Eden bleeding. Eden said that he figured out the problem that he didn't have moles. Now it would be perfect. Eden's father remembered seeing Jinsol's picture. The flashback ends, and Eden's father is looking at the chair he completed. Suddenly he hears a girl. The girl is playing with a firecracker and asks Eden's father if he wants to play too. The little girl tells him that there is only 2 grams of gunpowder in a sparkler. Eden's father asks who she is. The girl says that if you pack it all together, it might just blow up. The girl lights up the bomb, causing Eden's father's room to explode. Eden and Seon are terrified seeing the blast. Eden runs towards his father and finds him unconscious while there is a little girl beside him. As he runs towards his father, a masked man attacks Eden. He says Eden can't do it. The little girl's name is Sparkly. The man tells her to hide. Seon then hits the masked man, but he dodges it. The masked man recognizes Seon. Eden then comes, telling Seon that he is the assistant, and points guns at the corpse-faced man. This offends Seon, and he tells Eden to talk normally. Eden then says that he is a helper, and that Seon should just understand and go with it. The corpse-faced man asks what Eden is doing. The corpse-faced man's name is Slandy. Sparkly tells him that she made a special product, showing bombs to Slandy. Slandy wonders when Sparkly made it and tells her to hide. Eden then attacks Slandy with a blade, but he dodges it. Slandy tells Eden that Noel has a message for him. He then points a gun at Eden, telling him that as an old man without any skills, he has done well. He then shoots, but Eden dodges it. Eden is shocked to see a gun shooting fire. Eden then asks him why he's shooting in someone's workplace. Slandy says to Sparkly that the bomb she gave him is too much. While Sparkly is excited to see the blast, suddenly Seon hits Slandy with a hammer and snatches the gun from him. Seon then attacks Slandy using chisel technique. Eden thinks that Seon is a brat. Sparkly attacks Seon with fireworks attached to the blade. Seon is shocked to see the blades. Slandy tells Seon that Sparkly is not a bad kid. Sparkly says Seon is the legend of Dead Mansion, and Noel told them not to let their guard down. Slandy then thinks that he should now start a real fight. Suddenly, Rachel enters Eden's house with her car and breaks the wall with it. She then aims at Slandy, saying she told the son of a bitch that she is going to run over him. Slandy then covers Sparkly. Eden wonders if Rachel is aiming at him too. Seun replies that she probably is, so he should keep his head down. Yuri and Dmitri also come out of the car. Dmitri tells Seun that he shouldn't be stupid to think that he can handle everything all by himself, calling Seun a stubborn bastard, and they are going to continue talking when they get home. Seun nervously laughs. Slandy is scared, thinking that the head count has increased, but gets shocked to see Sparkly lighting a ball-like bomb. The bomb explodes and Slandy and Sparkly run away. Rachel curses. Eden worriedly runs towards his father, yelling his name, who is lying unconscious on the ground. Eden bows to Seun, saying he owes him a life. Eden's father attacks him with a hammer, cursing and scolding him for destroying his warehouse and instruments. Rachel tells him that his shop is destroyed by the kid who came with Slandy. Eden's father asks about the wall and yells at them, asking what kind of dumbass rams a building with a car. Yuri gets offended listening to the word dumbass. Dmitri tells Yuri to show their anger while Seun is stopping him, telling Eden's father that Yuri is not to drive since driving in Russia is different. Eden's father says in Russian that all the people from Russia are stupid, while Eden just sighs. Dmitri is shocked to see that Eden's father can speak English. He replies that he has stayed in Russia for some time. Eden says that he is going to see if there is anything he can recover. Seun tells him that he is going to help too. Then they both pick a wood log from the ground. Rachel is seeing them, speechless, thinking Eden's father is just like Eden. Eden's father taunts her, saying there is a Russian saying that father's love carries on the grave and mother's love is eternal. Rachel gets offended and points a gun near Eden's father's neck. Meanwhile, Dmitri is nervously trying to stop their fight. Eden is looking at childhood photos while Seun comes and asks what Eden's plan is now, and if he's in a difficult situation since Noel abandoned him. Eden wears his bag and says he is going to hide somewhere with his father as he is not confident to fight Noel like others, and it's better for him to run away before things get worse. Eden further adds that Seun might think that he is foolish. Seun playfully imitates him, repeating his words. Eden gets angry and inquires what Seun is doing. Seun says Eden keeps acting like a loser and why does he keep doing loser downplay? Doesn't Eden just want to protect his father? Seun then sets the photo frame and comments that, unlike him, version 2 is created on 3 principles. He informs that among 3 principles, if the parent's safety is threatened, they can ignore the above principles and resolve the situation. He further adds that until recently, he thought those 3 principles were motivating him, but it isn't true. He is able to confirm this after meeting Eden and his family, who motivate him. Then he holds Eden's picture with his father and says that if you want to protect each other, there is no right way. Just as Seun is about to sit in the car, he assures Eden that he just needs to call him if he ever needs help, and he is going to request Sophia for help too. Eden confirms if Seun is talking about Alexander Sophia and gets shocked. Seun replies yes and asks why, judging Eden's expression. Eden tells him that nobody can dare to call her casually. Seun remembers Alexander's face and agrees. Seun then fist bumps Eden, telling him to talk to his father while calling him Mr. Eden gets offended with the word Mr. and says that he is not even that old and tells Seun to call him Hyung. Seun emotionally repeats the word Hyung. Eden's father is cleaning the chair he makes. Eden sees him and remembers the time his father was unconscious. Eden nervously calls his father, hiding a picture of him and Eden. Eden's father calls him, asking him how to use the phone and says that he was told to set a timer by pressing some buttons. Eden tells his father to take a picture. Then Eden sets the phone, saying that it should be fine. Eden's father says it looks good. Eden's father then tells him to sit in a chair he made. Eden gets nervous and says that is. Eden's father says that he knows the chair is too small for him. He stutters and says that he is always late with things, and that he should have asked Eden to sit in the chair a long time ago. He then holds Eden's hands and apologizes for being late, calling Eden's son. Meanwhile, in the car, Dmitri asks Seun if he seems to be in a good mood. Seun says maybe he is. Seun says that it was the first time some boy told him to call Hyung, and it's very difficult to explain. Eden is hanging upside down in cross-shine while being shot multiple times, and his father is dead too. Someone wearing a cap and mask writes in the mirror near Eden's father's body that you are a bad boy after all. Then he walks away. A week later, in the hospital, Seun is running in the hospital, and Dmitri is stopping him, telling him he understands how Seun feels, but they should come back another time as it hasn't been long since Eden gained consciousness, and he isn't in stable condition yet. Seun pushes him. Dmitri is shocked to see his strength. Seun then runs towards Eden while crying. Eden is in a wheelchair and keeps repeating the word dad. His dad died before they could even reach the hospital. Seun calls Eden, but he doesn't reply. Dmitri tells Seun that Eden is in shock due to his father's death. Eden then calls Seun. Seun replies, calling him Hyung and telling him that he is here for help. Eden is crying while keeps stuttering the word help and dad. Seun pukes and runs towards the washroom. He then sits in the bathroom thinking if it was just a fight, he would be prepared to protect everyone. But it's not a simple fight. Seun thought he could do anything. Then remembers that he said he is going to destroy whoever messes with family. He sits in the bathroom, broken, and thinks after seeing that there is a possibility of losing everything he promised to protect. He realizes that he wasn't prepared to lose anything and that he was just a naive brat. He then walks out of the bathroom, keeping his head low. Dimitri sees him and stops him, asking where he is going. Rachel wonders if Seun is heartbroken. Seun says he is fine and he recalls what Rachel said. Rachel looks at him confused. Seun recalls Rachel's words about having a neck with blades and piercing hearts with bullets. She had said that all the skills they learn are to take away life, and that this doesn't mean they need to be righteous or feel responsible, nor does it mean it's ideal practice. Everything is the result of the power they wield. Those who take must also be prepared to be taken from. That's why they should get stronger and become a sharp blade and a precise bullet. Become a weapon that destroys the enemy before losing everything. His eyes darken while saying the last words. In the church, Sparkly is playing with firecrackers. Slandy's real name is Roman. Sparkly gives him a star-shaped firecracker. He thanks her. She then shyly says that she is going to give a heart one to Noel. She then gives one to Damien, the man who killed Eden's father and injured Eden. Damien, being annoyed, throws the firecracker, calling Sparkly a retarded kid and yelling at her, asking if it looks like they are outing. He tells her to shoot some fireworks. Sparkly excitedly asks if she can do that. Damien replies she can, with an evil smirk. Sparkly is showing him the firecracker when Damien raises his hand at Sparkly, but Roman stops him, saying it's enough, and mocks Damien, asking who was the one who killed Eden's father and set the house on fire. Damien tells Roman that he is not any different for causing a commotion. Roman calls him a brat. Damien gets angry and kicks Roman, calling him corpse face. Roman moves Sparkly behind him and points a gun at Damien. They continue to fight until a man stops them, saying it's enough. He then tells them that they look excited. Roman pulls a gun at him. The man says at this rate, his body won't last. Roman looks at him emotionlessly. Then another man comes, saying what? Damien is again fighting. That man is Noel. He enters the church with a girl. Noel tells them not to be like this. It's been a while since they had a family gathering like this. Noel tells Slandy to be a little more understanding, even if Damien is rough. Noel calls Sparkly, saying he hopes nobody is fighting with her. Sparkly hides behind Roman, seeing the lady with Noel. Noel informs the old man who bows in front of him that Hyun and Eden both betrayed them and they were never truly a part of the family. Noel then sits on a bench and says that's why the rest of them shouldn't be aggressive with each other. Damien says, looking at Roman and Sparkly, that they are not going to understand, and there should be a restriction. He advises Noel to make rules. Noel tells them that for this reason, he tried making 3 principles like Dead Mansion. Noel tells that the first principle is to use the strength for nothing but family, and there should be no individual activities. Sparkly and Roman are looking shocked. The second is to use all your strength only for family, so they shouldn't fight. The third, and most important, kill everyone except family. Noel calls these principles Iscariots. Sparkly happily says it's easy. Noel calls Roman, telling him that he has a request for him. The black-haired girl who came with Noel is known as Sika. Noel asks Sika to bring the file. Sika hands the file to Noel. Noel tells him that he has to recover a child. Seun is packing a bag. Eugene asks what he is doing. Seun doesn't reply. Eugene again asks why Seun is packing bags. Seun says that he is going to find them. He informs Eugene that the phone Eden gave him, he found the location from it. Eugene says that he is coming with him. Seun asks what can Eugene do without whining. Besides, they cannot even take action without an order. Hyun taunts Seun, saying he thought Seun had become stronger, but did his personality go off rails or something. Hyun then shrugs off, saying it's not his problem, but it's pointless to follow coordinates from the phone. Seun looks at him shocked. Hyun informs him that Noel and his gang have learned the same things as him, so they are not going to leave obvious traces. Seun angrily stabs a knife near Hyun, but he is unbothered, asking if Seun is the type who does things like this. Seun asks what should he do then. Hyun says there isn't any other way, and he is going to help him. Hyun smirks, saying he knows what Noel is planning. Besides that, he has a debt to clear. Seun wonders about his situation. Hyun angrily asks if he wants to go somewhere fun with him. Hyun tells Seun that Noel asked him to retrieve 2 kids. One was Seun, and the other was a kid named Morgan. He then shows Morgan's picture to Seun. Hyun informs him that, according to him, Morgan is 19 years old. Seun guesses Morgan might be version 1. Hyun inquires about version 1. Seun shrugs it off, telling Hyun not to think about it. Seun asks why they are in a production house and why they are disguising as people who came for an audition. Hyun tells him that there wasn't much info about Morgan's whereabouts. He just knows that the president of this entertainment company is the buyer of Morgan. So, it is best for them to approach the president of the company. Seun is unsure about participating in the idol audition. Hyun's number is 100 and Seun's is 101. Hyun tells Seun that since he is handsome, the audition is going to be a piece of cake, and then they will meet the president. Seun asks Hyun if he came here without knowing what kind of company this is. Hyun asks if it isn't an entertainment company. Seun mentions that there are rumors, but as Seun is about to tell him, the employee calls them for the audition. Meanwhile, company members are thinking that this year is the worst since they can't find any seeds with potential. They remark how the old days were better as there were plenty of seeds with potential. One then talks about Hyun's handsomeness. Hyun introduces himself. The employer thinks that Hyun is not a seed but a giant tree. They then gossip about Seun, wondering how a clumsy kid like him came for an audition. The other person disagrees, saying to take a good look. Though Seun looks like a delinquent, his pair will fit well with Jang Hyun. Seun gets uncomfortable seeing them whispering, and asks Hyun if he has to give an audition too. Hyun tells him that it is a strategic move, as he will stand out more if he is with him. One man confirms Hyun's name and asks him what he believes he is good at. Hyun laughs, saying he thinks his face is good looking. The man says it's obvious, but isn't there anything else besides his face? Hyun thinks that he is good at fighting. Maybe Aikido or the carpenter thing. Seun laughs, mocking him, asking if he is sure he's good at it since he lost to him, and didn't Miguel stab him in the stomach too. Miguel seems ridiculously weak though. Hyun says that Jang Hyun is strong, so he is strong too. Seun comments that the kid has crazy eyes again and challenges him to fight. One man stops them while the other thinks this is the synergy he wants and that they are going to go viral. He thinks they should go with the duo, giving them the title, Rebirth of the Macho Idol Duo. Meanwhile, Hyun and Seun are fighting, punching each other. They start bleeding. A man stops them and calls security because they can't let Hyun's face get messed up. Security grabs Seun. He protests that he got hit too, so why are they grabbing him only? The director asks Hyun to lift his face. Hyun tells him it's nothing and just itches a bit. Seun calls the security big guys and tells them to let him go. They tell him to keep quiet and follow them. Seun then hits the security and says that's why he told them to let him go. Other security members look at him angrily and say that kid needs a lesson, and why doesn't he talk to the big guys? They then push him to a secret room. Seun thinks that the rumors about SGT Entertainment are true. While SGT seems to be an entertainment company that puts out top idols on the surface, the truth is that they are a company that forces people to sign unfair contracts. It is also rumored that this company is run by one of Seoul's greatest organized crime syndicates. One tattooed person asks the security if a trainee caused trouble again. The security guard nervously tells him that this time it's not a trainee. The security guy tells him that the kid came from the audition but lacks manners. Seun is amazed, seeing the secrets of the company, and then attacks all the security guys. He kicks all the security guys and then asks if their president bought a good child. Seun thinks that if they bought a weapon, they must use it like that. There must be a good child among all the muscular guys, according to Seun. One man attacks Seun. He dodges the man, telling him to press hard down on the artery. The man gets angry and tells everyone to get him. Seun then fights off all of them. One big man is watching them. Seun taunts them, calling them muscle bags with no power. The big guy punches Seun, but he dodges it. Seun thinks that this guy is different. He has a little more strength than the others. Seun thinks he has finally found one. The big person asks him if he is a good child. Seun thinks he found the good child. He compares his childhood photo with him and thinks they don't look the same, but shrugs it off. Morgan asks why he is finding him. Seun angrily tells him to cooperate with him, or his family is going to be in danger. The big guy says that Seun is here to threaten him. Seun tells him it's not a threat. Other guys call the big guy Pilgyu Hyungnim and say he can easily crush a brat like him, and they say to kill him. Pilgyu tells them to be quiet because right now he is Morgan. He then punches Seun. Seun thinks that guy never listens to him. Seun says it's not like he is here to talk politely and says that he has to take him after beating him. Pilgyu wonders how a kid like him is so strong. Seun hits him. Meanwhile, Pilgyu is thinking that Seun has hands like lightning and force like iron. Seun then attacks him with an iron fist technique, making him bleed. Seun tells him that he should have just come with him nicely. Suddenly, a girl screams Pilgyu. She then attacks Seun with the iron fist technique. Seun is shocked to see her skills and asks who she is, remembering that there was a poster of the girl in the company, and her name is Moa. She is an idol. She angrily tells him that she is the one he is looking for. She is Morgan. Hyun is getting makeup done. He asks what all this is and if it's important. He inquires if a makeover is also part of the audition. The woman stutters and says that it is. They're also doing a camera test. Hyun asks if he'll pass if he does this. The employer tells him that passing isn't a problem and that he should sign a contract. Hyun then receives a notification and says that it won't do. He wants to meet the president. The employer thinks Hyun is getting a message from other companies. He shows a picture of Morgan and says he has to find him. The makeup artist tells him to stop moving. Hyun shows them Morgan's childhood picture and asks about him. The makeup artist says the person looks familiar and asks the manager if he knows him. The manager tells them that it looks like Moa. He is sure and wonders where Hyun got his picture from. Hyun says that it's a secret and asks the manager about Moa. The manager is shocked that Hyun doesn't know about Moa and shows him his poster, saying that Moa is their company's #1 star. Hyun wonders why the picture is of a boy. The director tells him that Moa is a girl, although she is weird. Hyun inquires what he means by weird. He says that although it's bad for the idol image, Moa has always been tough. Meanwhile, Moa is angrily waking up Pilgyu. Morgan then attacks Seyoon and he falls. She then punches Pilgyu, calling him old for getting knocked down by a kid. Seyoon says that his punch was not a joke. He says that it's still far off from the punch of a lady he knows. Morgan angrily asks what the hell Seyoon is saying, calling Seyoon a yellowhead. Pilgyu stops Morgan, telling her that the kid is similar to her. Morgan says she already guessed, as Seyoon called her Morgan and not Moa. Moa then thinks about why Seyoon mistook Pilgyu for her. Is her face looking bad lately? She wonders. Morgan shrugs it off, saying that Seyoon dared to put his hands on her uncles. She then attacks Seyoon. Seyoon thinks that her body movements are fast and good as well. Seyoon then dodges her attacks and thinks that version 1 all have their specialty. He guesses that Morgan might have been trained in combat. That's a disappointment for Seyoon, and he then punches Morgan. Morgan's face bleeds and she thinks about what's wrong with the brat. Seyoon then says that his punch was soft too, and she can take another hit. Just as Seyoon is about to attack Morgan, Pilgyu stops him, saying he won't let the brat touch her. Morgan then attacks Seyoon, saying he is always going to protect her uncles and punches him. Seyoon is shocked to hear the word protect, then remembers Eden. Seyoon mocks her, saying she cannot protect anyone with these skills. Moa then attacks him, but he dodges it. Seyoon then punches and kicks Pilgyu, taunting Moa that she can't protect anyone. Moa kneels in front of him, crying and begging him to leave her uncle. She will do anything. Morgan says that he needs her, so he should leave her uncles. While the uncles emotionally look towards Morgan, Seyoon says that they are messing with them and making him look like the bad guy. The president of the company is listening to music. Manager Kim then calls the president. The manager asks where he is. The president says that he is on his way and asks why the manager is rushing him. The manager talks fast, saying their new sapling, new tree, has disappeared, and he was waiting for him, but suddenly disappeared. The president asks him to slow down as he can't understand him. Suddenly someone comes in front of the manager, and the manager curses that person. That person is Roman and Sparkly. Roman shoots at the president's car, but the president moves his car away. Then Sparkly throws a ball bomb toward the president's car. The president's car explodes. Sparkly is excited to see the explosion. Roman tells her to move a bit away from the explosion. Roman appreciates Sparkly and tells her that he is going to handle the rest. The president is very injured. Roman asks him if he is the CEO of SGT, Shim Gutae. Shim asks him to save him. Roman pulls him out roughly, pointing a gun at him and asking about Morgan. The president asks how he knows about Morgan. Roman then hits him and says that he is the one who is going to ask questions. The president is yelling for help, and Roman finds him annoying. Roman points the gun at the president and says that it should be fine to blow off a leg. He then shoots a firecracker from his gun when Hyun comes and kicks him. Sparkly is excited to see the firecracker from Roman's gun. Roman remembers Jang Hyun saying that he is a traitor. SGT Entertainment is an entertainment company that nurtures many idols. It is a dream workplace for some people. To others, it is a place that raises people they idolize. However, darkness always follows light. There is a dark side to SGT Entertainment. It is a company run by crimes. Pilgyu tells Seyoon about SGT Entertainment. They are threatening Seyoon. Seyoon angrily tells Morgan to make the uncles stop crossing the boundary. Morgan scolds Pilgyu, asking why he is fighting with a kid, and telling him he should become a female idol at this point. Pilgyu tells Moa to use better words since she is an idol. Moa asks if Seyoon wants to cooperate between them. Seyoon tells Moa that a guy named Noel is after good children like them, and Noel is planning to collect them to join his side. This makes Moa angry, while Pilgyu calms her down. Moa angrily asks how Noel can collect them, and if Noel thinks they are going to follow his orders. Seyoon tells Moa that if they won't follow, Noel is going to kill them. This makes Moa angry, and she says that Noel got some nerve thinking about targeting them. She courageously says that she is going to protect her uncle at any cost. Morgan says that she is going to tear Noel's face off. Seyoon inquires if Moa wants to take revenge on Noel on her own and mocks her, saying that she and her useless uncles can't do anything. They can't even beat him. Morgan embarrassingly stutters that they were just not ready. Seyoon tells Moa that she has too much to lose. Seyoon tells Moa not to say useless things. Seyoon, holding a knife, says that Morgan has too many precious things in her hands and isn't giving them up. clenching her fist, probably remarking that she has too much to lose. Death means Roman is looming over CEO Gute. Suddenly, Hyun enters. According to the CEO, Hyun is the brightest he has come across. The CEO, while being injured, inquires about Hyun's name. Hyun remarks that it's obvious that his name is Hyun. Hyun tells the CEO that he came to take him back as he has some business with him. The CEO becomes very happy and amazed, thinking that Hyun wants to sign a contract with him. Roman then attacks Hyun, saying he has some business with the CEO too. Hyun dodges his attack and proposes an idea that the victor will take the CEO. Roman mocks him, saying that he is overconfident and shoots Hyun with his firecracker gun. Hyun says that of course he is Jang Hyun, then kicks Roman. He dodges it and pushes Hyun. Hyun falls to the floor. As Roman is about to shoot Hyun, Hyun kicks Roman, dodging the shot, and confidently says that this is Hyun. Suddenly, Sparkly attacks Hyun with daggers, asking Roman if he is fine. Hyun dodges the daggers. Hyun says a child playing with knives and fireworks is a really bad child. He is about to attack Sparkly. Sparkly cries. Roman threatens Hyun not to dare touch Sparkly. He then removes his wig and mask. Roman has a truly horrifying face. He says that he didn't want to go this far against a bunch of kids. He then holds Hyun's arm very powerfully, causing Hyun to bleed. Hyun wonders how Roman just held his hand and caused a severe wound. Hyun then attacks him. Roman says that Hyun has gotten flexible and his movements have also improved. He should break his arms and legs first. Roman then twists Hyun's hands and knees. Hyun is in extreme pain. Roman tells him to stop resisting, as it's time for good children to sleep. Roman then says that Hyun doesn't look like a good child. Suddenly, Yuri comes from behind and attacks Roman, saying if he is not a good child, how about a bad child? Roman is confused and asks Yuri who the hell he is. Roman then crushes Yuri's bat. Yuri is shocked, wondering how Roman can crush a bat made of special alloy. Sparkly then attacks Yuri with a couple of ball-like bombs. Sparkly cries, telling Slandy to stay there as they are not over yet. Meanwhile, Dimitri enters and comments that it's too much for a welcome. He says he didn't expect this situation as he is just trying to catch some kids who ran away. He then says, looking toward Hyun, that he is going to deal with him later. Roman calls Dimitri barefoot. Dimitri is surprised that Roman knows him. He then shrugs it off, saying it doesn't matter since Roman messed with other kids. He should be ready for the consequences. The manager comes to Pilgyu, telling him to gather everyone and inform them about the CEO. Meanwhile, Dimitri is holding a weapon. Yuri is shocked because that's the weapon Igor always uses. The weapon is Bear Hunter. Dimitri then protects himself with a shield made of bulletproof material. Sparkly gets angry, asking about the shield that blocks all her fireworks. Roman tells her that it's made of bulletproof material. Roman suddenly attacks the shield, saying he's going to rip it apart. Dimitri then attacks Roman with a gun, saying the shield is made of expensive material and nobody can break it. Roman dodges it. Dimitri calls Roman a bastard, mocking him for trying to rip the shield apart with his bare hands. Dimitri tells Yuri that he's going to cover him, and he should get Hyun. Sparkly stops Yuri with firecrackers. Yuri says that Sparkly is just a brat. Suddenly, Sparkly's bombs explode. Roman remarks that Sparkly's bombs are not ordinary and tells Yuri to burn to death. Yuri's body is burning, and it's hurting him. Yuri says that fire is still better than water. Roman then pushes him, saying that he should go to the fire. But Dimitri protects him, shooting Slandy. Sparkly screams. Meanwhile, Yuri holds Hyun, telling Dimitri that he got him. Hyun is protesting, saying that he can still fight. Sparkly then attacks Dimitri with bombs, causing them to explode. Yuri screams. Dimitri protects himself with a shield, saying that he's been soft since he's been hanging out with kids lately. He then shoots Sparkly, but Slandy dodges it. He then angrily threatens Dimitri, saying he doesn't know where to draw the line. Dimitri replies that he used to hold a hammer. Then he attacks Roman with a hammer, but Roman snatches it. Dimitri then tells Yuri to get out of the place while attacking Roman. Yuri asks what about Dimitri. Dimitri replies that he has to complete the hunt. Sparkly, concerned, inquires about Slandy's condition. Slandy reassures her, telling her to get away from this place. Slandy then angrily calls Dimitri barefoot. Roman then comments that he's heard Big Knock Igor died and asks Dimitri about his name. Dimitri introduces himself as Dmitry Medvedev. Roman asks Dimitri if he's Igor's brother upon hearing the name Medvedev. He attacks Dimitri, but Dimitri shields himself. Dimitri angrily says that he and other bastards are always talking about his brother. He then uses smoke bombs. Roman remarks on the trick, calling it cheap. Dimitri attacks Roman, but Roman dodges it, saying it's too easy to see through smoke. Dimitri shoots at Roman, but Roman dodges it. Dimitri observes Roman's movements and wonders how a human can move like that. Roman then grips Dimitri's legs. Dimitri mocks Roman, asking if he doesn't have anything else. Dimitri angrily points a gun at Roman, but Roman dodges it by kicking Dimitri. Dimitri attacks Roman with a hammer. Roman says that it isn't going to be enough. Dimitri confidently says that's enough. Roman's feet are stuck in a trap. Roman realizes that smoke bombs were used to cover the trap. Dmitri attacks Roman, but he dodges it. Dmitri tells Roman that he should stay still if he doesn't want to lose his foot. Dmitri says that they should end this now. Suddenly, Noel enters, commenting that he didn't expect Dmitri to take Slandy this far. He's better than he expected. Noel gets shocked to see Dmitri and attacks him with a shovel, but the shovel breaks. Noel says that it's nice to meet Dmitri, and says farewell to him. He then shoots Dmitri and tells him to say hi to Igor. Dmitri is severely injured. He takes Noel's name. Noel says that Dmitri is tougher than he expected, as he swung him with the intent to kill. Suddenly, Seon comes and kicks Noel. Noel gives an evil smirk, saying Seon came at the right time. Noel remarks on Seon's expression, saying it's better than before, and asking if something has happened. He then attacks Seon with his stick. Noel gets shocked, seeing Seon holding a weapon. He says that it looks like Seon is ready for a real fight. Dmitri calls Seon's name. Noel then brings out a weapon from his stick, saying he should also match the enthusiasm. He then attacks Seon, thinking that this should be enough for him. Seon dodges his attack. Noel says that Seon is better than he expected. Seon attacks Noel, but Noel is dodging his attacks. Noel is shocked and thinks that Seon is getting faster and faster. Roman tells Noel that Seon is completely different from the last time they met him. Meanwhile, Sparkly is trying really hard to get rid of the trap on Roman's feet. Roman wonders how Seon grew so fast. He thinks it shouldn't be possible and asks Seon how it is possible. Noel is calmly dodging Seon's attacks, remarking that Seon should be this strong since he is known as a legend. Seon thinks that he is going to attack Noel from above and attacks him. Noel is shocked to see Seon. Sparkly cries and screams Noel's name. Noel dodges it but remarks that it was dangerous. Seon's eyes are full of excitement. Noel wonders why Seon is so excited. Noel says that it can't be because of the whole Eden thing, right? Seon angrily screams Noel's name. Noel taunts him, saying stop just yelling his name. Noel then attacks Seon, causing him to get injured. Noel smirks and asks, doesn't Seon have something else to say, like why he did that with Eden? Pilgyu's car comes and asks Gute about him. Noel sees them. Gute tells Pilgyu to take care of Roman and the giant tree, meaning Hyun. Pilgyu is confused upon hearing about the giant tree. CEO explains that Hyun came to help him out of nowhere, and he can't just leave Hyun alone. He needs to nurture him. Pilgyu asks what he's talking about. Noel inquires if he is the one that purchased Morgan. Noel then matches Morgan's picture with Pilgyu and asks him if he is Morgan. Seon is about to attack Noel, but Roman comes and attacks Seon. Seon is saved by Dmitri. Dmitri tells Seon to run. Sparkly then throws a bomb at Seon, threatening him not to pick on Noel. Suddenly the bomb explodes and Sparkly cries, saying her eyes hurt as the bomb explodes near her. Seon also got hurt, then runs towards CEO, screaming Noel's name but is shocked because Noel is not there. CEO cries and asks Seon to save him. Seon inquires about Noel. CEO tells him that Noel took Pilgyu. At Saru Entertainment, Morgan is very angry after hearing about Pilgyu being kidnapped by Noel, saying that's why she wanted to go as well, while holding Seon's collar. Seon mocks her, saying there wouldn't be any difference if she came. Morgan says, of course it would have been different, and at least Noel would have taken her, and not Pilgyu. Morgan says that Pilgyu should be standing there and not her. Seon says that's why he left her in Sargent Entertainment, saying isn't it good that a gangster is being taken instead of her? Morgan angrily asks Seon if he is serious. Yuri tells them to keep it down, saying there is a patient. The patient is Dmitri, whose arms have been bandaged. Dmitri stops Yuri, saying it's okay, it's just a scratch. Dmitri agrees with Seon, saying if the target is Morgan, it's better that they took Pilgyu. Morgan angrily taunts Dmitri, asking who Dmitri thinks he is and why he's talking nonsense. Dmitri scolds Seon, saying he's wrong too. Seon asks how. Dmitri says Pilgyu might be nothing more than a punk to them, but to Morgan, he is family, and the last thing Seon could do is call the situation good. Dmitri calls Seon a brat and asks if he's getting what Dmitri is saying. Seon is speechless. CEO raises his hands, saying that he understands the situation now while his head is being bandaged. CEO nervously asks what they are going to do about Pilgyu. Seon says that Noel mistook him for Morgan, but his identity is going to be soon revealed. Yuri pats Sparkly's head, saying that they should use Sparkly as a hostage. Meanwhile, Sparkly is crying. Morgan is scared, seeing the kid, and asks since when Sparkly is there and what they are going to do with her. Yuri replies that she's been here for a while. Morgan gets angry and starts to get rid of the tape from Sparkly's mouth, saying that they should let her go. Yuri tells her not to do that, as Sparkly is very loud. Yuri then closes his ears with his hand while Sparkly is crying. Morgan warmly asks Sparkly if she's fine and if she's scared. Sparkly cries, saying that Slandy got hurt because of her and wonders what she should do, and that Noel won't come back for her. She also says that she is no longer part of Noel's family. Meanwhile, Noel is calmly sitting while Roman points a gun at him, asking why on earth Noel left Sparkly behind. Noel explains that it's a misunderstanding and, if Roman wants to play the blame game, isn't it his fault while snatching the gun from him? Roman angrily says that he only followed Noel's order because of Sparkly and asks if the whitehead has forgotten that. Noel laughs, telling Roman not to be too hard on him, asking if he's scaring him or not. Noel, noticing Roman's injured leg, says that maybe it's worth fighting. Roman agrees and removes his mask, angrily asking why Noel doesn't give it a try. Noel responds that he was just joking. Noel remarks on Roman's face, saying that it is really scary and assures him that he should not worry about Sparkly. They are going to get her soon. Noel says, but they should first deal with the fake Morgan. Pilgu says that Noel wanted a good child from the dead mansion. Noel cuts Pilgu's ear with his sword, telling him to stop talking nonsense and asks if Pilgu wants to know why they are keeping him alive. Pilgu guesses that it is because they want to exchange the little girl for him. Noel says that exchanging hostages wasn't even considered as his plan. Noel asks if Pilgu is ready to sacrifice his life for Morgan. He wonders how the real Morgan will react when she comes looking. He places a sword near Pilgu's ear. In the church, Pilgu is handcuffed while an old man from Noel's group is torturing him. The old man sarcastically says that it's a shame to treat a rare guest like this. The old man says that it isn't polite to take too long, so they should wrap it up while holding a screwdriver. The old man says he would appreciate it if Pilgu would tell them about Morgan. Pilgu says that he is Morgan. The old man holds Pilgu's jaw tightly, saying such lies won't work while he is extracting Pilgu's teeth with the screwdriver. The old man says that he doesn't see the ability that Morgan should have in him. Pilgu is shocked to see that Noel and his gang know about Morgan's ability. Suddenly Roman enters, telling the old man that stuff like this won't work on him. These types of guys are all the same. They keep others above them. It doesn't matter if a couple of fingers or toes are gone. Torture doesn't work. The old man says that makes it difficult and asks what he should do. Roman says that he is going to take care of Pilgu. He exactly knows how to deal with guys like Pilgu. Roman further adds it's not about where you target, it's about who you target. Meanwhile, in Sergeant Company, Morgan comes out of the room, and the CEO inquires about Sparkly. Morgan says that Sparkly cried for a while but eventually calmed down and kept asking about Slandy. Shun gets angry and taunts Morgan, asking if she's joking. Instead of all other things, she should have asked about Noel's location, not soothed Sparkly. Seun tells Morgan to move away from the door. He's going to ask Sparkly himself. Morgan puts a leg in front of him, stopping him. This makes Seun annoyed, and he asks Morgan what's wrong with her, angrily. Morgan tells him that Sparkly can't escape from here, so he should let her rest a bit and talk to her after she calms down. Seun hovers over Morgan, asking if she's kidding, demanding she move. Morgan replies that she's going to do anything to find Pilgu. She's going to find him, but picking on a little kid isn't the way. Morgan taunts Seun, saying didn't he just lose? Is it going to be different now? Morgan scolds Seun, saying he should look around and not be stubborn. Seun screams that's why he wants to know what he can do. Morgan hits Seun with her head and says Seun should at least come with a plan, calling him a brat. Seun mocks her, saying why she's huffing and puffing like a high schooler. The CEO nervously calms Morgan down, stopping her from attacking, telling her to watch her language. Morgan cries and screams that Seun only thinks that he's frustrated. It's her family that has been kidnapped, not Seun's. This makes Seun remember Eden. Seun then walks away, telling Morgan to keep an eye on Sparkly. He asks them to collect information fast and if there's an unused training room. The CEO nervously says the room on the B5 floor is free, and Morgan used it before. Seun is going to warm up. Seun charges his phone. He then remembers Morgan's words about him losing. Dimitri had a body cam when he was fighting against Noel. Seun sees its recording. Seun thought he had gotten stronger. Seun is shocked to see the training room, which has all kinds of weapons and a real sword. He wonders what Morgan does with it. Morgan comes and says that she's an actor as well. Practicing with weapons is going to be useful at some point. Seun is shocked to see Morgan and asks why she followed him, as he told her to keep an eye on Sparkly. Morgan sees the video of Noel and Dimitri fighting and compliments Noel, saying he is very handsome. Seun is speechless. Morgan then snatches the phone from Seun. Seun gets angry and tells her to give his phone back. Morgan opens her hair, telling Seun to be quiet as she has to focus. Seun gets angry. Meanwhile, Gute is vaping while saying what's happening in the world. He thought he was done being involved with Dead Mansion. Yuri asks about Morgan. The CEO starts lecturing, seeing Yuri, and asks what's wrong with him. Yuri replies that the team told him to stay next to him. Yuri asks about Morgan belonging to Dead Mansion, calling her Pink. The CEO tells Yuri that he adopted Morgan when she was young. Yuri says that last time it was some guy using a nail gun and asks about Morgan's ability. The CEO gets offended that Yuri is calling Morgan Pink and says that Morgan is the idol. She has a good name, so don't call her Pink. The CEO tells Yuri that he was planning to make Morgan an actor. That's why Morgan is good at method acting. Meanwhile, Morgan is imitating Seun really perfectly. This makes Seun angry, and he asks if Morgan is messing with him. Morgan then imitates Noel's actualization, 65%, since she hasn't seen Noel in real life. She then attacks Seun. Seun gets really nervous. Morgan laughs, asking why Seun is getting so riled up. Seun's expressions are really hurt. Morgan asks if Seun is having that expression because of Noel. Morgan and Seun are imitating a fight. Morgan thinks that she can't actualize Noel's acting since she didn't have enough information, but she can tell by her movements that Noel is actually a monster. Seun pushes Morgan and is about to attack Morgan. He falls over Morgan and says his expressions are not because of Noel. Morgan's cheeks redden and she tells him to get off her. Seun tells her that his expressions are because of Eden, who is a person that nobody could understand. He was a really weird old man, but he kept asking Seun to call him Hyung. Seun started crying. Morgan holds his face and comforts Seun, saying it's fine. He can cry without holding back. Morgan says that Seun shouldn't act tough as he is still a child. Children can cry anywhere, it's their privilege. Seun sobs at Morgan's shoulder. Dimitri is standing outside the training room. Rachel tells him to move, but he refuses, saying they should let Seun and Morgan have their moment. Meanwhile, Seun is sobbing, hugging Morgan. We see a flashback. Noel is telling Sparkly that they are a family. Sparkly repeats, family, confused about what Noel has just said. Noel explains that he is also from Dead Mansion and has the same education as Sparkly. He tells Sparkly that they were brainwashed since they were young, taught to use their strength for their parents and for their family. Sparkly agrees but says that Noel has killed Sparkly's family. Noel then kneels down and says that people who simply use them are neither their parents nor family. Family won't let each other hurt. Noel tells her that her parents are just buyers. Those bastards only use them as toys. He then burns a firecracker and gives it to Sparkly, making her happy, and says that he is going to be Sparkly's real family. He introduces himself and says it's nice to meet you, Sparkly. Suddenly Roman comes and attacks Noel. Noel says that he specifically came at a time when Roman was not there, but he came earlier than he expected. Roman angrily asks who the hell Noel is. Noel suggests that Roman's nickname should be Slandy Man. Then Sparkly screams Slandy. Noel is surprised to hear Roman's nickname. Meanwhile, Sparkly is protecting Noel from Roman, and Noel is now Sparkly's family. Roman asks what it means that Noel is his family. Sparkly says that Noel told her that Dad is just a buyer, he isn't their real family, and family won't let each other hurt. Noel angrily calls Sparkly. Sparkly tells Noel that Slandy is also part of their family. Noel agrees. Roman tells Sparkly to get a hold of herself, saying that Noel is lying to Sparkly. Noel informs Slandy that he is going to be in Roman's care from now on. He then hugs Sparkly. The flashback ends. Moa says that she is going to die today as she hasn't done training in a long time. Moa and Seun are really exhausted. Seun praises Moa, saying she was just like Noel. He didn't know something like that could be possible. Moa imitates Noel in order to help Seun practice. It's called method acting. Seun asks Moa if she can mimic everyone. Moa replies that she cannot mimic everyone, as her synchronization depends on the information she has, and her duration varies based on difficulty. Besides that, her body can't keep up with techniques that are too hard. Seun asks Moa if something like that is possible. Can Moa keep it up a little bit longer? Moa says that it's very difficult. Seun begs her to try as he thinks he can feel it after 2 or 3 more tries. He holds Moa's hand. Suddenly, Guti enters, calling Seun a bastard after seeing him holding Moa's hand. He angrily asks what Seun is talking about, saying keep up, and calls him a promiscuous punk. He then says something about feeling. Moa angrily says that's what kind of misunderstanding Gutai is having. Seun teases Gutai by saying, Mr. Morgan is really the best. Gutai angrily screams at Seun, folding his arms. Morgan stops him, saying it's not what Guti is thinking about. A staff member comes and calls Gutai. Gutai says that he has nice timing and asks the staff member to give him the knife. He is going to... The staff member cuts Gutai's words, saying a parcel has arrived for Morgan. Gutai is confused that the parcel arrived with the name Morgan, not her idol name, Moa. Seun stops them from opening the parcel, but it's too late, as Gutai has already opened it. Gutai curses, seeing Pilgu's ears in the parcel, and notes asking Morgan where she is. Morgan is terrified seeing the parcel. Gutai, Morgan, Rachel, and Seun are sitting on a couch, while Gutai and Morgan are very sad. Rachel says that there is only one answer and asks them to bring Sparkly. Morgan is terrified and asks why the conversation is going in that direction. Rachel replies that if Noel wants to use hostages, they should do the same, and why they have left Sparkly alone. Rachel says that they should have made Sparkly spill some information, no matter what it took. Morgan angrily says that Rachel wants to be just like those bastards. Rachel replies that it is not difficult for her, as it is her specialty. This makes Morgan more angry, and she says that all the bastards from Dead Mansion are annoying. Seun is tired of their argument and keeps his hand on his head. Rachel mocks Morgan, saying that she is also a dead man's product. Gutai stops Moa, advising that it's time they should take action as well. Morgan is shocked listening to Gute. CEO says that Rachel is correct. They shouldn't have left Sparkly alone in the first place. Morgan screams, asking why Gute is acting like this as well. He replies that in the note, they were asking about Morgan, which means they know that Pilgyu is not Morgan. Moa pats Gutai, reminding him of his promise that he won't do any more bad things. CEO stutters, saying he has to bring Pilgyu back no matter what. He feels sorry for Sparkly, but at all costs, he has to bring Pilgyu back. He then removes Moa's hands from her shoulder and angrily asks Moa to let it slide this time. Morgan screams Gute's name, but he goes out while crying. He remembers laughing with Pilgyu under the rain. Morgan is stopping him, but Gute goes to the room where Sparkly is and apologizes, saying that he is in a rush. Gutai is holding a knife and asks Sparkly about Noel's location. Sparkly is just crying, saying that she let Slandy hurt and family is not supposed to hurt each other. Gute then shakes Sparkly's arms, telling her to listen to him and asks about Pilgyu while holding a knife near Sparkly's face. He screams at her, demanding her to say something. Sparkly is just saying that she isn't a family anymore. This makes Gutai extremely angry, and he says, "What's that have to do with him?" Morgan stops Gute, and Sparkly is just laying on the ground while crying. Meanwhile, Noel is saying that he is leaving the rest to Damien. Damien says he is going to make sure to return with Morgan. Damien keeps an evil smirk, talking about the parcel, saying that they must have received the gift by now, and if that's not enough, he is going to send some more. Noel just sighs, telling Damien that he is too much, and they have Sparkly too. What if they harm her? Damien laughs loudly. Noel is confused about Damien's laugh. Noel smiles a little and shrugs it off, saying that Damien is not a good child at all. Damien says that it is the best compliment. The old man who was torturing Pilgyu calls Damien. The name of the old man is Dominic. Damien inquires if Pilgyu finally said something. Dominic refuses and nervously tells Damien that something went wrong. He informs Damien that Slandy took the hostage and disappeared. In SGT Entertainment, a staff member is shocked to see Pilgyu. Roman, who is hiding behind Pilgyu while Pilgyu's hands are tied, throws a bomb at the staff member, telling him to get out of the way. The bomb explodes. Pilgyu asks the staff member if he is okay and tells him to run away. Roman dangerously says that they dare to take away his everything, so they obviously have to pay a price while holding bombs in his hands and mouth. Roman says that he is going to destroy everything, so if they want to save anything, he screams, "Bring Sparkly." Just as Roman is about to throw more bombs, Seun throws daggers at the bombs, stopping them from exploding. Seun asks Pilgyu if he is fine. Pilgyu says he is fine and inquires about Morgan. Seun tells Pilgyu that Morgan evacuated with others since Noel is after good kids. Roman attacks Seun, mocking him that he is also a good child. Seun dodges it. Roman says while attacking Seun that he should be after Noel and Dead Mansion. He inquires of Seun why he kidnapped Sparkly. Seun attacks Roman, saying he is different. He is not a good but a bad child. Roman dodges his attack, taunting Seun about his slow speed. This angers Seun, and he kicks Roman, causing him to fall. Roman says it doesn't matter to him that Seun is good or bad, he just wants Sparkly back. The scene shifts and shows Roman's past. 10 years ago, an ideal mafia organization was raising a dog that wouldn't mind being covered in blood and dirt. That human who was raised as a dog was Roman. He is loyal solely to the organization, but one day, the dog decided to leave the owner because he found a new one. The owner he loved more than anybody else was his wife and daughter. He sees a picture of them in his locket. He then goes to his house and opens the door with flowers in his hands and tells his wife that she should have turned the light on. Roman sees his wife and daughter drenched in blood, and someone hits him from behind, causing him to bleed and fall. Roman then smells the gasoline. The mafia organization burnt his wife, Anya. Roman holds Anya's hands, saying there is no way she is dead, and says that her hands are still so warm. Roman's whole body is burnt, and he is holding his locket, which has his family picture, and points a gun at the mafia organization members. The flashback ends. Gute is shocked to see an explosion and thinks that there is no way the Noel bastard came. Sparkly repeats Noel's name. The staff tells Gutai that they haven't identified the man who caused the explosion. Sparkly asks Moa if Noel is here and takes ball bombs out of her hair. Sparkly says that Noel is there to pick her up, and she throws a bomb in the room. Meanwhile, Roman is attacking Seun, causing him to bleed. Pilgyu thinks that he should also help Seun. Seun denies, saying he is just going to get in their way. Pilgyu sees Seun fighting and thinks that he is completely different from the time he fought with Pilgyu. Roman shoots Seun with his firecracker gun. Seun dodges it, saying he has already figured Roman out. He then stabs Roman's legs. Roman says that Seun is a quick little brat. Seun replies that it's all thanks to Dimitri. Roman then attacks Seun, saying Dimitri is going to be proud. He attacks again and again, but Seun keeps dodging. Roman asks how long Seun can dodge. Seun thinks that Roman has gotten faster. Roman tells Seun to struggle some more. Seun is thinking about Roman's breath. Roman scratches Seyoon's face, asking where he is looking at. He then attacks Seyoon again, telling him to give up. Seyoon's eyes and face are bleeding, but he replies that this is where the real fun begins, and he isn't going to give up because he has found Roman's weakness. Seyoon's expression changes and becomes really dark. Roman wonders about his expression. Suddenly Gute comes, holding a knife near Sparkly's neck. Roman screams, telling Gute to get his dirty hands off Sparkly. Gute says he won't, and Roman is not the only one who can play dirty. Gute says that he is going to put an end to it while Sparkly is shivering from fear. Nobody is born a villain. When somebody pushes someone off their edge, villains are created. Sparkly is crying. Gute is threatening her not to move. Slandy kneels down in front of Gute, telling him to let go of Sparkly. Seyoon is shocked to see Slandy kneeling down. Roman begs Gute to let Sparkly go. Gute asks if this brat is that important to Roman, even after he cut Pilgyu's ear. Roman says he is ready to give his neck, digging his hands into his neck. Roman begs and cries, telling Gute not to take his world away from him. Gute gets emotional and leaves Sparkly. He then says that they want to know the reason why he brought Moa from Dead Mansion. He was just a lowlife trying to be a gangster. He didn't have any special skills. Day after day, he would wander through clubs and bars because it was the life he chose. One day he saw an idol on TV and saw a different world from them. The world was so bright, unlike him and Pilgyu. That was the time he thought it would be nice to live in a bright world. Gute further says that he scraped all his money and bought Moa. He thought they would get famous, and their life would be easy once they brought her. They celebrated her birthdays and tried to overcome many options, but Moa always threw tantrums. Raising a child was not easy for him and Pilgyu, but it brought happiness to him and Pilgyu. Pilgyu agrees. Roman thanks him, saying that he understands. He asks Gute's name and says that they are going to run into each other soon since Iscariot is never going to give up on good children. Seyoon is confused, listening to the word Iscariot. Roman says that he promised to protect Gute's world once. He is going to protect his world once. Meanwhile, Damien angrily kicks a trash can, cursing Roman, saying he never liked him from the start. He then informs the big guys that their plan has changed, and they are all going to Morgan's location. He says that it is a newbie test for two big guys. At SGT Entertainment, Rachel is shocked that Gutai handed Sparkly over so easily. Company members yell at Gute. Gutai apologizes, saying he has no excuse. Seyoon tells Rachel and the staff not to be too hard on Gute, because if there wasn't Gute, Seyoon could have been in danger. Seyoon says that it was really a close call and asks Pilgyu's opinion. Pilgyu agrees, thinking that Seyoon is planning to take their side. Seyoon asks Rachel why he brought Mari here, calling Mari that thing. Mari gets offended and says what Seyoon means by that thing. She came all the way for cooperation but is now starting to lose that feeling. Seyoon taunts Mari, saying that they are doing just fine without her, asking her to stay put. Mari taunts back, saying Seyoon must be working hard just to lose his hostage. Eugene stops their fight, telling them to calm down. He says that let's hear Mari first. Seyoon is annoyed. Mari says that the goal is to recruit good children, and if threatening doesn't work, Noel won't hesitate to use force. Everybody says that they already know that. Mari further explains that Rachel and she decided to identify kids who seem to catch Noel's attention first. Rachel says that they have been comparing Vincent's specialty with others whom Rachel has her eye on. She further adds that it would attract Noel if it's someone Seyoon's team has an eye on. Mari found the current information about all those good kids. They have already recruited a few of them, and they are going to join them soon. Seyoon asks about the children's skills. A good child of version 1 was made specially to satisfy the buyer's needs. So, if a good child solely trains in combat, they would be very strong. Rachel says that is the reason they paid a huge amount to bring those children as mercenaries. They should at least spend this much to capture Noel. Mary says it won't be enough. They need a plan as well while holding Moa's poster. Someone is seeing Moa's solo concert on their phone. That guy is Connor, a good child version 1, who is talking to good child Eric. Connor asks if Moa is Morgan. Eric replies yes. Look closely. There are traces of her younger self. Connor laughs uncontrollably, saying it doesn't make sense that Morgan is wearing makeup. Connor mocks Morgan's expression, showing it to Eric. Eric says he knows it's funny but still controls his laugh. Damien looks at them and asks them to hurry up. They apologize to Damien, saying they have already chosen their side. They are going with Morgan, their classmate. Connor tells Damien that they have already chosen to join the so-called bad child team. Eric completes Connor's words, saying they knew that Noel is going to approach them, and they were curious to see them. Damien threatens them, saying that if they approach that route, they are going to be dead, calling them Sunbae bastards. Connor then punches Damien, telling him that's a first strike, Win Hyungnim. Eric then attacks Damien while Connor mocks Damien, saying is he done already. Eric says he would be surprised if Damien survives his attack. Damien then kicks Eric and punches Connor. He then calls them retards, saying that he knew they go around swinging without thinking. Eric attacks Damien, but he dodges it. Damien then punches and kicks Eric and Connor, causing them to bleed. Damien mocks them, saying that did they think Dead Mansion is a daycare. In SGT Entertainment, Seun is looking at Mari unbelievably, saying she wants to hold a damn concert in times like this. Mari argues, saying what Seun means by a damn concert. It is called a strategy. Seun says that they are too exposed compared to Noel's team. Mari says that they have to make use of it. Seun is confused at the word use. Mari explains while making a poster of Moa that Noel is going to attack them anyway, so they should at least pick a place and time. In other words, the concert is a part of a plan that keeps Seun and his team an advantage. Mari says the concert is going to be bait for their trap. Rachel is calling Eric and asks about Connor, asking why she can't reach him. The person on the other side of the call laughs, saying Rachel's name. Rachel recognizes Damien's voice. Rachel asks if the mercenaries decided to side with Iscariot. Damien says he doesn't need trash like them. Rachel asks what Damien is doing with Connor and Eric. Damien says it's a good question for Rachel and asks her to guess. Damien says that Connor and Eric bastards said that bitch Moa is Morgan. Suddenly Sika enters. Damien is shocked and says that Sika is here too. Meanwhile, Eric is heavily injured, laying on the ground, crying while taking Connor's name. Damien is happy that Sika is there, saying that he has thought of something fun, and asks Sika a favor. SGT is cleaning the destruction caused by the explosion. Pilgyu calls Goody, showing him a box, saying that there must be fan gifts for Moa, and the box almost got burned away. Gutai tells him to throw the box away as the current situation is too dangerous, remembering the box in which they received Pilgyu's ear. Goody says that there is no reason for them to open the box as Moa's safety is the first priority. Moa suddenly comes and asks what her uncle just said. Gutay asks Moa what she is doing as she should be upstairs. Moa looks at the box and says that it is hers, a present that her fans gave her. She then snatches the box from Pilgyu, angrily asking why he is throwing it away. Pilgyu nervously tries to explain to Moa that her safety is very important and they don't even know what's inside the box. The presents sent by her fans aren't important right now. Moa screams and asks what is important then. Moa's eyes are tearing while saying that the box has the gifts her fans gave her and they are planning to throw them away. Gutai scolds Moa, telling her that it's enough and can't she see that everybody is doing their best. Moa says Gutai is being very strict. Goody throws the box from Moa's hand, yelling, "Too strict." Guti angrily screams that his job is to protect Moa, and this is the only thing he can do. Gute then orders Moa to do what she has to, like singing or dancing. Moa then cries and says why she should stand up on a stage like this. She then walks away while crying. Pilgyu scolds and asks Gutai why he would say mean things to Moa. Gute replies that he can't understand himself either. He hates the fact that everybody is getting hurt because of Moa, but he can't afford to lose Moa. Seun is listening to all this conversation while being upstairs. A week later, all arrangements for the concert have been made, and the concert is about to start in 30 minutes. Mari is sitting with a cup of tea in the camera room, asking if everybody is ready. She tells everybody to stand by at their position. Eugene is talking in a walkie-talkie while assisting outside the parking lot, saying there is no one suspicious yet. Yuri is also with Eugene, annoyed that he has to wear a traffic police costume. He asks why he has to do this. Eugene says that the costume suits Yuri well, as he likes swinging around stuff. Yuri is offended. Mari then asks Dimitri. Dimitri, dressed as a guard, says that he is at the front gate. Most of the attendees have entered, and there is no problem here. Mari then asks about Rachel. Rachel tells Mari not to disturb her as she can't talk as an undercover attendee. Rachel says that she is going to listen to everything and is going to do her own thing. Mary calls Rachel an arrogant woman. This offends Rachel, and she angrily asks what Mary said. Mari then asks about Seun. Seun is standing at the top of the stage. Seun says he can't see any intruders. Seun says that intruders are waiting for the concert to start to get in. Seun says that Uncle shouldn't overdo it and hurt themselves. They are going to be the one who is going to fight. Pilgyu gets offended and asks if Seun called them Uncle. Seun nervously says that it's because Moa calls them Uncle. It just slipped through his mouth. They are all talking through walkie-talkies and listening through earbuds. Mari asks Moa if she is fine, as she is the center of attention. Moa is dressed in a yellow dress. Mari informs them that the lights will go out in 5 seconds, and Moa should start the show with a spotlight after that. Sika enters along with Eric near Eugene and Yuri's entrance. Yuri asks them if they aren't too late for the concert. Connor has arrived at Dimitri's entrance while his eyes are sparkling in blue light. Dominic points a gun at Rachel from behind. Roman is at the top of the stage with Seun. The countdown finishes, and Moa greets the audience. The fight is about to start. Yuri says the concert is about to start soon, but there seem to be customers who haven't entered, talking about Eric and Sika. Yuri is about to attack them when Eugene stops him, saying they should figure out the opponent's strength first. Yuri doesn't listen to him, saying figure out his ass. He can figure it out by beating them a little. Eric's eyes are sparkling green, and Sika orders him to get rid of Yuri and Eugene. Eugene thinks that Eric is a version 1, then why is he with Iscariot? He then advises Yuri not to underestimate Eric. Yuri shuts him down, saying he is going to handle it by himself. Just as Eric is about to attack Yuri, Eugene comes in front of Yuri, dodging Eric's attack. He taunts Yuri that he told him not to let his guard down, calling him an amateur. Yuri then puts his bat down on the ground, causing a hole in the ground, and says he was going to be fine, but Eugene distracted him. Eric holds Yuri's bat, but Yuri dodges his attack and pushes Eric, causing him to fall. Yuri is getting happy that he defeated Eric. Sika then orders Eric to get up. Yuri is shocked that Eric has the ability to get up. Eugene says that Sika's ability seems strange. It's like Sika is controlling Eric's body. Eugene says that Eric is moving even in such a bad condition, meaning he doesn't have control over his own body. Yuri says it's good that Eric is going to get up no matter what, and it's going to be fun for him to beat Eric. Eugene tells Yuri to calm down and come up with a plan, as they don't know the opponent's ability yet. Yuri says that they are going to find their abilities by beating them. Eugene says that they have to be careful, as there could be more enemies hiding. Connor attacks and punches Dimitri, telling him to run away. Dimitri is confused about why Connor is telling him to run away. Connor's punch causes Dimitri's wounds to open, which he got after fighting with Null. Dimitri is shocked to see Connor's strength. Yuri is shocked to see that Eugene is surrounded by steel logs. Yuri asks what is happening and tells Eugene to get a hold of himself. Banderillero, whose eyes are sparkling red, suddenly attacks Yuri's leg, stabbing it with a steel rod. Yuri removes the rod from his knee when Eric attacks him. The scene shifts and we see Yuri's past. There is a saying in Russia that in a country where over 500,000 bats are sold each year, only one set of balls and gloves are sold. Yuri learned this from his father, who used to beat Yuri daily. Yuri's father always kept a couple of bats to beat Yuri and said that he would lose interest if the bats were to break while beating Yuri, but there were reasons that bats sold so well. Yuri wished that he would be the one to break. Yuri is crying while his father is beating him. His father mocks him, saying only weaklings cry and Yuri has to be strong like his father. Just as Yuri's father is about to beat Yuri once again, a big muscular man stops him. Yuri's father is shocked to see Barefoot. He says that if Barefoot is looking for the thing last time, he has an accomplice, and he is going to tell Barefoot everything about it. Barefoot says that he agrees with Yuri's father's words that the strong laugh and the weak cry. He then mocks Yuri's father, asking if he is strong or weak. The flashback ends. Yuri remembers Barefoot's words that the weak cry and the strong laugh. He then stands up, saying let's see who is going to be laughing at the end. Yuri has blue balls made of tungsten carbide. Although it is softer than others, it bounces really well. Then he uses the bounce balls on the security checkpoint. The balls bounce back, attacking Eric and Banderillero. Eric is about to attack Yuri with a knife. Yuri says he can't run away with an injured leg, so he uses yellow pear balls because they have wires attached, causing Eric to be tied. At last, he uses red balls, a ball that has a knife inside, retaining the shape of a bear claw. Just as Banderillero stands up, Eugene attacks him. Yuri is shocked to see that Eugene is alive. Eugene says of course this is nothing. It was just his trap for opponents to drop their guard. Eugene compliments Yuri, saying that aside from that, it was a good show. Yuri confidently says that he is good enough even when alone. Eugene playfully taunts Yuri, saying the way he explained the materials and use of weapons, Yuri is at that age. Eugene laughs loudly, saying that the bear claw one was really funny. Yuri embarrassingly curses Eugene, telling him not to tell anyone about this. Suddenly Damien comes asking what kind of childish things they are talking about. He can't bear it anymore. He then kicks Yuri, causing him to bleed and fall. Connor punches Dimitri. Dimitri dodges it, thinking how strong Connor is, and Connor is at the same level as Slandy. Connor tells Dimitri to run while punching him. Dimitri angrily attacks Connor back, asking why he keeps saying run away to him. Connor dodges his attack again, telling Dimitri to run. Dimitri is confused by Connor's words and thinks, is Connor trying to say that he is not controlling his body? Dimitri then attacks Connor. His attack opens a locker, and there are weapons there. Dimitri is surprised to see weapons and says that it looks like Iscariots were ready for their arrival while holding a hammer. He then says that he is not sure if this is what Connor wants. In the top of the stage, Slandy and Seun are fighting. Slandy asks that he and Seun weren't able to see things through the end right and tells Seun to show his true skills. Roman attacks Seun, but Seun dodges it. Then he points his firecracker gun at Seun and shoots it, causing an explosion at the top of the stage. Morgan is nervous seeing the explosion. One audience member asks if they hear an explosion just now. Mari increases the music volume, making the crowd think that the show just started. She then screams that Iscariot is here, asking if her team can listen to her. She calls out Eugene and Yuri, who are severely injured and barely conscious. She then takes Dimitri's name, who is busy fighting with Connor, and asks about Rachel. Rachel tells Mari to not be so loud as Dominic is pointing a gun at her. She informs that she has already made contact with one of Iscariot's. Dominic says that he has heard a lot about Rachel. He heard that Rachel specializes in disguises and undercover, but she is not as good as he thought. Mari tells Rachel that she is going to turn the spotlight on in 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, Rachel pulls Dominic's gun towards the sky when he was about to shoot her, causing the gun to be shot in the sky. Dominic is shocked to see Rachel disappear. He then threatens Rachel, saying it is going to be troublesome if she kicks up too much of a fuss. Rachel tells Dominic not to worry as disguise is her specialty while hiding in the crowd. Dominic tries finding Rachel in the crowd but gets shocked when his leg gets injured by a dagger thrown by Rachel. He still can't see her. Rachel throws another dagger towards Dominic, causing him to hiss. Meanwhile, Connor is punching Dimitri, but Dimitri dodges it by using a saw. Dimitri says that most people can't get through this technique. He then attacks Connor with a hammer, asking Connor where he thinks he is going. Dimitri is about to attack Connor with a shovel, but Connor kicks him, causing Dimitri's wound to hurt and open up. Connor then attacks Dimitri again and again. Dimitri falls to the ground and gets a flashback that he is holding a bear, showing it to Igor, flexing that the bear is the biggest one on the mountain. Igor asks what the chain is stuck in the bear's teeth. Dimitri says that he took the bear by just one knife and didn't use anything else. Igor says that it's disappointing that he used a weapon and tells Dimitri to remember that the strongest weapon he has is his hands. The flashback ends and Dimitri punches Connor. He then punches him again, causing him to fall. He then says that he is lately fighting weird people that use different kinds of weapons, but thanks to Connor, he remembered. He then removes his coat and tells Connor to have a real fight, asking Connor if he hasn't sweated out. He then attacks Connor brutally, causing Connor to bleed. Connor says that the fight isn't over yet. Dimitri replies that's how it should be, as he just started getting warmed up. Connor and Dimitri are punching each other continuously. Connor falls on his knees. Dimitri asks if Connor is now thinking well after sweating out and praises Connor's skills, saying that he did well. Slandy is holding bombs everywhere and asks Seun if he is ready. He then throws bombs at Seun, causing an explosion. Seun runs away from the explosion. He then punches Slandy. Slandy laughs and says that's how it should be and Seun should be able to do this much. Seun is wondering about Slandy's breath and thinks that he should push him a little more. Slandy then attacks Seun, causing him to fall, but Seun holds the rod of the stage setup. Roman then again attacks Seun. Seun is about to fall. Roman mocks what Seun is doing, asking if he didn't say he figured out Roman's weakness. He then tells Seun to push him harder. Moa is performing on the stage and asks the audience if the first part of the concert is over, and if they are enjoying it. One fan in the audience is crying, saying that Moa is the best. Moa then cheers the audience, saying they should have fun in the second half of the concert as well. Seun asks Pilgyu if he is listening to him through his earbuds. Pilgyu nervously asks Seun what is happening. Seun says that he cannot pay attention to the situation, so Pilgyu shouldn't forget what Seun has told him about protecting Moa. Seun tells Pilgyu not to get distracted as they can't match their abilities. Sika is coming towards Pilgyu. Seun asks Mari to take care of that. Mari says she is going to start it right now. In Moa's room, the CEO asks the makeup artist and staff to go outside as he wants to talk with Moa. Meanwhile, Pilgyu is giving orders to guards. The CEO is concerned about Moa, asking if she is doing fine as things are getting crazy. The CEO tells Moa that he doesn't think the attendees notice, but they should stop the concert as it is getting very dangerous. Moa asks if the CEO was watching her concert. The CEO worriedly says that he did, and that's why he is telling her to stop the concert. He tells Moa that he was very scared when those Iscariot bastards might pop out of somewhere. Moa asks Gutei why he thinks she decided to be an idol. Gutei is confused and asks why Moa is suddenly asking that question. Moa says, "Does Gutei remember the time when Moa was holding a knife saying she wanted to be a gangster?" Gutei remembers it. Moa says, while remembering her childhood, "Does Gutei remember when he told Moa that those things are dark and are for them?" Moa should be a shining star, and that's why Moa said she wanted to be a gangster. Moa further explains that one time she wanted something, so he and her other uncles went around the country for 3 days looking for it. Later, Moa found out it was something that wasn't sold but made, so Uncle Pilgyu made it for her. Moa says that her stupid uncles are the best, and they are her shining stars, a brightly shining star. Moa tells her uncle that she wanted to be a gangster because, according to her, uncles were the brightest star. Moa further says that she knows how her uncle feels when she looks at her fans from the stage. They shine so brightly. Moa wonders how her fans can shine so brightly. She says this isn't something that is done by acting, and it's probably because of her fans that she is able to shine brightly on stage. Moa then holds Guti's hands, saying that the bright world her uncle wanted for her is probably what she saw on stage. She then asks Uncle to watch her even just for a little longer. Moa says she wants to show the bright world to all of her uncles so that they won't go back to darkness, so that her uncle keeps on shining, and she becomes their shining star. The CEO cries, being touched by Moa's words. Suddenly Pilgyu enters, and as the CEO is telling Pilgyu about Moa, he punches the CEO. Moa screams Gute's name. Sika enters the room, saying order, and suppresses Moa. Moa realizes that Sika is controlling Pilgyu. She then punches Pilgyu, asking him to get a hold of himself. Sika again says order, telling Pilgyu to grab Morgan. Pilgyu grabs Morgan. Moa screams at Pilgyu, asking if Park Pilgyu is really going to follow a woman's order. She then calls Sika an old lady. Sika is speechless. Moa asks why Sika is hitting on people's uncle. Moa thinks that it is her stage, so the spotlight is hers. She then uses method actualization 35%. Meanwhile, Slandy is mocking Soon, saying that he expected too much from Soon. Sewon then removes his jacket and says that he is just getting started. Seyun says that, as expected, it's really hot being close to explosions and light while sweating. Roman says that he doesn't understand what Seyun is talking about, but they should wrap things up. Seyun uses the Iron Fist technique on Roman. He keeps attacking Roman again and again. Roman is thinking why Seyun is suddenly faster than him. Roman then realizes that he is the one who has gotten slow. Seyun says that the state of Roman's body is burning as he has noticed his breath every time he fights. And it's because all the pores of Roman's body have been blocked, which is why his body overheats. While Roman seems fine from the outside, he is burning from the inside. Roman says that Seyun was waiting for his body to heat up, which is why he came up. Seyun replies that he is right, asking if his idea is good. Roman says that he acknowledges Seyun. He is the best product of Dead Mansion, but Roman has something to show too. Seyun is confused by Roman's words. Roman says that he didn't even think about body heat. He then injures himself, causing him to bleed and lowering his body temperature. He then taunts Seyun, saying that his idea is pretty good, right? Roman's eyes redden, and he says that now they should start the second half of the fight. Noel is entering with Sika into the underground where there are guards standing with their guns. The guards stop Noel, asking who he is. Noel says that he doesn't want to waste his time on weak guys like them, so he is going to leave the guys to Sika. Sika then snaps her fingers and says order, then orders them to aim at each other. The guards are confused because their bodies are moving on their own. Noel is shocked that Sika can hypnotize multiple people. He says that second ability sure is on another level. Sika says that she can also keep their consciousness like him as well. Sika then snaps her fingers and tells the guard to end it. The guard then attacks his own neck, cutting it. Noel says that it's very scary and wonders if Soul's fourth Sika can do the same, and he is looking forward to it in the concert. Sika is ordering Pilgyu to kill Morgan. Morgan dodges Pilgyu's attack and screams his name. She then uses method actualization 55% and tells Pilgyu to stop and attack the black-haired girl, which is Sika. Morgan is thinking that her uncle Pilgyu is moving too slowly. Is it because of her actualization level? A guard comes towards Morgan's room and sees Sika. He then tells Sika that this place is off limits to outsiders. Sika then says order to the guard and tells him to stop that guy, meaning stop Pilgyu. Pilgyu then attacks the staff member. Morgan is shocked to see her appas and unnies being hypnotized by Sika and says the word order, stopping them. She uses method actualization 73% and tells them to stop attacking. She then uses method actualization 79%, but Pilgyu attacks Moa. Moa is crying and tells everybody to stop, using method actualization 79.4%. Sika orders everyone to kill Morgan. Morgan thinks that it's her limit and she cannot get the actualization level any higher. She curses and says that she doesn't think she can do it. Even if she orders everybody to stop, it will be useless as soon as Sika overrides it. Morgan is demotivated and thinks it's impossible to do anymore. Morgan remembers her past, where the CEO is scolding her for hiding and telling her that she has to practice. Morgan's uncle and others are finding her everywhere, saying they are very bored and want to play with Morgan, but she should practice one last time. Morgan is hiding under the table. Pilgyu finds Morgan. Morgan stutters, saying Uncle Pilgyu. Pilgyu tells her to stop talking, otherwise he would be caught as well. Pilgyu says that he was hiding here to rest, just like Moa, which is why Moa has to protect Pilgyu. Moa then holds Pilgyu's finger, saying that she is going to protect him. Morgan is crying while remembering the memories. Pilgyu says that he has found Morgan. Meanwhile, other staff members are stabbing Morgan. Morgan cries, saying that she is sorry, Uncle. She said that she would protect him, but Pilgyu is the one who is protecting her like this. Morgan then uses her actualization method and tells everybody to stop, forget the orders, and come back to their senses. Pilgyu comes back to his senses. Moa asks if he has come back to his senses, Uncle. Sika then orders everyone to get rid of Pilgyu and Morgan, stating that this place is off limits to the public. Morgan then activates her actualization method and declares they should mess up that bitch and kick her out using her full power. The staff members' bodies begin moving on their own, leaving them confused. Sika thinks about how it's not original that everybody is listening to Morgan. Sika repeats the command, saying, "Order." Morgan responds by saying, "Order my ass," and punches Sika, causing her to bleed. Morgan then tells Sika to get off her fucking stage. Meanwhile, Roman is bandaging his wound, saying that it was still a good fight. Seon wasn't bad for a good child, and then says that Morgan is the only one left now. Seon curses. Seon remembers his childhood, where his mother is really injured and tells Seon that he is already a good child, so he shouldn't worry about what had happened. Park Hyun's mother holds Park Hyun's face and tells him that if the memory is too painful for him, he should forget it. But he has to promise one thing. To remember and promise that he would not let the three principles control him, and the flashback ends. Roman is shocked to see that Sion is getting up, and he asks Sion if he's still getting back up. Sion holds the wire of the stage, telling Roman that his name is Sion. Roman is confused. Sion then attacks Roman and tells him that his name is Park Sion, not just Sion. Sion angrily says to Roman that you have put your hands on my parents, family, and friends. He then remembers his mother's words that he needs to create a law for himself. Sion says that if so, I'll get up as many times as I need to. That's the absolute law that surpasses the three principles. He then throws Roman into Moa's poster, causing Roman to be electrocuted. Little Seon is at Hyunho's snack shop where Hyunho's mom tells him that he should say that he is home. Then Hyunho says that he is home. He then goes inside of the shop, hugging his mom and telling her that he is hungry and needs daeokboki. He asks his mother. Hyunho is hugging her while she tells him to say goodbye. Hyunho is still hugging his mother, while Hyunho's mother gives food to a man, telling him to take it and eat with the kids. The man refuses, saying that Hyunho's mother shouldn't have to do it. Seon is silently watching them while being cold. Hyunho sees him and asks him to wait. He then gives him daeokboki, and Seon says that it looks hot, red. Hyunho asks Seon his name. Seon remembers his mother's words and says that his name is Park Shiun. I am Park Shiun. Hyunho's mother tells Seon that he should come inside and eat since it's cold. Park Shiun then thinks about the law he has decided on, which is to protect his family. The flashback ends and Seon says that he remembers it now. It was from then on that's where it started. His law? Suddenly Damien enters, looking at Roman's unconscious state. Damien mocks Roman, saying that after acting all tough, look how Roman has ended. He laughs and is about to kick Roman, saying just rest peacefully here forever, but Seon stops him. Seon asks Damien if he is part of Iscariot as well, and he says that Roman should be his comrade. Why is he doing this? Damien then kicks Seon, but Seon dodges it. Damien mocks Seon, saying that's all he has to ask. Damien taunts Seon, saying he is using childish words like comrade. Then they fight. Seon mocks Damien, saying he can tell Damien has no friends. Damien laughs and says Seon is doing pretty well. He thought Seon would be filled with anger. Wasn't Damien enough? Damien then taunts Seon, saying the old man called Eden was taken care of by him, and asks if Eden is alive or not. This makes Seon very sad and angry. Damien says that's the expression he was expecting from Seon, and tells him not to be too sad, as he is going to trash everyone out soon and send them to hell. Seon then throws the dagger at Damien. Damien says that Seon has pretty good eyesight, calling him a trash. Seon gets annoyed by Damien's words and thinks about how Damien keeps saying things like that, remarking that it gives him goosebumps. That's why Moa called him Youngtubyung, which is equivalent to 8th grader. Damien is confused listening to the word Youngtubyung. Seon says that there is something like that, and it's something that Damien needs a beating to get over. He then attacks Damien, but Damien dodges it. Seon then holds the wire of the stage to stop himself from falling down and kicks Damien. Damien falls to the stage. Seon then says that he didn't expect Damien to block that. Seon taunts Damien, saying his eyes aren't that bad. Just as Damien is about to fall, he holds the light wires. Meanwhile, Moa is thanking everyone for their patience and saying that she is going to start the second half. Damien gives an evil smirk upon listening to Moa's speech, saying he has something planned, and then heads down to the audience. Seon is confused and asks Damien where he's going. Damien says didn't he tell him he's going to send all the trash straight to hell. Damien breaks the lights and rods of the stage. Seon is scared, calling Damien crazy. The rods and wires start falling down on the audience. Seon remembers his 3 absolute principles and thinks it's a way to control by putting limits. He uses the wires to stop the steel rods and lights from falling onto the audience. Damien sees Seon and thinks he's a retard for trying to stop the metal framing. Just as the lights and metal framing are about to fall on Moa, Seon saves her. Damien says that's how Seon is going to play and again attacks the metal framing, causing it to fall. Moa screams no, but Igor comes and saves the audience by holding the metal rod, while holding Yuri, and Dmitri holds Eugene. Damien's face shows shock as he sees Igor holding the metal rod and saving the audience. The scene flashes back to the stormy night at sea, where some sailors try to navigate their boat through the heavy rain. While they stay aboard the ship, One of the boys suddenly wonders why heavy rain has begun without warning, while thinking the atmosphere might be shifting. Another boy discovers something unexpected and raises an alarm. His loud reaction leaves everyone in shock. Igor appears and narrows his gaze at the strange view outside and begins questioning the sea they're currently drifting through. The sailor nearby overhears him and does not understand a word what Igor is saying while questioning whether Igor is truly a person out there. As Igor studies the surroundings more closely, he starts to suspect he has ended up near Korea. After swimming for 4 days, he thinks it's a miracle he came across that fishing boat. At that moment, he realizes something important, whether human or beast. Survival follows the same rule. Strength wins. He believes his willpower managed to outlast the storm. While he's reflecting on this, Cheyenne hears him mention principle and is taken by this term. Meanwhile, Dmitri senses chaos rising and wonders aloud what's happening, especially after a spotlight suddenly crashes from the ceiling while leaving everyone stunned and confused. On the opposite side, Cheyenne and Moa observe the situation. However, Moa tries to control the situation by announcing that it's just a surprise stunt for the show and that the real second phase is beginning. The crowd grows louder, voices echoing everywhere. Cheyenne is clearly unsure, glances at Moa and asks what she's thinking. Moa, with worry in her tone, replies that things might get worse if the situation turns even more hectic. She reminds him that the stage was meant for Bad Crew and her uncles to draw the enemies out. Now it's their moment. They must act and eliminate the threats. Hearing this, Cheyenne gives a small smile and acknowledges her point. He turns to Damien while letting him know the second round is beginning. Damien, however, grows furious as he listens and sees the crowd gathering. The people begin murmuring while wondering if the chaos was part of the show. Some even comment that someone had been up there the whole time. Igor watches from the distance and remarks on Cheyenne's attempt to turn this all into a performance. Finding it amusing, he decides to get involved and announces it's time to join the chaos. As he begins shifting sides while preparing to help his comrades. Meanwhile, Sparky rushes into the scene and finds Slandy lying in critical condition. His body is soaked in blood, and she starts weeping while calling out to him repeatedly, desperate for him to wake up. When Damien sees her, he furiously demands to know why she's come out and reminds her that he had told her to stay hidden. Still, she keeps crying, unable to ignore her injured friend. Annoyed, he lifts her up roughly, but as he does, a hand grabs his wrist. It's Slandy, somehow conscious, who holds on tightly, determined to protect Sparky. He glares at Damien, threatening to crush him. Fueled by anger over his friend's danger, he delivers a powerful hit to him. He then comments bitterly while that the list of things annoying Damien seems to be growing. Meanwhile, he also spots Igor standing there. When Sparky asks if he's all right, Slandy assures her he's fine, but adds that Igor's sudden appearance has put them at a disadvantage. Damien listens and gives them a task to distract Igor rather than fight him directly. But Slandy scoffs while finding the demand unreasonable. Still, he picks up Sparky and tells her to hold on as they flee. However, as they try to escape, they find Igor standing right in front of them. Shock grips them once again. Igor recognizes Slandy while calling him by an old name, Slenderman Roman. Slandy corrects him while explaining that he goes by Slandy now and considers it an honor to be recognized by someone like Igor. Meanwhile, Damien approaches Cheyenne's location, where loud cheering fills the air. He grumbles at the noise and wonders how the crowd can remain unaware of the danger. Cheyenne reminds him it was his dramatic presence that drew all this attention while making this situation possible. Damien remains speechless for a while, clearly embarrassed, which makes Cheyenne taunt him. Then, without warning, he strikes Cheyenne with full force while starting a fierce battle. Cheyenne, filled with rage, retaliates with a powerful punch that almost knocks Damien to the ground. Shocked by the strength behind the blow, Damien begins questioning if Cheyenne truly is the legend of the dead mansion. Cheyenne, however, expresses his annoyance over the constant labeling. He refuses to be defined by titles like legend or masterpiece. Instead, he follows his own values, not someone else's. He then declares that he won't obey anyone and will defend his loved ones no matter what. That's the principle he lives by. Igor, even from a distance, hears his declaration and praises it. Dmitri is stunned while wondering how he could hear such words from so far away. Igor calmly explains that it's not about hearing, it's about feeling. Words of true resolve echo in the heart. Still confused, Slandy questions Igor's intention, but Igor responds while brushing it off and saying that even though he respects Slandy's courage, they are not meant to fight today. Just then, a helicopter appears above, and inside it is Alexander Alicia, armed with a gun. She confirms her target and waits for the command to strike while keeping her weapon aimed. Slandy, while shielding Sparky, notices the aircraft and wonders about the situation. Igor confirms he isn't acting alone while leaving him stunned. Meanwhile, a man in hood is passing through the crowd. Back on the battlefield, Damien mocks Cheyenne's principle while calling it childish. He then declares his own rule that he will break or eliminate anything that stands in his path. Enraged, he prepares to resume fighting. But just as both sides rush at each other, the same hooded figure steps between them while halting the clash. Damien grows confused and demands answers. The newcomer calmly explains that, from now on, the Russian mercenary union has labeled him an enemy and will tolerate no more reckless behavior. Cheyenne doesn't understand and glances at the mark on the newcomer's uniform while thinking of Alexander. The person announces that, starting now, the Alexander family will forcefully take control while beginning with Damien's group and its members, ending the fight before it goes further. Sophia sits with her team, calmly sharing her thoughts. She recommends forming a Russian mercenary alliance aimed at bringing down Damien. Beluga reacts with mild surprise while pointing out that her suggestion feels more like a command. Without hesitation, she mentions that everything has already been finalized with Igor, and she questions if there's any issue. At that, he quickly responds while denying any problem. He then glances at Vincent and reminds him that part of the reason for this situation is tied to him, since the leader of Damien, Noel, came from Dead Mansion. As those words strike a nerve, Vincent clenches his fists in frustration. Sophia notices his reaction and advises that if he feels any guilt, the best path forward is complete cooperation. With no authority present to oppose her, Vincent quietly accepts he has no choice. She then redirects the conversation and focuses on Damien's target, which are Goodchild's parents. She wants to know if there's anyone they should prioritize. Vincent thinks for a moment and explains that if they were to predict the next move, it's more likely that the enemy would aim for the parents of the masterpieces. That implies the number 3 might be at risk. Beluga reassures them that those individuals have already been hidden in an underground bunker. Unbeknownst to them, the guards of the said bunker have been killed. Still, Beluga concern is raised that what should they do about Korea? Sophia responds without worry that Igor is already positioned there, and she has also sent a capable young individual to handle the situation. Meanwhile, back in the present, the said capable individual interrupts the intense fight between Damien and Cheyenne. He looks at Damien and hints at past memories while telling him to let go. Damien doesn't fully understand the statement. The man declares that he's placing Iscariot under arrest. Confused and furious, Damien demands to know who this person is and where he came from. However, before he can process anything, the man suddenly leaps through the air and crashes into him at full force. Damien is thrown across the space and hits the ground violently. Cheyenne watches in disbelief and wonders aloud if there was an explosion hidden inside that kick. He asks the stranger who he really is, but the man gives no reply. The bystanders crowd around Damien, still unsure if what they just witnessed was a part of the performance while asking if he's all right. Filled with rage, Damien lashes out while shouting at them to leave him alone. In response, another man calmly reminds him that actions disrupting the show are forbidden. He asks if Damien even bought a ticket before entering. They are Moa's uncles express that he's interfering with the performance and urging him to leave. As Moa and Cheyenne rush over, worried about their uncle and blaming themselves for not holding him back, Damien's anger grows uncontrollably. He grits his teeth and repeats that destroying anyone in his path is his principle. With that, he charges toward the audience with full force. At that, Guti calls him insane for attacking in a place surrounded by people. Just then, Slandy appears and intercepts him with a powerful hit. He comments that calling such reckless destruction a principle is expected from someone like him. Damien becomes even more furious after the blow as Slandy is turning to his own comrade. Everyone watches in shock. Meanwhile, Slandy keeps his word and states that this is his principle. He then lifts redhead Damien onto his shoulders. After spotting Sparky nearby, he asks her if she still has that weapon and whether she wants to try it. She looks surprised but agrees, and when she uses it, a loud blast shakes the air. In the sky, Alexander Alicia watches from her helicopter. Hearing the sound, she notes that her view is blocked and decides to move to a different position. On the ground, Slandy walks away carrying Damien, still protecting Sparky. Igor suddenly appears in front of him and mockingly asks if he's running away again. Slandy responds that this time, he has someone he needs to protect. Igor hears him and gives a faint smile while finding the response acceptable. With that, they disappear from the area while leaving the stunned crowd behind. The audience begins to shout in amazement, asking if it's truly over. Then, their cheers grow louder as they scream Moa's name and demand an encore. Hearing this, Cheyenne is overwhelmed. He mutters under his breath while wondering if they seriously want them to repeat everything. He claims that he can't do this anymore and tells Moa to take over. After all, she's the one standing on the stage now. She hears his words and agrees. Grabbing the mic, she tells the audience to keep their eyes on her until the end. Every person turns their attention toward her, excited to witness what's next, while the man who had stopped the fight quietly leaves the scene. Elsewhere, Noel gets his hand in a list and stares it for a moment to memorize. He and Sika walk through a hidden space. Noel complains that he can't get a signal and wonders if it's due to being underground. Sika asks if she's expecting a message from the Korean side and suggests there might be a landline nearby. Noel brushes it off, confident that the others have already failed. Sika seems puzzled by his words while asking what he means. Noel reflects quietly. Even though Slandy and Damien are strong, they're up against Shion, who didn't earn the title of greatest masterpiece without reason. Sika asks if Shion truly holds that much strength. Noel admits that although he still lacks something now, Damien and Slandy might serve as the spark he needs. Sika then brings up Morgan, curious if that's why Noel gave the order to retrieve her. Noel responds that Morgan caught his attention due to a rare ability. If she proved troublesome, the plan was to eliminate her. Still, that aside, Noel confesses he's eager to meet Shion in person, curious what he'll show him when they cross paths again. With that, he decides to wrap up quickly and go see him. As he walks ahead, Sika follows. Suddenly, Noel notices something. He comments that he's just had an interesting thought. He stops in front of a door and questions why a child would be left in a place like this, also wondering if it's safe to keep such a place this open. At that, he pushes the door and steps inside. Once inside, Chatire Arena greets her, covered in blood. He then asks why Arena is simply sitting there. But Arena rises, still holding the bloodied knife, and steps forward ready to face him. Next day, Shion stands by the window while gazing out thoughtfully and commenting aloud that yesterday, someone like him truly felt like an idol. The cheers and encore chants from the crowd still echo in his mind, though he finds it unfortunate that someone important couldn't witness it firsthand. He's speaking to his older brother Eden, but there's no response. That silence weighs heavily on him. A trace of sorrow crosses his face as he reflects on fragments of his past, memories tied to the values he once set for himself. Perhaps that's why he's always tried to protect Hyunho and his mother, because to him, they are like family. Even if his mother's face is a blur, the warmth he feels remains vivid. Just then, the door creaks open behind him. As he turns around, he sees Moa stepping inside. A spark of excitement rises in him, and he's about to call out to her, but she gestures for silence. When he asks why, she points out that she came in with her face covered for a reason. Her eyes land on Eden, and she assumes he must be the brother Shion mentioned. He confirms it while introducing Eden as his older brother. She remarks that they don't look alike at all, and teasingly adds that Eden is far too handsome to be related to him. Shion is quick to clarify that Eden isn't his biological brother, but her playful jab still catches him off guard. Later, the two of them push Eden in a wheelchair as they exit the hospital. Moa casually mentions how everything turned into chaos, but somehow settled down in the end. Shion acknowledges that she managed to handle the situation well. She explains that at first there was a lot of confusion, but Uncle Guti managed to spin it as a promotional stunt for an upcoming action film. Surprisingly, the story worked. Shion is uncertain if that explanation would actually hold up, but she assures him that things turned out better than expected, that they even secured an investor, and now they'll be making a real movie. The uncles have even been asked to play gangster roles. Shion can't help but laugh while pointing to the irony. Moa smiles at his reaction, then thanks him sincerely for protecting her and the uncles. She expresses her gratitude, which brings a blush on his face. He quietly replies that it's not worth mentioning. To him, they're like family, and he feels it's natural to look after them. As they part ways, he brings up a mysterious figure who appeared at the end while wondering who that person was. But before he can say anything, she shares that the film investor wants to meet him. Confused, Shion wonders why anyone would want to meet him, and could it mean he's being cast too? With thoughts swirling in his head, he wanders off while heading toward the rooftop. On the way, he mumbles to himself that debuting already feels like a stretch. Reaching the rooftop, he spots Sophia. As soon as she turns to him, he instantly decides to go back. She calls him by his previous name at first. Then, she realizes her mistake and comments that he must be Shion now, not Sean. Before he can walk away, he stops, surprised when she refers to him as her disciple. Getting straight to the point, she mentions a boy she wants him to bring into his group, Bad Child. This leaves Shion puzzled, but he doesn't press much further. Elsewhere, Mari studies a map while pinpointing the director's exact location. She's shocked by how precise the information is, but Rachel calmly promises an explanation later. For now, they focus on planning. The map includes building layouts and headcounts. They're in a race against time to rescue the director from Iscariot's hands. Back with Shion, he's still thinking about Sophia's words. Her request to add a boy to their group seems sudden and unclear. He is recalling Sophia's words while she explained that she can't share everything, as it's not this generation's war yet. Shion notices that something feels off about her demeanor. She tells him again to build his crew and that for this mission, he'll need that boy. She directs him to a certain place. Still confused, Shion walks away while thinking to himself that her message makes little sense. At that, he spots a boy. He remembers Hyunho's words, who asked for a clearer explanation of what he's trying to protect or apologize for. In the past, he couldn't explain why he wanted to protect them or why he never said sorry. But now, he begins to understand that it was his longing for family that made him act. That's what he wants to fix now. He reaches a shop and is about to call out to Hyunho. His declaration startles the shopkeeper who calls for Hyunho. Meanwhile, Sophia reflects silently from a distance. She notes how many try to defend the world, but real change always begins with the youth. Before they unite, though, there are things both Hyunho and our boy must confront, and that's part of growing. At that moment, Cheyenne and Hyunho cross paths. Without warning, Hyunho launches an attack while kicking and punching Cheyenne. Shocked by the sudden aggression, Cheyenne struggles to react. Hyunho furiously demands to know how Cheyenne could avoid facing him or his family. As Cheyenne listens silently, Hyunho shouts again while asking how long Cheyenne plans to keep interfering in their lives. Suddenly, Cheyenne realizes that this must be the boy Sophia mentioned. He wonders aloud if Hyunho is the one meant to join the crew. Hyunho, however, is livid. The idea of joining Cheyenne's group even under Sophia's orders outrages him. He yells that he refuses, no matter what, unable to contain his fury. In another part of the city, the director sits quietly in a prison cell when Noel appears. He speaks to him while commenting on his idea of turning kids into weapons and selling them. Noel admits the concept wasn't a bad one, as it awakened the hidden potential in those children. The director sitting across from him asks if Noel is finally acknowledging him. But Noel dismisses the thought while insisting that while the idea had value, it should have been handled differently. He explains that the children could have brought real change, but fear led his father to try and control them, causing everything to collapse. The director tries to challenge that, but Noel makes it clear that he doesn't see himself as a savior. He's not that kind. Still, he promises to show what real change looks like while using those same children, and then walks away. Elsewhere, Young-ho lies in bed when someone enters the room. As the person approaches, he greets him with a quiet voice which startles Young-ho.